of Governor Sports. We're glad to have you here, and hopefully you'll be with us throughout the day as we've got, again, 4 duels coming up, starting with the Governors and the Spearfish Spartans, and it's time for the starting lineups as we will surmise them to be or assume them to be for the Governors, the starters sponsored by Envirotech in Pierre. And let's start at 100 and, we're going to start at 120 pounds in this first match today, the first duel starting at 120 with Tristan Spencer, the Governors, the freshman at 10-3 on the season, followed by 126. It'll be Blake Judson at 14-2. At 132, Kaylor Heineman, the senior, is 14-6 on the year. 138, it's Hayden Schaefer, up to 15-3. 145, things can change, but it's Tyson Johnson's spot first. The senior is 16-2 on the season. Actually, didn't update that record, but Trey Lewis could also be in there at 145 today. The freshman, 13-3. 152, Lewis could be up there, or it could be Deegan Huska, the sophomore, who is now 11-9 on the season. Husko, we saw him up at 160 once last night. Jaden Wiebe could be in at 160 as well, another sophomore for the Governors. At 170, it'll be the freshman Lucas Chamberlain, the sophomore Gavin Stotts at 182 pounds, followed by Jacob Larson, Reagan Bolweg, Preston Taylor, 3 seniors at the top of the lineup. We'll roll it back to 106 then, where Lincoln Schoenhard, the 7th grader, will get that spot once again, and Noah Williams, the junior, will finish this first duel at 113 pounds. Starters from Envirotech for the Governors, head coached by Sean Lewis, assisted by Travis Heasley, Matt Thorson, Justin Tostenson, and Chad Urig. Their opponents, the Spearfish Spartans, and we'll give you their starters after we hear from Envirotech in Pierre.
Do you need to reduce the clutter and make room for your new holiday toys? Well, you can do it with one call to Envirotech. You have easy setup, easy pickup, easy payment. Envirotech has you covered, so give them a call today, 224-4804, or order services and pay your bill online at EnvirotechWaste.com. They're ready to help you reduce the clutter. Envirotech.
Starting lineups from Envirotech in Pierre for the Spearfish Spartans, coming in here to take on the Governors right off the bat. And Spearfish, again, doesn't have a full roster. They, in fact, have 5 open weight classes, so that's going to be 30 points right there for the Governors as far as the duel is concerned. At 120, again, is where we start. Against Tristan Spencer, it'll be John Jeffrey, a freshman for Spearfish, 15-9 coming into this contest. You got Mason Schmitz, a freshman, at 126 to go against Blake Judson. Schmitz is 15-14. Aiden Kroc gets the go at 132, at 8th grader at 11-7. Then it's Quentin Carlson, 8-20 on the season, freshman for the Spartans at 138. Oakley Blakeman, who we talked about in the early going, 25-3, one of the top wrestlers in the state at 145. He is a junior for Spearfish. Bailey Badwound at 152 rather, 21-5 on the season. He is a senior, and he's got a pretty good season going as well. Craig Dawson is a senior at 160 for the Spartans at 9-15 on the year. The Spartans will be open at 4 of the top 5 weight classes, open at 170 and 182, also 220 and 285. At 195, the sophomore Mason Schlupp is 8-12 on the season. Back to the beginning at 106, Spearfish will be open. Lincoln Schoenhard gets the win by forfeit on that, but a good one to finish for the Spartans. It'll be Josh Hoffman, a senior, at 24-4 in that 113-pound weight class. That's the lineup for the Spearfish Spartans, sponsored by Envirotech in Pierre. Another lineup to give to you, and it's a fuller lineup of game officials. Our Law on the Mat, that's sponsored by the South Dakota Attorney General's Office and their Division of Consumer Protection. Will highlight the guys in gray when we come back after this from the AG's office.
Monitor your... Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE.
When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank. Providing great service right from the start. It's our promise to you that sets us apart. With every handshake and a smile, we go that extra mile. When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank.
Attending Black Hills State University, former state champion from the Chamberlain Cubs, as he is there assisting the Spartan program as well. Our mat officials are the law on the mat, and they are licensed by the South Dakota High School Activities Association to officiate high school wrestling, and we thank all high school officials for doing what tends to be a thankless job at times. Today, the varsity mat officials will be Bud Postma of Madison, Dave Korneman, we saw them last night, Korneman out of Yankton, also Kurt Heron, Zach Metler, and Steve Deming doing the varsity matches today. Bud Postma, Dave Korneman, Kurt Heron, Zach Metler, Steve Deming, today's law on the mat in the varsity matches, but again, junior varsity and girls matches taking place at Georgia Morse Middle School, so a quick shout out to Alex Kenkel, Aiden Fieldhouse, Matt Halter, and Bailey Niesis, the mat officials there as well. They are the law on the mat. Once again, Pier and Spearfish on the big mats and mat number 2 in the main high school gym coming up. It'll be Harrisburg and Sturgis on the other one, Brandon Valley and Rapid City Stevens on one mat in the auxiliary gym, and Sioux Falls Roosevelt against Rapid City Central to get the day going in auxiliary gym mat 2 as well. So people are shuffling in and out. Actually, it looks like Stevens is coming back. What do we have going on here? Maybe maybe they're shuffling around. Pierre's going to be on the big mat. We're pretty sure of that. At any rate, we're finishing up our Becky Pottseva State Farm Insurance Agency pregame show. You're listening to Governor Wrestling and watching it as well at drgnews.com, the River 92.7 page. We're driven by the Office of Highway Safety, who says buckle up, stay alive, and don't text and drive. And also, we are the official voice of Pierre Governor Sports. River 92.7, KGFX FM Pierre, a member of DRG Media Group. With Ryan Noyes at side, I'm Brian Oakland, Rob Whitebird. Rob, back in studio. He's keeping us up and running as we will break for 2 minutes, and we wrestle when we come back. Pierre Governor Wrestling on River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
Rosenberg Implement, your family-owned John Deere dealer, has a deal for you this week only. Save 8% off bulk fluid storage products at Rosenberg Implement with 8 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. Call the parts department for options that will fit your operations. Don't forget they have on-farm delivery for oil, antifreeze, and any other part you may need. This deal is only at Rosenberg Implement, servicing your growing needs since 1937.
Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
Luck in today's competition. Comtech. Come see what you didn't see.
Welcome back to Riggs High Gym as the Pierre Governors get set to take on the Spearfish Spartans, and they have shuffled a couple of mats in the schedule. So the marquee matchup of duel number 1 to start this duel is also going to be here in the main gym of Riggs High, Brandon Valley against Rapid City Stevens. So we'll do our best to keep tabs of what's going on there. Of course, we'll keep our focus on the Governors, and it's starting at 120 pounds, a forfeit right off the bat. So Ryan Noyes, it looks like John Jeffrey maybe not coming out at 120, if that is indeed where we are starting here.
Well, and it's hard to know, and unless we had a weigh-in sheet to find out for sure, who these kids are. Maybe they'll announce too, but this could be him bumping up here too.
Okay. But it's a win by forfeit for Tristan Spencer to start, and the Governors lead the duel already 6-0. This is Blake Judson wrestling at 126 pounds. And he's slated to go against Mason Schmitz, who will have to assume for the time being that Schmitz, a freshman at 15 and 14, is the wrestler out there already. 5 open weight classes, maybe now a 6th for the Spartans here. But as we get started, our first match of the day brought to you by Comtech in Pierre, as we heard from them a moment ago. Brandon Valley and, again, Rapid City Stevens will start at 120 pounds. Here's Blake Judson going to work. Looking for a takedown. Got it there. And did not get him on his back enough as of yet, but a 2-0 start here for Blake Judson. Now rolling Schmitz over. Looking for some scoring on the near fall. And officiating this mat, do you know who this is?
Is this Zach Metler?
Zach Metler.
Yep.
Pretty good wrestler from West Central, if I recall.
Correct,
and we saw him in here on. There's Blake Judson with a quick win by fall all of a sudden in 1:09. So the Governors out to a 12-0 lead on the Spartans. A 2-0 start with a takedown for Rapid City Stevens on the Brandon Valley matchup there. As we'll keep it here for 132 pounds. Reporting for Pierre is Kaylor Heinman at 14 and 6 on the season. He's a senior. Spearfish will bring Hayden Kroc to the mat. Well, he's got a report too. Hayden is an 8th grader at 11 and 7. And again, you can watch this. We've got the live stream link up and running, drgnews.com. You'll see both mats here in the main gym. The Governors in green are on the left on the big mat. Rapid City Stevens and Brandon Valley are on the mat to the right. Kaylor Heinman wrestling for the Governors again against Hayden Kroc. Spearfish in the normally maroon colored here, but singlets, but throw some white and black in there.
Kind of a camouflage look.
Yeah. And Pierre in the solid greens with the white cummerbunds to start. Kroc going for a shot here for Spearfish as Heinman trying to fight it off. Still has that leg. Good job in staying out of that takedown for now, and he's trying to work this into his own advantage. Spencer announced as a winner, and it was Schmitz. Blake Judson with that win by fall improves to 15 and 2 on the season. Takedown here earned by Kaylor Heinman. It took him a while, but he finally gets it to go a minute into the match. Does not get the angle of the shoulders, however, and he'll have to retool as Kroc is back face down. Now, it's not so much for Pierre, but how difficult is it, I guess, well, for anybody to get up so early and start wrestling right off the bat?
Yeah, our kids are definitely liking this start a lot better than those coming from Harrisburg or Rapid City.
And I would assume that maybe they all came in last night, hopefully avoiding weather situations too, and maybe everybody came last night. But, of course, Brandon Valley was already here last night. We know they spent the evening. But still, just to get up and I mean, this is early enough for me.
Right, but having the opportunity to sleep in your own bed, that's a big advantage for us, for our kids.
First period comes to an end for Kaylor Heinman, who has a 2-0 lead on Hayden Kroc. Meanwhile, Rapid City Stevens and Brandon Valley at 120 pounds still.
I'd like to send out a shout out to my cousin in Africa, Jim Lynn. He's fighting for our country, so we appreciate all he's doing for us.
Jim from Brandon?
Yeah. Yep. Former peer grad.
Yeah, peer graduate, but living in Brandon, so pretty cool. Way to go. It must be about the middle of the night in Africa. Well, that's probably Jim's normal way to go. Anyway, here's Kaylor Heinman on that Spearfish mat. He's got a 2-point reversal with Hayden Kroc. So he takes a 4-0 lead with a minute and a half to go in the second period. Picks Kroc up, gets him back down on the mat. Stevens up to a 9-2 lead. Tough on that other scoreboard to our right to see exactly what weight class they're going to be at, but if that's still at 120, we talk about Logan Graff of Rapid City Stevens. And he would be taking on Jordan Omi. So 2 really good ones here. Meanwhile, back on the pier mat, a win by fall. A minute into the second period, Kaylor Heinman will get the third 6-pointer for the Governors. They lead the duel 18-0. Let's take a quick 30-second break, and we're back with more Pier Governor Wrestling.
Looking to start the new year off right? Why not start it with an auto loan with a...
Service Master of Pier is your go-to service experts for a wide variety of cleaning needs. Since 2003, we have developed the most effective methods and products to service virtually every type of industry. We're known for our exceptional carpet and upholstery cleaning, but did you know we also offer cleaning of all types of flooring, along with providing fire and water restoration, commercial cleaning, janitorial services, and construction cleanup. Service Master of Pier is a proud sponsor of TF Riggs Governors and Lady Guffs, as well as Stanley County Buffaloes and Lady Buffs activities.
0 we go to 138 pounds, fourth match of the day as Hayden Schaefer goes to work quickly. The junior for the Governors has a takedown on his opponent, Quentin Carlson. Carlson, a freshman for Spearfish. Some of these kids like Carlson have had a lot of matches already. He's 8-20 on the season. Not the best record, but a lot of matches still. Schaefer works into a cradle, and Carlson is in trouble, and just like that, Hayden Schaefer, another quick win by fall, and Coach Ryan Noyes, Hayden Schaefer starting to just take care of business when he's supposed to.
Yeah, we talked about kids that are hard to wrestle. Hayden falls into that category. He's tall and he's strong. He's way stronger than you think. When you look at somebody kind of tall and skinny, he's very, very strong. And so that leverage and his strength create problems for a lot of his opponents.
Governors up their lead at 24-0 now on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard, sponsored by Gales Gas in Pier. Could be a marquee matchup here at 145 pounds. Tyson Johnson, the senior for the Governors, wrestling against Oakley Blakeman, talented junior for the Spartans. Blakeman is 25-3 on the season coming in. Johnson did suffer a loss last night, but he is 17-2. Moved all the way up to 160 pounds in that Brandon Valley duel last night. Didn't quite work out, but as he was pinned, but Johnson coming after Blakeman here, shooting for that single leg.
Yeah, I learned afterwards last night that Klinkhammer is the number 15 kid in the nation.
Oh, wow. Isaac Klinkhammer. Thank you for saying that, because I was trying to recall who he wrestled and didn't have it here.
Yeah, there.
Trouble here.
Trey's getting back points.
Is this Trey Lewis?
Yeah.
Okay. Trey Lewis against Oakley Blakeman. Tyson Johnson will move up at least to 152, and Trey.
He's got him in trouble. Boy.
He's got him by a leg and kind of a reverse cradle here.
Yeah.
Blakeman on his back. Zach Metler trying to get a good look at it.
Needs to readjust. He's real high. If he can slide back and get his head in the side.
Kind of got, you almost get your upper arm in the way, and you can't get the shoulders on the mat because your arm in the way there. But Blakeman is in a position he doesn't normally find himself in. So Trey Lewis looking very strong so far.
Well,
still has 20 seconds left in this first period.
Huh.
Almost thought Zach Metler was ready to tap the mat, but he didn't do it.
I even got some Stevens people here thinking that he should have been pinned here. So looking good.
Trey Lewis, there it is. What a match for Trey Lewis. 1 minute and 54 seconds. And another 6-pointer for the Governors, 5 for 5, and they lead this duel by the score of 30-0. They're giving us results from the auxiliary gym. We'll try to listen in on those, but we'll give you dual scores from the auxiliary as we continue here. But we'll go to 152 pounds. And who we have here? Is this Johnson or is this Deegan Huska?
This is Deegan.
Correct. So at 160, Bailey Badwound of Spearfish against Deegan Huska. And again, we're making assumptions on a lot of these wrestlers. Rapid City Stevens with an 11-3 major decision. But again, big upset there for Trey Lewis, who improves to 14-3 on the season. Here with Huska against Bad Wound, no scoring as of yet. We're 45 seconds into this match. To the left, as you watch it on the River 92.7 page of drgnews.com. You can join us through the all-new DRG News app as well in the River 92 section there. Bad Wound with a good move here, has a takedown. And a 2-0 start. This is the first lead for a Spearfish wrestler in this opening duel for the Governors.
We got a matchup of rated wrestlers currently on half number 2. 2 wrestlers rated at 152 facing off.
Marquee matchup.
Deegan Huska here, rated number 6, taking on Bailey Badwound, rated at 5.
As Bad Wound continues to work high on Huska, actually looking for some kind of an opening to do some scoring. Rapid City Stevens, I believe, is still just in their second match against Brandon Valley at 126, and Brandon Valley with a 2-1 start, or rather.
Yeah, he's ahead 2-1, Omi.
Yeah, I was looking at that thinking, well, Brandon, the Eastern teams are the home teams today, but Brandon Valley in red probably is.
Yeah, I think
is
they have
red on the scoreboard, which is the guest.
Right.
At any rate, first period done here at 152 pounds. Deegan Huska, Bailey Bad Wound. It's Bad Wound with a 2-0 lead. As we'll start the second period, Bad Wound in the down position. Huska will come with the left arm wrapped around. And Huska seems to be slipping a little bit. Trying to keep a grip up around that head, but Bad Wound, yep, this seemed like he was destined to squirt his way out of that one, and he'll take a 3-0 lead. Pierre leads the duel 30-0. 3 wins by, make it 4 wins by fall, along with a forfeit. Impressively, Trey Lewis over Oakley Blakeman in that last one. Here comes Bad Wound for another takedown.
I don't recognize this kid. He came out of nowhere, but man, he looks tough.
He's got a 5-0 lead. Bad Wound 21-5 on the season. He is a senior. Hearing a win for Rapid City Central over Sioux Falls Roosevelt. It's Rapid City Central on top, 9-0 after a couple matches there.
Going into the second period with Omi and Richter. Omi from Brandon Valley, Richter from Rapid City Stevens. The score is 4-1 Omi.
Bailey Bad Wound continues to work with Deegan Huska. Huska had a really nice looking technical fall win last night.
Yeah, he looked great last night. He was definitely feeling it and wrestling as good as I've seen him wrestle this year.
Trouble getting started here today. Bailey Bad Wound has kept him under control. We're late in the second period, 20 seconds to go now. 5-0 Bad Wound with the lead. And Huska. Bad Wound was able to get out of this similar hold himself to start this period. Huska not so much as he continues to get rolled around. Bad Wound was close to getting the angle of the shoulders, but not enough, and he'll go to the third period leading Deegan Huska by the score of 5-0. Wrestling all day long here at Riggs High Gym. So no matter what you've got going, keep us on in the DRG News app. Download us. Or on drgnews.com. By the way, that application sponsored by Golden Buffalo. And glad to have a new way for you to be able to see Governor Sports, and Governor Wrestling in this case, with our live streaming. So now Deegan Huska got to wrestle from behind. One hold not working. Trying to retool, and now he slips, and it's Bad Wound coming over the top of him in a 2-point reversal for Bailey Bad Wound. trying to get his Spartans on the board for the first time today. They trail 30-0.
Sometimes we got to just remember to go back to the basics instead of trying to work for stuff from our opponent up on their knees. We got to break them to their stomach, get them flat, and then get busy.
Here's Huska. Looked like he was about ready to come back around the top, but bad wound denies, and now he's got the left arm wrapped behind the back of Deegan Huska. Second period done in that Brandon Valley-Stevens match. Trey Sonomi still with a 4-1 lead on Caleb Richter. Boy, there's a lot of good ranked wrestlers today, potential state champions in the gym, some reigning and former state champions. This is a good event we've got going on.
It is. Trayson, he looked a little frustrated, like he'd been trying to get some stuff done. But, you know, Richter's going to be coached to slow things down and not give up points. But, you know, you got to keep wrestling. So.
And we talk about the top teams in the state and what we expect. You got Stevens and Brandon Valley. They were 1 and 2 last year. Watertown was right there in the mix. Pierre finished in 4th place, back in the pack. But 3 of those top 4 from a year ago competing here today, and the top 2 going at it right now. Again, Deegan Huska just having a hard time getting out of any kind of a hold in that third period with no scoring. Turns out to be a 7-0 win for the Spearfish Spartans, as Bailey Badwoon gets that decision victory. They're on the board, and the updated score 33-3. The Governors leading Spearfish, with another match coming up here at 160 pounds. Spearfish will be open in a couple of weight classes after this one. At 160 for Spearfish, Craig Dawson, the senior.
Lucas Chamberlain.
At 160?
That's who's out on the mat right now.
Yeah, I can't recognize some of these kids with faces, so I kind of rely on the coach who spends more time around the kids. So Chamberlain dropping down, and maybe Tyson Johnson just gets this duel off, it appears. So, and with that being said, does Coach Lewis move anybody up to 170, or is that just going to be a double open if Spearfish is there? Doesn't really matter, I think, in the outcome of the duel.
Right.
So it's Chamberlain out there, the freshman.
Got a cradle locked up. Kenny Turnin.
Takedown to get it started, 2-0, again against Craig Dawson. Dawson just 9-15 on the season, the senior for Spearfish.
Trey Sonomi appears to be shaken up a bit here. It looks like Caleb Richter got a reversal. Scores 5-3 with a minute. Well, I guess that's injury time.
Cradle complete for Lucas Chamberlain in a time of 1 minute and 16 seconds. So 6 points to the Governor cause, and they'll lead 39-3 in the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. Let's take a 30-second break. We're back with more next on River 92.7.
Beck Motor Company is proud to support our.
Hi, this is Randy Schumacher with Capital City Monuments. Due to the virus issue, staying at home is a good thing. I can answer any questions by phone and do designs with you through email for a loved one. It is an honor for me to work with families and their memorial needs. Please call Capital City Monuments at 220-0417. Thank you.
Welcome back to Riggs High Gym as we continue on through. Now 3 straight forfeits for the Spearfish Spartans. We've reached and gone past our halfway point. But Jaden Wiebe gets a win by forfeit at 170. Gavin Stotts a win by forfeit at 182. And now Jacob Larson also with a win by forfeit. Spearfish not sending out Mason Schlupp. Preston Taylor gets a win by forfeit. So Spearfish a lot more open than even we had anticipated. Now all of a sudden it's Lincoln Schoenhardt out. So 4 straight forfeits. And let's call this halftime. Halftime sponsored by Leiden and Associates, Ameriprise Financial. We'll hear from them, and we continue wrestling when we come back with more Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Since 1894, Ameriprise Financial has worked for their clients' futures, helping millions of Americans retire on their terms. I'm Karen Authier, a financial advisor with Leiden and Associates, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. I remain true to the vision of always putting clients first. I'm ready to help you get where you want to be. Offices located in Northridge Plaza, Pierre, South Dakota. Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Back with more Pierre Governor Wrestling, as in fact we've gone well past halfway. Spearfish came out with 6 open weight classes in a row, and our updated score with all of those 6-point advances for the Governors now 72 to 3. I have 75 to 3, but the scoreboard says 72 to 3. We'll stick with that for now. So one final match is actually where we're at right now in this Pierre and Spearfish duel. Josh Hoffman, the senior for Spearfish, 24-4 on the season, has a takedown on Noah Williams. Williams, the junior for the Governors, at 16-4. Hoffman almost got him rolled over, but not enough for points to be awarded.
Almost pinned himself in the process.
Rapid City Stevens leads Brandon Valley after 2 matches, 4-3. Trey Sonomi got a decision over Caleb Richter. And here Williams finds himself on his back. And trouble with Hoffman looking very strong here in the early going. About a minute and a half into this match, 14th weight class already. So Spearfish surrendering 7 weight classes. Winning just 1 match so far, that decision for Bailey Badwound, 7-0 over Deegan Huska. At 152, Noah Williams still trying to squirm his way out of the strong hold here from Josh Hoffman. 3 back points are pending along with that 2-point takedown, but Williams at least doing a good job in avoiding the pin in the first period, suddenly coming to an end as the official's back gets tapped. So Williams will have to retool, trailing 5-0. Choice to the Spearfish wrestler. Hoffman takes to the down. 7-1 lead for Brandon Valley at 132 pounds. So here's Noah Williams. Left arm wrapped around in the opposition.
I think Noah looking to break him down here and get something tight.
Wrestling from behind, but again, you get dominated in that first period, but still he only gave up the 3 back points and the 5-point move for Hoffman, who worked pretty much the entire first period, just couldn't get him couldn't get him pinned down.
Right, and Noah's sneaky tough. I mean, he's never out of a match. It doesn't matter what the score is, as long as there's some time left on the clock. He's dangerous.
So 2-point reversal here as we speak, and Josh Hoffman has regained control and added to his lead, which is now 7-0. Governors will get a nice little break here after this match before, while they wait for Spearfish to finish up with Harrisburg in the other gym. And again, we were trying to think of how to go about this, but maybe we ought to do some more coverage on this Stevens and Brandon Valley match.
I think that'll be a good duel.
It's certainly a marquee duel, assuming their first time they get together here.
Mm-hmm. Menser's looking for the pin from Brandon Valley. Got a 10-1 lead.
Alex Menser with his roots right here in Pierre. Well, here's an opportunity for Noah Williams, who gets a 2-point reversal. So 2 points apiece in this second period, and Williams still trailing, but now 7-2. Noah Williams working from the top again. Doesn't have a lot of time now. 5 seconds to go. Our second period will come to an end.
conditioning is going to come into play here too. So 2 minutes. Whoever's feeling strongest could come out on top.
Trying to look on my scores. You ought to check my math here, old teacher that you are, and see if it's if I'm doing it right. 6 points apiece here. I don't have what the scoreboard says. Not that it really matters, but.
Yeah. Well, I married a math teacher, so I'd never have to do it again. So.
Noah Williams starts the third period again in the up position. Josh Hoffman got off to a good start, had a nice reversal in that second period, but he got reversed upon again. And again, Alex Mentzer continues to look strong for the Lynx, who leads 13-2. We'll call it 75-3. In this Pierre and Spearfish duel. Governors coming in 8-3 on the season. Spearfish has an 8-7 duel record. The last time they wrestled was just Thursday night. They went to a triangular at Hot Springs. They did have victories over both Hot Springs and Lee Deadwood. Black Hills Conference triangular there.
You can definitely tell the wheels are falling off for the Spearfish wrestler right now. He's not making much of an attempt to build himself up, kind of letting Noah manhandle him a little bit. We can't get him turned, but he's sure taking a lot of abuse under there.
Hanging on for life. Just trying to prolong the matter here. Minute gone, a minute to go, third period. Josh Hoffman, 24-4 on the season as senior. Obviously has been around. I think that's a name we recognize from that Spartan program. Spearfish is in recent years has had some really good depth and talent combined, but they've kind of lost that. They've lost that depth in their wrestling room.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't, you see how some of those programs kind of have tons of talent in the room one year, and then they graduate a bunch of seniors, and then they're back to the drawing board.
7-2. Noah Williams trailing Josh Hoffman, but has been in control this entire third period. We've got 20 seconds to wrestle. Williams trying to add to his win total. The Governors have already won and clinched the duel by quite a margin, of course, as expected, with a lot of open weight classes from the Spearfish side. We believe it to be 75-3. And you get a point on an escape for Hoffman as the match comes to an end. Final score in this one is Josh Hoffman defeats Noah Williams by the score of 8-2. Second decision for the Spartans, their second victory, but our final score on the Gales Gas scoreboard in duel number one, the Governors defeat Spearfish by the score of 75-6. And we'll take a 3-minute timeout. We'll come back, give you the full recap. Again, Gales Gas with the scoreboard. Use their budget plan and keep full service to stay warm all season long. Alex Mentzer with a 14-5 major decision win for Brandon Valley as they'll take a lead 7-4 over Rapid City Stevens. Pierre and Spearfish are done. Stevens and Brandon Valley have completed only 3 weight classes, so maybe we'll give you some bonus coverage coming up when we come back. Let's take a 3-minute timeout, however, and we're back to recap duel number one. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
If you're hunting for a great deal on your next ride, get into Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. We're locked and loaded on all of our new and used inventory, like this 2018 Toyota Highlander, only $28,495. Looking for low price reliability? Try a 2011 Honda Accord for only $6,995. Who wants a loaded up truck? We have a 2014 Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ for only $17,995. Get to Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre, 518 East Sioux Avenue. Call 605-224-7378 and visit GatewayFLT.com.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierce, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing.
At Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
Peace of mind for you. Most soldiers serve because they want to give back to their country. Then they find out that being part of the South Dakota Army National Guard comes with other rewards. Beyond earning additional pay and getting help with education costs, South Dakota soldiers and their families will enjoy even more real benefits, such as inexpensive health care through the TRICARE system and low-cost life insurance that pays up to $400,000. Take care of your health, your family, and your future. For more information, go to nationalguard.com/tools/life insurance or 1-800-GO Guard. Peace of mind.
Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
By the Golden Buffalo Casino. Download it now at the App Store or Google Play.
Hey, new guy. Shovel, right? Yeah, right. And I'm not exactly new. I've seen some action.
Yeah, what's your story?
Hey, my last gig, I nearly got electrocuted, almost drowned. That guy never called 811 to see if it was safe to dig.
Our guy calls every time he digs.
It's quick and easy. Any tool can do it. Calling 811 gets your underground utility lines marked for free.
Hey, safe digging is no accident. Always call 811 before you dig.
This message brought to you by Montana Dakota Utilities, in the community to serve.
Welcome back to Riggs High Gym. First duel for the Governors on the day out of 4 is complete. 7 open weight classes from Spearfish helping the Governors to an easy victory. 75-3 is that final as we enter our Montana Dakota Utilities post-game show. Montana Dakota Utilities in the community to serve. Brian Oakland with Ryan Noyes here at Riggs High Gym as we'll, again, plan to give you some bonus coverage of Rapid City Stevens and Brandon Valley in just a bit, but let's do our MDU post-game as we'll give you that recap. And again, the Governors starting at 120 pounds. Spearfish did begin with an open weight class. They had John Jeffrey listed, a freshman who had a 15-9 record starting things out, but he did not report. Spearfish didn't send him out there, and the Governors start with that forfeit win, and they led 6-0. At 126 pounds, Blake Judson gets a win by fall in 1 minute and 9 seconds over Mason Schmitz of Spearfish to make it 12-0. Kaylor Heineman a win by fall in 3 minutes full into that second period. He defeats Aiden Kroc of Spearfish to make it 18-0. More wins by fall for Hayden Schaefer over Quentin Carlson and also for Trey Lewis over Oakley Blakeman. And this is the one that really kind of surprised us and definitely raising some eyebrows is Trey Lewis. Coach, I'll ask you about this in just a little bit, but definitely I think going to start earning his way up into that lineup if the Governors can find a spot for him. But 154 at 145, the 154 the time for Trey Lewis defeating Blakeman, 30-0 the score. Spearfish gets on the board for the first time. Solid match from Bailey Badwound as he decisions Deegan Huska in a shutout, 7-0, and that made it 33-3. But coming right back, Lucas Chamberlain dropping a weight to 160 as he defeats Craig Dawson in a time of 1 minute and 16 seconds, making it 39-3. Then forfeit wins at 170 for Jaden Wiebe, at 182 for Gavin Stotts, at 195 for Jacob Larson, 220 for Reagan Bolweg, 285 for Preston Taylor, and also back at 106 as they roll the lineup around for Lincoln Schonhard, who gets his 4th win of the season. And again, 6 wins by forfeit in a row, making our math score 75-3. Final match had Josh Hoffman of Spearfish with an 8-2 decision win over Noah Williams of Pierre to make the final score 75-6. And again, Coach, let me ask you about Trey Lewis, the way he wrestled today and the way he's been coming on and just getting stronger and stronger. Last year he looked almost, I'll just use the term figuratively, like a baby as an 8th grader, but as a freshman he looks like almost like a brand new man out here today. Whoop. Try that again.
He's definitely a lot bigger this year, but Trey did a lot of really good things last year as an 8th grader. I was impressed with his just his style last year, everything about him. He looked very mature on the mat, and this year he's picked it up another notch. He believes he should be out there, and he wrestles with confidence.
And again, trying to find a spot for him because 138, 145, 152. Right now, those spots are pretty well intact for as far as the Governors are concerned. What would you anticipate maybe that that coaching staff's going to have to, what decisions are they going to have to look at?
Yeah, that's a tough call when you start looking at, who the Govs have at those weight classes, because they've got very tough kids at all 3 of those, and so it kind of just depends. I imagine there'll be some wrestle-offs and kids will be pushing each other in the room. But at the end of the day, there's a good kid not in the lineup somewhere.
Part of our post-game is the naming of today's player of the game, and we'll do that for each match. I think it's kind of a no-brainer that Lewis will be the player of the game, or the outstanding wrestler in this first duel, with a win over really highly touted wrestler in Oakley, Blakeman. I think Blakeman used to be a Belle Fourche Bronc, but last couple of years been in Spearfish. He falls to 25-4 on the season, but a first period pin for Trey Lewis, and that's good enough to be player of the game material. So we'll get him a t-shirt from River 92.7 and Cowboy Country Stores, noting his accomplishments. He is our Cowboy Country Stores player of the game. We'll hear from them, and we'll also take a 1-minute break. We'll be back, and we'll hear, in fact, let's take 2 minutes, and we'll hear from Hermanson Endodontics. We'll talk about big plays of this first contest, as well as our MDU postgame continues. Governors defeat Spearfish 75-3. Sturgis coming up next on River 92.7.
When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank, providing great service right from the start. It's our promise to you that sets us apart. With every handshake and a smile, we go that extra mile. When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
Rosenberg Implement, your family-owned John Deere dealer, has a deal for you this week only. Save 8% off bulk fluid storage products at Rosenberg Implement with 8 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. Call the parts department for options that will fit your operations. Don't forget they have on-farm delivery for oil, antifreeze, and any other parts you may need. This deal is only at Rosenberg Implement, servicing your growing needs since 1937.
Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
Remember, you have a choice where you get your physical therapy, so choose Peer PT.
Back at Ringside Gym, continuing the MDU post-game. Time to talk about big plays of this game from Hermanson Endodontics, and not a lot to talk about when a duel goes 75-3. But I guess, how does the duel turn out to be that way? Well, Spearfish just doesn't have the depth right now. Good that they come here to wrestle against some of the better eastern South Dakota teams, Pierre and Brandon Valley. They'll see Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, and Harrisburg later on today as well. But again, those open weight classes and all the forfeits. But the Governors, let's throw in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins by fall. So it turns out to be, in fact, every win for the Governors that they had in this one, I have got. Well, how do we get an odd-numbered score? So maybe my math was off, Coach. I think. I added 3 points. The final score in this one, by the way, was 72-6. when Spearfish put a 3-point win, I made it 33-3. It should have still been 30-3. So anyway, 12 wins in 14 weight classes, all by 6 points for the Governors, and those are the reasons why this one turned out to be 72-6, the final score for the Governors. And again, open weight classes. We'll see some different big plays of the game definitely in these next 3 duels coming up. Here we'll get Sturgis next, and Rapid City Central later on, and then Rapid City Stevens. So we're kind of assuming still 2 hours per duel, and that would put the next one to start at 12 o'clock. Again, it kind of depends on how long, for example, this Brandon Valley Rapid City Stevens duel goes. And obviously they're only in, I think, their 5th weight class. They're at 145 right now. They're tied 7-7. So a major and a decision for each team in that 7-7 duel that is going on right now. It is Sturgis and Harrisburg in the other gym, the auxiliary. Also Rapid City Central taking on Sioux Falls Roosevelt, who has made the trip here. And one thing about it, Coach, this event, even though it's COVID season, but last year it really expanded. We got 5 teams, I think, from the East and 4 teams from the West. Had some Friday night wrestling, too. So I think Brian Mosier and company doing a pretty good job in trying to keep this even a bigger event than what it's been in all the years that we've had this. Yeah, again, the name of the game is to get some mat time, get matches, and, and then try to see some people that you haven't seen from across the state because, week in and week out, you see the Rapid City Stevens or you see Mitchell or you see Huron or some of those teams over and over again. So to get Harrisburg in here, to get Roosevelt in here, Brandon Valley, Spearfish, some of those kids that you just don't see all that often, that's good for our guys. And while the Governors won't duel Harrisburg and Sioux Falls Roosevelt, who they haven't seen yet this year, but maybe get an opportunity to at least look at some things with cameras that are set up and whatnot. And of course, we'll see Harrisburg later on this season. And the final duel of the year, well, the second to last, but the final night of the regular season, Harrisburg and Mitchell at Mitchell on February 12th. So right now we're watching a third period, good match, 1-0, but Rapid City Stevens in the lead here in this 5th bout at 138. But once again, we remind everybody about those big plays of the game that were from Hermanson Endodontics in Pierce. So the Governors defeat Spearfish 72-6. They improved to 9-3 on the season. We will have Sturgis coming up, but let's take another 2-minute break. We'll try to decide how we want to play this. We may end up taking a break, but we may also give you some more looks at what's going on with Brandon Valley and Rapid City Stevens here in the main gym on River 92.7. On the way, your official voice for Governor basketball. We do remind you that our coverage of Governor sports made possible in part by your Peer Sports marketing partners who include All Around Graphics, Bank West Incorporated, the Brittany Shufflebine Agency, LLC, and the Dairy Queen, Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota, James River Broadcasting, and DRG Media Group, Olinger Law Firm, Peer Dental Clinic, and the South Dakota National Guard, some of your Peer Sports marketing partners. And the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety reminds us all, especially now that it's snowing out, to slow down and stay alert and don't veer for deer. From the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety. 2-minute break and more in the MDU postgame coming up next. This is Governor Wrestling.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
Service Master of Pier is your go-to service experts for a wide variety of cleaning needs. Since 2003, we have developed the most effective methods and products to service virtually every type of industry. We're known for our exceptional carpet and upholstery cleaning, but did you know we also offer cleaning of all types of flooring, along with providing fire and water restoration, commercial cleaning, janitorial services, and construction cleanup? Service Master of Pier is a proud sponsor of TF Riggs Governors and Lady Govs, as well as Stanley County Buffaloes and Lady Buffs activities.
Hi, this is Randy Schumacher with Capital City Monuments. Due to the virus issue, staying at home is a good thing. I can answer any questions by phone and do designs with you through email for a loved one. It is an honor for me to work with families and their memorial needs. Please call Capital City Monuments at 220-0417. Thank you.
If you're hunting for a great deal on your next ride, get into Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. We're locked and loaded on all of our new and used inventory, like this 2018 Toyota Highlander, only $28,495. Looking for low price reliability? Try a 2011 Honda Accord for only $6,995. Who wants a loaded up truck? We have a 2014 Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ for only $17,995. Get to Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre, 518 East Sioux Avenue. Call 605-224-7378 and visit gatewayflt.com.
Here for Rosales, but they'll stay on their feet with 40 seconds to go in the sudden death. 1 minute overtime. First score will win. If that happens here in this period, and Brandon Valley trying to get the takedown. They don't have it yet. Wow, good movement there. But still back on their feet, and here's a shot taken by Rosales. And a 2-point takedown, so Rapid City Stevens will take the upper hand in that duel, 10-7 so far. Looking at really the significance of that duel, what you have is number 1 and number 2 in the dual seedings right now. And you look ahead to the state dual tournament, certainly would want to be in the top 2 seed spots. Rapid City Stevens 9-0 on their dual season. Brandon Valley, after beating the Governors last night, improved to 14-1 on the year. They again defeated Pierre 36-30. Watertown is in the 3 spot with a 9-3 record. Then it's in 4th is Harrisburg, who of course is in the other gym right now here at Riggs High. 21-4 for the Tigers on the season. Mitchell is at 14-1. They're the 5 seed. The Governors would be currently the 6 seed. And actually, these are the seed standings coming into last night. Pierre at 7-2, now 8-3, now 9-3 actually with the win over Spearfish. But again, coming into last night, Pierre was the 6th seed, which would have them facing Watertown if that state dual tournament were to begin here tonight. T area at 19-5, and now Chamberlain has moved up into the 8th seed. It was Madison from what we were looking at last night, but Chamberlain has had a pretty good dual season, even though they're just 5-6 on the year. But they are the 8th seed currently. Sturgis, who we'll see coming up, actually has a pretty good season going dual-wise. They're 8-2, but apparently I don't believe they've indicated their intent to compete in the state dual tournament this season, as they don't have a seed position next to them. So, again, I think with what we've covered here, the Governors defeating Spearfish by the score of 72-6 with 12 wins. 5 wins by fall and 7 by forfeit. Spearfish with 2 decisions at 152, and then the final match at 113, 72-6, our final score. And I think that wraps up our Montana Dakota Utilities post-game show. So again, some bonus coverage here, at least for a little while. Rapid City Stevens, Brandon Valley up to 152 pounds. Ryan Noyes, the former Pierre Governor head coach, 2-time state champion in his tenure as well. And as a coach, as we look at, again, Coach, we're talking about the seedings and what we're looking at a potential state dual tournament. You've got the top 2 teams in that regard, and I think they're ranked that way in the high school rankings as well.
Yeah, both lineups, all the way up and down, they've got some very solid kids. You know, we talked earlier, just looking quickly at the Brandon Valley lineup, you know, there's potential for 4 or 5 of those kids to reach the state finals. You know, you look at Rapid City Stevens, again, same kind of situation. They too benefited from having a student move in from Custer, Logan Graff, and my opinion, one of the best wrestlers in the state right now, if not the best.
At any weight class,
right.
Is what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, he's legit. I mean, he's going to national tournaments, competing in weight classes with 120 kids and getting second place. So, you know, he's definitely one to watch.
And he was a Class B state champion for Custer last year, so still and young enough to really continue to do more of the same things in a Rapid City Stevens singlet. So he's a junior, so he's got this year and next perhaps to continue to kind of build more of that legacy that he's already got going. Matchup right now is a 5-0 lead for Rapid City Stevens. Riley Benson as he wrestles against Grayson Bortnam of Brandon Valley. But no falls in this one. They've had a couple of major decisions, one for each team, but it's all decisions and really tight matches, tight wrestling between these two.
Yeah, that's what you expect. Again, they're 1 and 2 for a reason, and a lot of times you're going to find a lot of evenly matched kids, and so it's comes down to who's going to make a mistake. And when you've got two very good wrestlers out there, there aren't many mistakes made, and that's why the scores are a lot tighter.
And it could be interesting at times. I mean, right now I think both teams, pound for pound, their best wrestlers aren't in the middle of their lineup where they are right now. And at 160, Brandon Valley may start to see that a little bit, but I think with a couple of freshmen or younger wrestlers, inexperienced wrestlers, maybe at 45 and 52. I think Stevens gets the upper hand here in these couple of matches. We'll find out where they get to when Isaac Klinkhammer takes the mat for Brandon Valley, and he'll take on Dylan Marsh, a sophomore. Maybe Brandon Valley starts turning this duel around, but again, plenty of wrestling to go. And for Rapid City Stevens, it was Stevens who ended the Governor run of state championship supremacy here. And Stevens has been on top the last couple of years. Last year, I think in your peer run, you had a couple of years where Pierre ended up as the state champion, where maybe everybody thought it was going to be Aberdeen Central or another team, but yet Pierre comes out on top. I think that's the kind of state tournament that Rapid City Stevens had last year. They weren't my pick to win it, but yet they still did all the right things, made all the right moves, and got just enough bonus points to beat Brandon Valley by 1 point.
Right. And again, I give a lot of credit to Coach Travis King and his crew there, and obviously the kids. I mean, they're the ones wrestling, but Travis was quite the competitor in high school and college. National champion for SDSU and multiple state champion in high school, and so he's a very intense individual, and he does a very good job of getting kids ready to go and ready to wrestle.
8-0 here as Benson has a comfortable lead late second period. Of course, we saw Brandon Valley last night. We'll see Rapid City Stevens, as far as the Governors are concerned, head-to-head in the final duel of the day. And for Governor fans, again, as that Spearfish duel has ended very quickly, 72-6. The Governors already with a win under their belts. If you're just joining us, if you're tuning into River 92.7, you're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling in the East-West duels hosted at Riggs High Gym. Here in Sturgis will be coming up in, we're anticipating another hour or so. So we're just expanding our coverage. Brian Oakland with Ryan Noyes alongside Rob Whitebird back in studio. He'll be working some overtime today as well. We thank him for that. Governor Wrestling officially on your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7 KGFX FM Pierre, a member of the DRG Media Group. We're live on the World Wide Web at drgnews.com. We may have some issues with our live streaming, we understand. We're trying to get, and we'll try to get those worked out. Hopefully we'll be able to see as well as hear our Governor call on this today. You could try gogovslive.com. You may be able to see our Governor call on this one as well. With the Governor Wrestling right now, you'd be watching Stevens and Brandon Valley in a good duel. 1 minute to go, third period. 13-0. Riley Benson controlling Grayson Bortnam of Brandon Valley. Matches continue to come in. We'll try to keep passing those along from the auxiliary gym as well. Let's take another 2-minute timeout. We'll come back and give our sponsors the due they deserve, and we'll continue with more updates on what's happening. Well, it's a 15-0 technical fall. Well, somehow a point came in for Brandon Valley. Not a technical fall yet, but destined to be, it appears. 2-minute break, and we're back with more. You're listening to Governor Wrestling and bonus coverage from the East-West duels at Riggs High School on River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierce, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing.
At Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
Peace of mind for you. Most soldiers serve because they want to give back to their country. Then they find out that being part of the South Dakota Army National Guard comes with other rewards. Beyond earning additional pay and getting help with education costs, South Dakota soldiers and their families will enjoy even more real benefits, such as inexpensive health care through the TRICARE system and low-cost life insurance that pays up to $400,000. Take care of your health, your family, and your future. For more information, go to nationalguard.com/tools/life insurance or 1-800-GO Guard.
Revolution. Bankwest has remained committed to helping customers and communities succeed. Bankwest Associates uphold this commitment by developing innovative products, tailoring financial solutions to customer needs, and actively supporting community causes. For a bank committed to helping you and your community prosper, choose Bankwest. Bankwest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to Rigside Gym. Brian Oakland along with you as wrestling continues on mat number 1. Brandon Valley up at City Stevens, and as they go to 160 pounds, Isaac Klinkhammer has a 5-0 first period lead over Dylan Marsh of Stevens. Riley Benson did get that technical fall. Stevens now leads this duel 15-7. But again, maybe Brandon Valley with an opportunity to start making a bit of a move. Did air just a little bit, and once again, live streaming is being conducted through GoGovs.live. I said GoGovs Live earlier, but it's GoGovs.live. And again, our call being put on that live stream, the NFHS network not being used here as they are streaming in both gyms through GoGovs.live. So an opportunity to watch some bonus wrestling. Even if you've got fans of Brandon Valley and Rapid City Stevens or of the other teams in the auxiliary gym, they've got cameras in there as well, doing a pretty good job covering all of the wrestling. But we, in the main gym, focusing right now on Brandon Valley and Rapid City Stevens. Of course, the Pierre Governors having defeated Spearfish 72-6. They await their duel with the Sturgis Scoopers coming up next. Second period going here with Isaac Klinkhammer, still unbeaten on the year, as he battles and looks for more, leading 5-0. Klinkhammer, one of these guys, Coach Ryan Noyes, that was a state champion a few years ago. I think he's made it back to the finals once since then, but this might be his year to get back on top.
Yeah, you know, he's another one of those guys that's battled some injuries too. Very talented wrestler, very capable of being a multi-state champion, but you know, you got to stay healthy, and he's looking healthy this year.
A lot of times you see multi-state champions and they back up. I mean, it's so very common to back up one state championship with another for those that are good enough to be multi-state champions. You don't see them maybe as a freshman as a state champion and then as a senior, perhaps, if that's going to be the case here for Klinkhammer. Governors had that with Tanner Monfort a few years back, a freshman and a senior state champion. So kind of a neat roundabout way to go about becoming a two-time state champion.
Right, and Tanner was one of those kids that was just super athletic. You know, very, very talented wrestler, and another wrestler that had to overcome some very difficult circumstances, and it was a lot of fun to see him winning as a senior.
You know, let's think about that in Governor wrestling and youth wrestling. And I know of course, Tanner lost his brother Brooks to cancer, but it almost seems like going back that everything that the program went through, and certainly the Monfort family, but the Monfort family still very visible in the presence of the Governor Wrestling program. But was that kind of a turning point at the time? I know things had already kind of gotten underway, but people really rallied around the fight that Brooks gave, and of course after losing that young man, I think everybody still, and we still have awards in Brooks's honor that the governors give out. But what kind of a rallying point did that become in the Governor Wrestling program?
No, there's no question. So many kids wanted to do it for Brooks, and we just the whole thing from practice to going to tournaments to just hanging out. There was never a time that Brooks's name didn't get brought up during those conversations, and so it definitely weighed heavy on those guys, and I have no doubt that's who they won it for.
And the Governor started winning, and I like the saying that winning breeds winning, and that's what it's been here in Pierre for the last 10, going on another 12 years or so. Good match going, an easy one right now. I wouldn't say easy necessarily, but 13-2. Klinkhammer against Dylan Marsh. Marsh did get a reversal a little bit ago, but they started that third period, and I don't know. Klinkhammer's got some hardware on that right knee. It looked like he might have been feeling a little bit of a sting before this third period began.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, but you can tell now he's turned it up another notch, and he's ready to just get this match over. He's got a near side cradle locked up and has his opponent on his back. But yeah, I noticed something didn't look quite right there with his knee, and he grimaced a little bit and held it for a second, and then got back to work.
Technical fall, win for Klinkhammer here over Marsh. So Brandon Valley, or Stevens at a tech fall, 17-2 in the previous match before this one. Brandon Valley counters that, and they'll get 5 to the good, and it'll be 15-12. It's the Raiders leading the Lynx here. Bonus coverage in high school wrestling from the East-West duels. Pierre Governors with an easy first duel victory over the Spearfish Spartans with 7 open weight classes. That's why we got done so quickly on that one. We expect, for the most part, full rosters from Sturgis and from Rapid City Stevens. Actually, Central may actually have a couple of open weight classes, I think, from the roster that they presented as to what they were planning to bring here, which is very interesting, I guess. I mean, and you look at the rivalries that Pierre has had over the years, and Rapid City Central has been one of those toughest competitors. Man, we've had some good times with the Cobblers.
Yeah, I know in speaking with Mrs. Swiden, teaches at Buchanan. Her brother's the head coach at Rapid City Central. She had mentioned that, they've got a young team this year and that they're kind of in that rebuilding phase. And so, it's just depends on the year sometimes and how many kids go out, what grade levels. And, you always want to have a high number of kids in each grade so that when kids graduate, you've got some upperclassmen right away, but it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah, they've got still some great names. Cale Larson, a returning state champion, and T.J. Morrison is back for his senior year, went to the finals a year ago. A win by fall for Brandon Valley over Stevens. At 170 pounds, Lucas Slack, the sophomore, is unbeaten. He defeats Tanner Van Scoy. And they'll head up to 182 pounds now, but Brandon Valley has an 18-15 lead over Rapid City Stevens. Now Dominic Tucker at 182 against Jaden Alexander for Stevens. Alexander's a senior, Tucker is a junior, and we saw Tucker last night battling and really dominating Gavin Stotts, Coach Noyes, and Tucker filling in for Damian Shunke, an injured state champion, and boy, you talk about depth, and you just you don't rebuild at 182 if you're Brandon Valley. You just retool, and this kid looks real good.
Yeah, and that's how it was too. A lot of years for the Gov wrestling program. Anytime your JV wrestler stepped in, you didn't necessarily lose a lot of steps. So obviously Shunke is the real deal, but he's probably had some time in working with this young man too, and so you can see that pay off here today.
Nice move there to get a 2-point takedown, and he'll open up a 4-1 lead. Second takedown already against Jaden Alexander. These Rapid City Stevens names, there's some names that have, because of their state tournament successes in years past, that we recognize, but they're, they've got some up and coming wrestlers, but they also have that bunch of maybe juniors and seniors that are just starting to get their first opportunity in that varsity level, as we were just talking about with the talent of the JV pool for some of these top teams. Jaden Alexander as a senior might be one of those that is a name in covering postseason wrestling for a number of years that I haven't really talked about much in the last few years. So here he is trying to make a contribution to that Stevens effort.
I looked at the Stevens lineup. Lots of names I don't recognize, a few obviously that I do, but there again, sometimes you put a good athlete in a successful program like that, and it doesn't take long before they're competing at the highest level.
Then when you look in on some of these tournaments, of course the Rapid City Invite has already taken place, and you've got Stevens continuing to just keeps bringing people to the front of the line, but yeah, I mean it's an interesting thing where depth is always there. Dominic Tucker for Brandon Valley, a place finisher at a higher weight class at 95 a year ago.
Sometimes too, it's about where you can fit in the lineup. You look at who was at 82 last year. He didn't have much of a chance to make the lineup, so you go up a weight class, and so now he's wrestling more in an area that's his weight, and again, he's had quite the year.
And that certainly doesn't mean necessarily that he had to cut weight. He probably never really gained a lot to begin with last year.
Right.
Of course, we saw Lucas Chamberlain of the Pierre Governors, who wrestles at 170, drop down to 160 and got a win by fall over a Spearfish opponent today as well. Tucker with another takedown makes it 6-3. Still early second period. And again, Brandon Valley leads Rapid City Stevens 18-15. They are at, that's after 170. Again, they started at 120. So they really aren't even to the halfway point yet.
Right.
Well, 2, 4, 6, 8. To take that back, this is the 9th weight class.
5 matches left, about.
And all weight classes, of course, filled by both teams. Governors, again, a quick recap over in the win over Spearfish. Starting at 120, win by forfeit for Tristan Spencer today. Wins by fall for Blake Judson at 126, Kaylor Heinman at 132. Hayden Schaefer in the first minute at 138, and Trey Lewis impressively over Oakley Blakeman to put the Governors out in front 30-0. Spearfish got a win by decision from Bailey Badwound over Deegan Huska at 152, but Lucas Chamberlain at 160 gets a win by fall to make it 36-3. Then 6 open weight classes in a row after they started with an open class at 120 as well. So Jaden Wiebe got a win at 170. It was Gavin Stotts, Jacob Larson, Reagan Bolweg, Preston Taylor, the top of the lineup, all winning by forfeit. Lincoln Schoenhardt at 106 gets a win by forfeit. And the final match had Josh Hoffman of Spearfish with an 8-2 decision win over Noah Williams. And again, final score 72-6. Even though we missed added. It was interesting in hindsight, Ryan. We're sitting there trying to think, and we both thought, yeah, it's 75-3, but Governors won all matches with 6 points. Kind of thinking, how do they get an odd-numbered score? But, yeah, it's where did we both go to high school? Riggs High.
I say Stanley County. But.
Action on the mat once again. Dominic Tucker looking strong. He's got his Stevens opponent on his back. Brandon Valley has taken that 3-point lead in the duel. Jaden Alexander trying to stay off of the mat here. Strong headlock for Dominic Tucker. Tucker dominated Gavin Stotts, the Governors, last night. Stotts having a good year. Dave Korneman trying to get as best of a look as he can. Still a minute to go in that one, and it comes to an end. Win by fall for Brandon Valley at 182 pounds, upping their lead now to 24-15 on mat number 1. As they'll continue, and they've still got some really good matches coming up. Once again, for those waiting to hear Pierre Governor Wrestling, it'll still probably be another half hour to 45 minutes at least before Pierre will take the mat once again. So now, Coach Noyes, if you're the Pierre Governors and you knew you were going to have this long break, what are they doing? We've got some of them out here watching, of course, but you know, and you want to get a good look at the Stevens wrestlers that you're going to see later in the day. But I'm sure a lot of kids probably up in the wrestling room just chilling out for a little while.
Yeah, you want to get off your feet, but I think it's very important to be watching your opponents. You know, maybe more important sometimes than the physical aspect is becoming a student of the game, and you got to know what your opponent does in certain situations, how they respond, what they look for. That way, you kind of have a head start in the match.
And it's a good way to keep your mind on wrestling and keep in the wrestling frame of mind, which we talked about earlier. That's the difficulty of a long day like today. You have to keep your head in the game all day long.
Right. Yeah, you can't lose focus. It is a long day, and again, it becomes grueling at times, but it's just a day.
195 pounds, good match going. Luke Wickersham, the junior for Brandon Valley. Ooh.
Tucker.
This year?
Last year.
Oh, okay. Now we're figuring that out. We just had a little side conversation here. Dominic Tucker, who just got a win by fall, did get a win over Reagan Bolweg early last season at 195 pounds. Of course, Bolweg went to the finals and that overtime loss to Gavin Gulbranson of Harrisburg, who, with his Tiger Bunch, is in the building today. We won't see that battle. Of course, Gulbranson still at 195. Bolweg up to 220 pounds. Got an injury timeout on the mat. We didn't get an opportunity to say in our Governor Spearfish broadcast, but timeouts on the wrestling mat, which unfortunately come for blood or injury, are brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierce. So a quick Coke break in this Lynx and Raiders matchup. Ryan Brink on the mat for Rapid City Stevens. There's another one of those Stevens wrestlers that is at or near the top of the charts. He went to the finals, if memory serves, a year ago at the state tournament. He actually, if I recall, at 182 pounds, I got to look this up, but I think he actually wrestled the match that clinched the state championship team title for Rapid City Stevens over Brandon Valley. And as we look this up, well, Caleb Brink at 170 fell to Tyson Lane of Huron. Ryan Brink at 220. Yes, lost to Navarro Shunke, the 8th grader from Brandon Valley at the time. And Shunke, of course, is top ranked now at heavyweight. But I think it was that 220, and basically Brink lost that match, but he didn't get pinned, and I think that was one of the things that Brandon Valley needed in order to overtake Rapid City Stevens in that team title. So Ryan Brink, a smart wrestler out there. Interesting, both at 220 last year, Brink drops down. Navarro Shunke has moved up to 285.
Yeah, Ryan Brink, he's one of those kids that gets some summer wrestling in as well. We took him to Orlando a couple summers ago, and he did a nice job for us down there, too.
Luke Wickersham, who wears a shoulder harness on his left shoulder. I think he was feeling the pain a little while ago, but he's back at it. He's trailing 4-0. Brink with a 30-second time to go here, although he may have an opportunity to finish this match a little bit early. Saw Jacob Larson of Pierre with a good win over Wickersham last night in that duel with Brandon Valley, and he's a little sore as he gets up. It's a win by fall for Rapid City Stevens. That'll cut a 9-point deficit down to 3 at 24-21. Big boys advancing here. Stevens will bring Eli Huat out. Not sure how to pronounce that actually, but Owen Warren is out there for Brandon Valley now as well.
Yeah, Owen, as we saw last night, can be a handful. So I got to believe they're in the driver's seat of this match.
So you get Warren here at 220. You get Shunky at 285. And they'll turn the lineup around for 2 more matches at 06 and 13. Of course, Xander Nielsen, very good 7th grader for Brandon Valley, would match up against Evan Ekholm. I would think Stevens has the advantage at 113 with Jack Schoenhard, who is a very solid wrestler for the Raiders as well.
Right.
24-21, Brandon Valley leading. Trying to listen for some announcements from Ryan Munson, our outstanding PA announcer, for what's going on in the auxiliary gym. Again, Sturgis and Harrisburg are still dueling, as are Sioux Falls Roosevelt and Rapid City Central. We'll continue to watch this match as you listen to Governor Wrestling and bonus coverage of Brandon Valley and Rapid City Stevens, the top 2 in the state. Let's take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back with more from the East-West duels at Riggs High School and River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
This Governor Sports Moment is brought to you by your independent
Some mind for you. Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank, providing great service right from the start. It's our promise to you that sets us apart. With every handshake and a smile, we go that extra mile. When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
FDIC. Smart grocery shopping takes a little bit of TLC. Lynn's Dakota Mart in Pierre is thrifty, local, and convenient. Shop Lynn's Dakota Mart for the freshest produce, highest quality meats, and delicious bakery items. Shopping Lynn's Dakota Mart is easier because of the spacious aisles. Everything is easy to find. Lynn's Dakota Mart has recently updated their store and takes pride in providing you a clean shopping environment. Lynn's Dakota Mart Good Neighbor Pharmacy offers free delivery and mail out too. Thrifty, local, convenient. Lynn's Dakota Mart in Pierre, your hometown neighborhood market.
Back at Riggs High Gym in Pierre, Brian Oakland, Ryan Noyes here. Again, watching Brandon Valley and Rapid City Stevens. Number 1 versus number 2 as Owen Warren working fairly easily on Eli Hott of Rapid City Stevens. 9-0. Warren has the lead, but he's got Hott on his back trying to finish and seal the deal here. Brandon Valley leads Stevens 24-21. Rapid City Central has defeated Sioux Falls Roosevelt in the auxiliary gym 65-12. The win for the Cobblers in that one to improve to 10-7 on the season in their duels. There's a win by fall for Owen Warren of Brandon Valley.
I think Brandon Valley's got this one sewed up. They've got Shunky next and an awfully good Davis, is that his name?
Xander Nielsen at the 7th grader.
Yep. And
at
then
106 coming up.
Yeah, and then Davis at 13. And, you know, you look at Stevens having some pretty tough kids coming too, but those ones from Brandon Valley that are left are some of the better kids in the state.
Shunky coming right at the Rapid City Stevens 285-pounder, Colton Lowen. on the floor. The other duel in the other gym, also Harrisburg and Sturgis, and guessing a little more than halfway through that, Harrisburg was leading the Scoopers 26-24. All right, Coach Noyes, Navarro Shunke, freshman, on the mat, and we talked a little bit last night about the potential for this young man as he gets a cradle win by fall. That'll make it 36-21, and that will sew up the duel for Brandon Valley, regardless of what happens in these last two matches. But boy, Navarro Shunke, does he remind a person of Nash Hutmaker, or is he just a completely different kind of wrestler altogether?
Well, I wouldn't put him in the same level as Nash. No, Nash was he's one of those kids that he wrestled like a 30-pounder. I mean, you don't see many heavyweights that can shoot. I mean, he can shoot, he can throw, he can
very
do it all.
Very quick on his feet. And he'd just bull rush you, and he's got you down. But I look at Shunke at the same time, and what he just did with Colton Lowen, and what he did with Preston Taylor last night in 1 minute and 5 seconds. I think Shunke looks like a different kind of an athlete, but almost every bit as good of an athlete as Nash Hutmaker. And now as a state champion as an 8th grader, I mean, you could conceivably see a 5-time state champion from a big wrestler like Navarro Shunke. It's hard. I mean, it's hard to compare.
Yeah.
It's like we say, we're talking about different wrestling styles, and boy, it would be fun to kind of see those two, and maybe we'd find out. But
Shunke is, I'm telling you, Nash would pin Navarro in no time. There's just no question. But Shunke,
and we say that with all due respect.
Correct.
Obviously.
But I mean, Nash is on the national level doing the things that he's doing. You know, he's rated nationally, #1 heavyweight in the nation. So that's hard to.
And also I think in Navarro's case, let's not compare. Maybe it's difficult to compare Nash Hutmaker, the 4-time state champion, against Nash Hutmaker, or against Navarro Shunke, still the freshman.
Right. Correct.
Let's see where Shunke maybe is in another 3 years.
Oh, absolutely. When you look at the fact that he is a 9th grader, I'm not saying he's not amazing, because he's very good. It's just a different style of wrestling altogether. Navarro is more, snap down, go behind, very technical from top, can turn you in a hurry, whereas Nash was, from all areas. He kind of did it all.
4-0, a good start here for Xander Nielsen. We're starting to see some wrestlers from the Pierre Governors warm up on the big mat as they try to get loose, anticipating the Sturgis Scooper arrival from the auxiliary gym. They're still dueling Harrisburg, and we mentioned Rapid City Central and Sioux Falls Roosevelt are complete. And I didn't look at that Roosevelt roster, but they may even have a couple of open weight classes. Bring a lot of people, but I don't think they're filling. No, they're not filling 285. We see looking at Roosevelt. 95 is open as well, and Rapid City Central was open at 285 also, in addition to 120. So understandable that one gets over a little quicker. Good scoring duel, though, for Rapid City Central. Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Now you look at it, kind of brings up another topic of wrestling in the Sioux Falls area, and I think the Metro is getting real strong with Brandon Valley and Harrisburg and what they're showing. But still, that's Sioux Falls, outside of Sioux Falls Roosevelt, and what they've been able to do in recent past. You haven't had a lot of depth on the wrestling rooms of O'Gorman, Lincoln, Sioux Falls, Washington as well. So it's kind of interesting to see where Sioux Falls excels maybe in football and basketball for a lot of years, but wrestling has never been really their forte.
For a lot of years they didn't have middle school wrestling, and so kids went right from youth wrestling into the high school program, and I can't imagine the jump that those guys experienced. But over the years the Sioux Falls schools have had some very good individuals. It's just tough to put together an entire team. Harrisburg being on the outside of Sioux Falls and where the populations are starting to boom a little bit. They're picking up more kids, keeping kids involved. They got a great youth program. I know Toby Bryant running the Metro stuff out there and getting kids wrestling. Anytime you can have the Bryants in the room, Chance Stosher, Jeremy Rowe. There's a whole list of just great wrestlers that are helping with that, and so you got to know they're coming.
Yeah, and that's not just Harrisburg. It's, obviously Brandon Valley's getting some things going, but you look at T area who's coming on as well, and I think the Bryants are involved in that neck of the woods too, aren't they?
They are, but that Metro Wrestling is all that whole area down there. Those kids can come and work out, and get better year round. And when you've got those opportunities, and you've got your coaching staff the way that they do, kids can't help but get better.
Yeah, and then look at that region too. And one team that is the first that comes to mind is Canton. In a few years running as Class B state champions, probably could take on anybody in Class A year in and year out these days. And they're right there in that area. Del Rapids, West Central. They've got against some up-and-coming teams. I think Del Rapids, who the Governors faced in the state duel tournament a year ago. Lennox has had some good individuals, although they look quite a ways back down now from last year. But yeah, maybe becoming a little bit more of a wrestling hotbed. But as far as team successes, the last few years there in Sioux Falls, it's been Roosevelt, certainly the cream of the crop, even though they may be down, declining a little bit this year.
Yeah,
but look at some of the champions, and they've got multi-state champions, Carter Lohr and Kyle Yasgar, Antonio Thompson some years back.
Detterman.
Yeah,
they had some. There's another young man, I can't think of his name, but was very, very successful, kind of in the middleweights for Roosevelt. But yeah, they've got some great individuals. It's just hard to put together teams for some of the Sioux Falls schools. You talked about Canton. They've really started to come on, kind of back when we were as well. So, but it was fun beating Canton back in the day. It's just nice to know who the true state champion was.
Yeah. Now Canton's beating Pierre at the Elk Point Invitational last year, for example, though, and again, in Canton's a team I obviously keep close tabs on. That's where my roots are, and even though I grew up here in Pierre, but cousins coming up through that system and whatnot. So that's two teams, along with the Governors, the Canton Seahawks, that I tend to root for. But
just a lot of years of success, a lot of years of reloading, so to speak. Kids just kind of keep finding themselves in the top 2 or 3 of the state, no matter what their weight is. And when programs are successful, kids don't want to be a part of a losing program, and so that motivation to stay on top is pretty intense.
Just got a score in from the auxiliary gym. Harrisburg has defeated Sturgis 31-27, so Sturgis will come in off of a loss to take on the Pierre Governors here in just a little bit. We've got one match to go with Brandon Valley and Rapid City Stevens. After this 106 match finishes up, Xander Nielsen of Brandon Valley has a 14-5 lead over, find his name, Evan Eckholm, sophomore from Rapid City Stevens. Brandon Valley's going to win this duel. They lead 36-21. They're about to go up 40-21. And we expect Rapid City Stevens to have the upper hand maybe in the next bout as well. So as people start to stir a little bit more in this main gym, Spearfish wrestlers are starting to get loosened up. They'll make a trip over to the other gym. Upcoming matches. In the second round, we'll have Pierre against Sturgis. Brandon Valley actually will stay in this gym. They'll take on Spearfish. Harrisburg against Rapid City Central, and Sioux Falls Roosevelt against Rapid City Stevens in the auxiliary gym. Later on for the Governors, at about 2 o'clock, it'll be Pierre and Rapid City Central, and then about 4 o'clock, Pierre and Rapid City Stevens. Continued coverage of all of those duels for the Governors coming up here on River 92.7, and hopefully we get some live streaming worked out as well through the River 92.7 page of drgnews.com. Don't forget to download the DRG News app, the all-new DRG News app, sponsored by Golden Buffalo, for your iPhone or Android from the Google Play or from the App Store. And you can get live streaming that way as well, and be able to listen live to any of our DRG Media Group stations with the DRG News app, sponsored by Golden Buffalo. We will consider this an end to our Montana Dakota Utilities postgame of duel number 1. Pierre defeated Sturgis 72-6. Rapid City Stevens has a win over Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Harrisburg has just gotten a slim victory over Sturgis, 31-27, and as Jack Schoenhard pins Sam Davis, the final win to Rapid City Stevens here, but Brandon Valley will win this duel over Rapid City Stevens by the score of 40-27. So let's take a 3-minute timeout. We'll get set for pregame of duel number 2, the Governors against the Sturgis Scoopers. Coming up next from Riggs High Gym, you're listening to the official voice of Pierre High Wrestling and Pierre High School Athletics, River 92.7, and the stations of DRG Media Group and drgnews.com.
If you'd like Rosenberg Implement, your family-owned John Deere dealer, has a deal for you this week only. Save 8% off bulk fluid storage products at Rosenberg Implement with 8 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. Call the parts department for options that will fit your operations. Don't forget they have on-farm delivery for oil, antifreeze, and any other part you may need. This deal is only at Rosenberg Implement, servicing your growing needs since 1937.
Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
Everyone says they want to change the world. But not everyone will. We are not everyone.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
Service Master of Pierre is your go-to service experts for a wide variety of cleaning needs. Since 2003, we have developed the most effective methods and products to service virtually every type of industry. We're known for our exceptional carpet and upholstery cleaning, but did you know we also offer cleaning of all types of flooring, along with providing fire and water restoration, commercial cleaning, janitorial services, and construction cleanup? Service Master of Pierre is a proud sponsor of TF Riggs Governors and Lady Govs, as well as Stanley County Buffaloes and Lady Buffs activities.
Hi, this is Randy Schumacher with Capital City Monuments.
coming up with the Pierre Governors to take on the Sturgis Scoopers. I'm Brian Oakland with Rob Whitebird in studio. We'll be joined again and continued throughout the day with former head coach Ryan Noyes of the Pierre Governors as we've got another good one coming up. Governors actually had an easy dual win over Spearfish 72-6 a little while ago, and as all 4 first-round duels are complete, now we can get set for round number 2. Governors will take on the Sturgis Scoopers. And for what Pierre has done over the years in becoming one of the top programs in the state, of course, Sturgis was doing that first in the mid-2000s. Sturgis, one of the top programs for a lot of years under the tutelage of Steve Kessler and all that bunch. And here I think Coach Kessler's still around as an assistant, but you got a fun one coming up here with Pierre and Sturgis. Sturgis has kind of backed off a little bit in the state tournament results the last few years, but again, being able to continue to bring solid lineups to the table each and every time. We got a fun one, as we mentioned, with Sturgis, although they are coming off of a loss 31-27 against Harrisburg a moment ago, and already getting set to go. So we will start at 126 pounds this time. Excuse me, this time around, as Pierre will bring Blake Judson to the table to begin, and his opponent will be Logan DeSursa. DeSursa, a senior, comes into the day at 13-4. Judson got a win to improve to 15-2 on the season. Judson's ready to go. Sturgis, I think, just still getting set. Brandon Valley will duel Spearfish, so they'll have a quick duel to our right. And again, as far as live streaming is concerned, folks, if you go to the River 92.7 page at drgnews.com, the link to the live stream, which you can watch, is at the green button above the River 92.7 big banner. The link says click here for tonight's home game video, and that'll take you to a site called gogovs.live. And once you get there will be a couple of live streams that you can play. One of them will be gym number 1, the main gym. And the other one takes you to the auxiliary gym, where Harrisburg and Sioux Falls Roosevelt are the home teams, and those ones, both of the Rapid City schools, will be in that gym coming up. So our pregame this time around with the Pierre and Sturgis duel, a little abbreviated, but again brought to you by the Becky Pottseva State Farm Insurance Agency. And we'll kind of run through our starting lineups in just a little bit. Keys to success from Central Dakota Eye Care. We originate our broadcast from the Smith Plumbing broadcast booth. The EnviroTech starting lineups coming up. Governors, we expect, will stay pretty much the same, but again, to start for Sturgis against Blake Judson of the Governors, it's Logan DeSursa for the Scoopers. He is a senior, 13-4. Kelton Olson, a very good one, coming up at 132, and then Perry Kettleson at 138. A junior, Hunter Harrison, is at 145 for the Scoopers. 152, it's Harrison Good. And then the Jacobs brothers, Ren Jacobs at 160, 15-1 on the season. Brother Reese Jacobs is 20-0. He comes up at 170. 182 will be Robert Merwin, a senior. Freshman Aiden Werlinger at 195. Zach Julfs is a freshman at 220. Buck Fickbaum is a junior at 285 for the Scoopers. Then it's Bo Peters, Corbin Osborne, both freshmen, and Maverick Simons at 120, a sophomore, to round out that lineup in the order that we'll have today. First takedown to Blake Judson here for the Governors against Logan DeSursa of Sturgis, and we are underway. Our first match of this duel brought to you by Comtech in Pierre. And Ryan Noyes, as he rejoins us once again. The Governors well rested. Sturgis comes right in from the other gym, and they were the third of the 4 duels to finish up, but they're getting right back at it. So it's almost just literally just like round 2 of a tournament for them.
Right. And then they're rested, even though they just finished. They've got a lot of time. They've got an hour probably in between their first match and this match.
And have a timeout as the first period comes to an end. Blood timeout for DeSursa of the Scoopers. Blake Judson leads 2-0, and timeouts in this regard in our broadcast brought to you by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. And again, Brandon Valley and Spearfish will go at it. Spearfish will still have all those open weight classes. Brandon Valley with the talent that they've got as well. But Alex Menser on the mat right now, going to quick work there. Blake Judson starting the second period in the up position, in control, trying to work with the leg of DeSursa to get him rolled over, but Judson's got to get back in better position himself here right now.
Yeah, the one thing we know about Sturgis is they're very good with the legs, whether you're talking offense or defense. You want to be careful there, putting the legs in against, some of these kids. And in this situation, Blake's a little bit out of position, but climbing his way back on top here, it looks like.
Sturgis coached by Mike Abel. Steve Kessler, as we mentioned, the assistant. Jason Schlickenmeyer, Sean Bice, former Winter Warrior standout. Ashley Abel, Rance Severson also in that coaching collection for the Sturgis Scoopers. Coach, when you were away, we started talking a little bit about everything that the Governors have done in prominence here in the last 10 years. That's where Sturgis was another 5 or 6 years before that. And it's still that way, even though it's not the first school that we see at the top of the charts necessarily, but they're still, I think they're making their way back, definitely.
They are. They've got good kids too. And again, it goes back to that youth program, and they've always had a solid youth program. And so, it's just each year they kind of add a few kids to that lineup, and they can't help but get better.
Judson continues to try to get some points scored here against DeSursa as they work to the edge of the mat to the right. And again, as you watch that live stream there, a wave off. Dave Korneman, the mat official for this duel, our law on the mat. From the South Dakota Attorney General's office, now it's DeSursa who gets a 2-point reversal, and he has Judson getting put to the back. And 2 back points with that. So a 4-point move for Logan DeSursa to turn the tables in this match as we'll go to the third period. And Blake Judson finds himself trailing now 4-2. Worked that entire second period trying to score from the up position, but in the last 10 seconds he got turned over.
Yeah, you really got to stay careful when you're messing with the legs against a Sturgis wrestler. They kind of bait you, make you fall asleep, lull you to sleep a little bit, and then you get high and they come out the back door, and in this case, ended up going to his back.
So DeSursa is in control here. Judson has yet to be able to make his way out of it.
Pretty important for Blake to just get to his feet. You don't have a lot of time. He's got to get a takedown too. If he's not careful, he can get turned here.
Yeah, DeSursa's working aggressively here. Judson with 2 losses on the season. The second one came last night, both to the same wrestler, Trey Omi of Brandon Valley.
Right.
And, of course, Omi got a quick pin to start this duel against Spearfish. Alex Menser ended up with a major decision. Brandon Valley leads Spearfish 10-0 on the other mat. And now, is that a clasp?
Yep. He was in control and was locked around the waist, so it's clasping. 1 point for Blake Judson.
Blake gets helped out here, and now if he can just get away, he can tie this match up. 40 seconds to wrestle, third period. Tried to sit up, but DeSursa takes him right back down, loses a nose plug.
And here comes those legs again that Sturgis is known for.
They wrap it. He's just got him wrapped up and hard to move, and certainly hard to get out of.
Yeah.
You want to get loose, but instead,
got a tripod up.
Instead, like you say, they stay tight all the time.
Yeah.
So some excitement here as this one comes to life. 10 seconds to go. Judson still trying to get that leg loose. Yeah. Trailing 4-3.
There, he got it.
And now he gets a 2-point reversal at the end. And just like that, Blake Judson is the winner in this opening match. 5-4. The decision, and the Governors open up a 3-0 lead. How did that happen, Coach?
Well, again, you the words are escaping me, but you put the legs in, you live and you die by the legs. And in this situation, they got him in the position of winning the match, and then at the end it cost him the match. So that's just something you got to be very careful of. And as a coach, that's something I was pretty leery of. I didn't like our guys messing around with the legs a whole lot. I'd rather have them running a half or a bar or a half or cradle or something. And in this case, Blake just kept working and ended up coming out on top.
So here, Kaylor Heinman, we assume, at 132.
Yep.
The senior against Kelton Olson of Sturgis, who has just one loss on the season, but it was Heinman who got a quick takedown here. And trying to go to work. And again, Matt, with some of these, we assume a little unorthodox going on here, but Olson gets out of that.
This is Thane Elsher.
Okay.
I mean, that's what they've actually
got
their
names on the backs. Okay. So Elsher, I guess I saw him in the on the roster of those that were coming here. Maybe we'll see Olson moving up. Makes sense, though, I guess, and that's sometimes the question as to, wow, did Kaylor Heinman really get that quick takedown on a guy like Kelton Olson? But this is Elsher, and Elsher is a wrestling name. A lot of people may know that name from the sport of rodeo in western South Dakota. Elsher's in the Phillip area, and right on the way, all the way out there through rural Meade County as well. So we've got a 2-1 match here. Elsher did work his way out. Kaylor Heinman leading, updating that Brandon Valley score. It's 11-0. Alex Mincer had a technical fall at 132 pounds as they lead Spearfish. So Heinman and Elsher locked up here. And again, we'll assume Kelton Olson moves up to take on Hayden Schaefer at 138 pounds as the first period comes to an end. Kaylor Heinman with a 2-1 lead. And again, those other duels going on in the auxiliary gym have Harrisburg against Rapid City Central and Sioux Falls Roosevelt taking on Rapid City Stevens. Elsher in the up as Heinman gets up on his feet to start that second period, and he will twist this one around for a 2-point reversal and a 4-1 lead for Kaylor Heinman. 3-0, the Governors lead, a last-second reversal to give Blake Judson a 5-4 win over Logan DeSursa to start this one. And Heinman has Elsher on his back.
Yeah, that escape, he fell right into a half Nelson, and it looks like he's at least got 3, if not the pin here. He's sucking back the elbow in kind of a reverse half situation.
Grabbing that left arm around the front of the body of his opponent was Kaylor Heinman. 3 back points will be added as Thane Elsher back down, but here comes a cradle now. When he just collapsed Elsher physically on that one. There's a win by fall. Kaylor Heinman, job well done in 3 minutes and 4 seconds. As the Governors will up their lead to 9-0 after 2 matches over the Sturgis Scoopers. Quick 30 seconds and a good one coming up next. This is Governor Wrestling.
The key to success starts with vision.
Due to the virus issue, staying at home is a good thing. I can answer any questions by phone and do designs with you through email for a loved one. It is an honor for me to work with families and their memorial needs. Please call Capital City Monuments at 220-0417. Thank you.
Avenue in Pierre. Better vision for a great life.
Central Dakota Eye Care, our pregame keys to success sponsor. So we welcome you back to Riggs High Gym. Hayden Schaefer on the mat for the Governors. He takes on Braden Temple, so it's not Kelton Olson wrestling up to 138. Well, maybe we'll see Kelton Olson down at 126, or no. Actually, we've already had 126, so we may not see Olson at all in this duel. Braden Temple is a junior at 11-11, but Schaefer's got him in a cradle, and Hayden Schaefer continuing to wrestle very well. First minute just coming to an end right now with a minute to go in the first period.
That's a long time to be on your back. You know, you got a minute to fight. it's a pretty helpless feeling.
And now you're looking at a situation here, and I'm always amazed when there's really not a lot of movement in the part of Temple in this case. Schaefer's just trying to hold that cradle in place, but Temple, he's not rocking back and forth, not really kicking the legs to try to get out of it, and still Schaefer in this case couldn't get him any further down, pinned to the mat.
A lot of times those kids know when they bring them back and their shoulder is up on our shoulder, and so they know they're not in danger of being pinned. So they just kind of know that if I just hang out here and try and breathe a little bit, we'll be all right. A lot of times when you start rocking back and forth, you loosen things up a little bit and get yourself in trouble.
So Temple got out of that hold. He's still face down on the floor, and as the first period comes to an end, Hayden Schaefer, with a solid first 2 minutes, leads 5-0. Schaefer gets the choice. He'll defer, though. And I tell you, Ryan, it's just looking down on these two wrestlers, you can see Schaefer's got a couple 3 inches on his opponent, and there's that lankiness that we talk about with Hayden and how difficult that is each and every time we look at him.
Right. Again, and like we mentioned before, just his strength. He's deceiving. When you come out and you tie up against somebody like that and you feel it, it definitely plays with your psyche a little bit.
I think of tall wrestlers, and Sturgis in their good years, they had a heavyweight that was about 6'7", I think. Michelson, I think, is his name, and I don't think he was the top wrestler in the state by any stretch of the imagination, but just looked like one of those guys that was always so difficult for his opponents to beat. Here's a reversal for Schaefer. 2 points to his total, makes it a 7-0 lead. And a win by pin over here. Is that Blakeman again?
It is, yeah.
Hopefully Blakeman of Spearfish having a difficult day. Got pinned by Trey Lewis at 145, and now Brandon Valley. Their 145 is Caden Langenhorst, which would be a heck of a win for him as well. Schaefer working 7-0. Brandon Valley ups their lead to 20-0 now over the Spartans. Spearfish got only 2 decisions in their duel against the Governors. Pier won it 72-6. Here's another cradle achieved by Schaefer, but it didn't last. He did get about 3 seconds on it for 2 back points. Schaefer's up to 9-0 lead. And checking the time, 13 seconds to wrestle, second period. So sometimes when you don't see a wrestler that you expect to see, in this case Kelton Olson from Sturgis, obviously the first thing you think of is injury, and let's hope that's not the case for somebody who could challenge for a state title this year.
Right. That, or are they saving him for Brandon Valley? Who knows what the strategy is, but yeah, you certainly don't want to see anybody getting hurt.
Blood timeout for Braden Temple of the Sturgis Scoopers. Timeouts in Governor Broadcast, sponsored by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. And that's a good point, too. I mean, every team has brought a fairly sizable roster with extra people in some weight classes. So maybe just an opportunity to give some people some opportunities, but
yeah.
But in this case, at the expense of, I guess, what we could have called a marquee matchup.
Right. Yeah, I find it hard to believe that Sturgis was conceding this match to us, but to not see one of their heavy hitters in the lineup, it definitely does raise some questions.
They were 8-2 coming in, but having lost to Harrisburg 31-27, now 8-3 in their duels. Mentioned earlier with seeding for the state duel tournament after a takedown here for Hayden Schaefer. He ups his lead to 11-0, but Sturgis apparently having opted out of the state duel tournament. So Hayden Schaefer will try to continue here with 1:20 to go, third period, and 11-0 advantage.
Yeah, it's been all Hayden Schaefer this match. He's done everything from cradles to running butchers, and he's just staying busy on top, keeping his opponent down, keeping pressure on, making it hard for that bottom guy to just do much of anything.
And Schaefer, again, now he's a junior, but really kind of started out as an 8th grader, and it's a stalling warning for the Sturgis wrestler. And I just remember him as an 8th grader thinking, well, he's going to be one of these kids. He started out at the 106 weight class, one of these kids that just comes in and starts to fill the shoes. And I think on a state tournament level it hasn't happened yet for him, but still just a trusted scorer for the Governors.
Yeah, and Hayden put some time in last summer too, went to J-Rob and some of those other camps, and that might have actually been 2 years ago with COVID, but it's his time. He's paid his dues and he's worked hard, and definitely having a good season this year.
Well, they just got a penalty point added for a second stalling call on Braden Temple. Hayden Schaefer leads and will win this match 12-0 for a major decision to add 4 for the Governor total. 13-0 our score on the duel. The Gales Gas scoreboard sponsored by Gales Gas Service in Pierre, and we'll go to 145 pounds. And
Tyson.
This is Tyson Johnson. He got rested. He was rested in that opening match against Spearfish. They're wiping up some blood on the mat. We've got a quick 30-second opportunity. Let's take that break. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Do you need to reduce the clutter and make room for your new holiday toys? Well, you can do it with one call to Envirotech. You have easy setup, easy pickup, easy payment. Envirotech has you covered, so give them a call today, 224-4804, or order services and pay your bill online at EnvirotechWaste.com.
Wish I could recognize these.
They're ready to help you reduce the clutter. Envirotech.
Back at Riggs High Gym as Tyson Johnson gets his first match of the day. Did not wrestle against Spearfish. Trey Lewis did and wrestled very well. But Tyson Johnson comes out here against Hunter Harrison, the junior for Sturgis, and a quick takedown for Johnson. Has him on top early, 2-0. Hunter Harrison is a junior, 9-7 on the season coming into today. Tyson Johnson, who went 1-1 last night, is 17-2 on the season so far. One of the top wrestlers at 145. Trey Lewis again got the win over Oakley Blakeman of Spearfish in the first duel, but may not wrestle in this one as Deegan Huska is warming up for 152-pound match. Johnson's trying to work on Harrison, still leading 2-0 into the second minute of period number 1. Brandon Valley continues to shuffle in forfeits and wins by forfeits. Spearfish did get a 5-point win, though, so a technical fall in there somewhere.
Tyson's working on top here. He's got his opponent broken down on the mat, got a leg in. He's working a cross face, trying to just dump him on his shoulder a bit, keep inching him over until he can get some back points. Looking for a cradle here. He's got it locked
Plenty
up.
of room to work with. Now he gets him rolled over. See if he saves enough room to see if he can get Harrison pinned down. Now Harrison has those legs kicking, and maybe that loosened him up like he said earlier. 6 seconds to go. It's 1:54 in the first period. Tyson Johnson with a win by fall here. And the Governors lead the Scoopers now 19-0. Was that the example you were kind of referring to? Kicking the legs and he got loose, and then once you get loosened up, it gives a little more room for that second shoulder to find its way to the mat in Tyson Johnson's advantage here.
Yeah, a lot of times you just kind of let them kick and you keep it locked up, and again, they end up pinning themselves.
Deegan Huska on the mat for the Governors. He wrestled up to wrestled at 152, but lost 7-0 to Bailey Badwound. Now taking on Harrison Good, the sophomore for Sturgis. Good had a reversal after, basically, let's recap. It's now 5-2. Deegan Huska had a takedown plus 2 back points, and then Good with a reversal, but now an escape by Deegan Huska. That's where we're at, 5-2. Some early scoring here at 152 pounds.
Deegan came out with a nice shot right off the bat. You know, and when Deegan's wrestling aggressively, he's going to be tough to beat. He's very quick. He's strong. He's got some good technique, and you know that's what we need to see out of Deegan.
Another kid that really I thought came on quite well last year as a freshman, got his first opportunity. Kind of, I don't believe, if I remember right, started the season at the varsity ranks, but got his opportunity and made the most of it.
Right.
Did pretty well.
Yeah. Again, Deegan put some time in. He's a multi-sport athlete, but he found some time to wrestle too. In the summertime a couple of years ago, we took him to Orlando. Had a great tournament down there as well. And so those little things like that, not necessarily little things, but that work ethic that you put in over the summer definitely pays dividends during the winter.
Gets a takedown here. Deegan was an 8th place finisher at 126 pounds last year. So he has tasted the Kool-Aid a little bit. Brandon Valley, with all those open weight classes for Spearfish, now leads the Spartans 62-5 as they're wrestling at 113 pounds now already. Here we are still at 152. Second period will begin with Deegan Huska on top 7-2 against Harrison Good of the Scoopers. Go from Hunter Harrison to Harrison Good from 145 to 152 for Sturgis. And a good job getting free here by Good to cut it to a 4-point deficit, now 7-3. Huska, Good grabs for the ankle. Had an opportunity, doesn't have anything yet. Now Huska trying to throw him back.
Huska's got double overhooks, and that's kind of how he took him down, with kind of an inside trip right off the bat, and now he finds himself with double overhooks once again, looking to throw.
Tripping him up, they'll go down together, but out of bounds, and nothing happening here. Back to the middle and back on their feet. 19-0. Pierre winning the first 4 matches of this duel. Blake Judson steals one from Logan DeSursa, 5-4. Kaylor Heinman defeating Thane Elsher by fall, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Hayden Schaefer over Braden Temple, 12-0. And Tyson Johnson, his first match of the day, is a 154 win by fall over Hunter Harrison. Now another takedown here for Deegan Huska as he builds a 6-point advantage, 9-3. And Good tried to crawl up and back out of that, but Huska able to put him back down. Now he'll work up high again.
This is a good time to slip out of those legs and get off to the side. He's got him in a force half situation. Or now he can put both legs in, like he's about to do here.
And Good in a lot of trouble. Trying to do whatever he can to keep that right shoulder off the mat. May be able to get out of it here. 3 back points, though, for Huska to build the lead to 9. Now Huska gets him right back, and Good is finished. Good match again for Deegan Huska. This one goes in 3 minutes and 44 seconds in the second period. 6 more for the Governors. They'll open up a 25-0 lead as we'll go to 160 pounds next after a 30-second break. This is Governor Wrestling.
Monitor your accounts, especially during the holidays. Remember to track your accounts frequently for any fraudulent transactions, whether through mobile banking or online access. Sign up for notifications or text alerts from your bank that might indicate suspicious activity. This can range from mobile deposit alerts, big purchase alerts, password change alerts, etc. If you receive an alert, immediately reach out to your bank to ensure it is not a scam. Do not click on the link. With questions, contact the South Dakota Consumer Protection Division, 1-800-300-1986.
Back at Riggs High Gym as we move up to 160 pounds. Jaden Wiebe on the mat, presumably.
Lucas Chamberlain.
It is Lucas again.
Yep.
Wiebe went up to 170 earlier. We'll probably see him again. This is Lucas Chamberlain against Ren Jacobs. Jacobs is a senior, 15-1 coming into today's action.
Very good wrestler from Sturgis. These Jacobs brothers have been around for a long time. Last year, this young man missed the post-season with an injury, and looks to be like that elbow is heavily wrapped again. But sure felt for him. He's a very talented kid, good kid, nice kid, and hate to see that.
But he's off to a good start here, 2-0. They went out of bounds. They're back to the middle. Lucas Chamberlain had a nice pin win in his Spearfish duel at 160 pounds. Kind of makes you wonder if Lucas is wrestling at 60 and we be moving up. Are we going to see that continuing as the season progresses? I guess we'll find out. Jacobs, though, has him in a cradle here. Under 30 seconds to go, still first period. Sturgis in good shape, looking close to maybe scoring their first match victory in this second duel of the day. Chamberlain back to face down, though, so 3 back points to Ren Jacobs. He'll lead 5-0. Final 10 seconds left in the first quarter. Brandon Valley finished off the victory over Spearfish 68-11. Spearfish with Josh Hoffman got another victory at 113 pounds. Spearfish also had a tech fall in there. But Brandon Valley with a 68-11 victory. And probably Bailey Badwound, who got a win over over Huska in the Governor match with that technical fall victory. Jacobs with a 2-pointer. Must have been a reversal. I wasn't even paying attention, but second period's underway, and he leads 7-0. Near the edge, up top side. Again, live streaming is available through the River 92.7 page of drgnews.com, but click the green bar link to go to the live stream. That's above the big River 92.7 banner ad. And that'll connect you to a website called govs.live, which, again, not using the NFHS network this weekend, with both gyms seeing action. 3 back points to Jacobs as they go out of bounds. 10-0 the lead. Jacobs dominating Lucas Chamberlain. So Lucas Chamberlain has had some pretty good matches so far this season, but sometimes you run into somebody who can teach you a few things in what obviously looks like a losing effort.
Well, for sure, and like we talked, being as young as he is at a man's weight class is hard because week in and week out you're wrestling some of the tougher competition, and you know, it all comes back to kind of waiting for your turn, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Jacobs still working over the top of Chamberlain. 10-0 the score in the duel, so it's up to a major decision margin. And gets that cradle worked on the inside, rolls him over, and that's a win by fall for Ren Jacobs. The time will be 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Sturgis on the board with 6. The Governor's lead 25-6. We're back in 30 seconds with more Pierre Governor Wrestling.
If you're hunting for a great deal on your next ride, get into Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. We're locked and loaded on all of our new and used inventory, like this 2018 Toyota Highlander, only $28,495. Looking for low price reliability? Try a 2011 Honda Accord for only $6,995. Who wants a loaded up truck? We have a 2014 Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ for only $17,995. Get to Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre, 518 East Sioux Avenue. Call 605-224-7378 and visit gatewayflt.com.
Comtech, by the way, sponsors the opening of Governor broadcasts, whether it be the tip-off in basketball, the kickoff in football, or the first serve in volleyball. Of course, generally the opening match for high school wrestling duels, but catching up on some of our pregame, in-game sponsors. Thanks to all sponsors for making Governor Sports a possibility. Jaden Weeby wrestling for the Governors at 170, and now Reese Jacobs, who has not lost yet this season, at least coming into today. We perhaps presume that he did not lose against his Harrisburg opponent in the first round as well, although Ryan Hirschkorn, a pretty good wrestler for the Tigers, would have been his opponent. First 2 points, though, to Reese Jacobs, trying to force that left shoulder back, and now he's got Jaden Wiebe rolled over here, and there's the whistle and the end of this one. So another quick pin for the Jacobs family as Sturgis comes up with 2 in a row, and this one in a time of 1 minute and 21 seconds. So Sturgis cuts a 25-0 deficit, almost in half now, 25-12. Governors still with the lead. Robert Merwin's turn for the Scoopers, and also Gavin Stotts here for the Pierre Governors. Stotts got a forfeit win over his Spearfish opponent. And we'll come into this one at about 15-5 on the year.
Gavin's another one that's, he's waited his turn, and this year has been a much better season for him. Getting that varsity experience is pretty important, and Gavin's had a great year.
Robert Merwin, a senior for Sturgis, 13-11 on the season. Another one I'm assuming as a senior has just kind of waited his turn in that Sturgis wrestling room. Trying to help where and when he can, but Stott's got a quick takedown. He leads 2-0 and trying a few different things to try to get Merwin turned over. Gavin really getting active here.
Yeah, he's got a butcher locked up and just walked him over. We're getting some, well, not yet, but close to near fall points.
Merwin trying to stay flexible and face down. 2 points are pending, with Dave Korneman showing that. See if Stotts can work something else in and get a little more. Merwin's got him by the back of the thigh, but now those 2 points awarded. Stotts leads 4-0 here. We're at 182. This will be the midway point of our duel, the Governors and the Sturgis Scoopers. Halftime coming up in just a moment, once this one would come to an end. Halftime and Governor broadcast sponsored by Leiden and Associates, Ameriprise Financial. They're in the Northridge Plaza in Pierre. Stotts will try to come back across the face with that left hand here, but the first period comes to an end and no time to get anything else done. 4-0 the score here with Gavin Stotts in front. Merwin getting advice, and he'll go neutral with the choice to start the second period. Stevens and Roosevelt already to 106, so with the open weight classes, sounds like Rapid City Stevens making fairly quick work of the Roosevelt Rough Riders. All the way through 113 is being announced. Here's Merwin taking a shot, but as he gets low, Stotts trying to fight it off. Gavin up, and he comes right back down on top.
Yeah,
they gave that to was that 2 points for Merwin? No, I think he waved it off.
Yeah, Merwin got in deep on a shot, and Gavin just kind of jacked him up a little bit and then did a reverse headlock to his back, but they were out of bounds.
Korneman raised his left hand, and I thought he had 2 fingers up, as if to maybe give Robert Merwin a 2-point takedown, but then he did wave that off. So back to the middle, still 4-0. Stevens and Roosevelt are complete. 79. Rapid City Stevens 79-0 over Sioux Falls Roosevelt. And I just got the confirmation of that by text as well. Gavin Stott still working. Second period here. So Roosevelt falling to Rapid City Central 65-12, and now 79-0 to Stevens. Stotts has some opportunities here against Robert Merwin if he can get that shoulder moved over just a little bit more.
Flexible kid.
Yeah. Robert Merwin staying out of trouble somehow. 20 seconds to go. We're in the second. Now seconds are being counted.
Gavin just a regular half Nelson here. Now he jumps over to get parallel and back out to the side. He teed off again.
Trey still couldn't get that right shoulder down, and now the second period comes to an end. So a 3-point period for Stotts. Stayed in the up position the entire way, and now Gavin, actually they started on their feet.
Yep.
In that second period. Now third period, which Stotts will take to the down. It's a 7-0 score. So one mat is done in the main gym. One mat is done in the auxiliary. Harrisburg is still dueling with Rapid City Central in the auxiliary gym. Pierre and Sturgis here. Rolling schedule throughout. Once the Scoopers and Governors are done, and once Rapid City Central is done with Harrisburg in the other gym, the Cobblers will come to the main gym and take on Pierre. Gavin Stotts has not been able to fight his way off of the bottom here, though. Still leading 7-0, but Robert Merwin trying to find one way or another to get Stotts rolled over.
Yeah, and you're up 7-0, and I always say if you're going to make a choice and you're going to choose down, you better score.
Yeah.
You're going to take a lot of beatings from a Sturgis wrestler because notoriously they're pretty good on top.
Stotts does get his way up, and I think he heard you, Coach.
Yeah.
He breaks out of it, gets that 1-point escape. Now has a major margin at 8-0. Still plenty of time to go here. 40 seconds counting down as, Merwin gets him back down. 2 points as Merwin scores for the first time in this match, back within 8-2.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to stay down there. You can see how lanky this Merwin kid is, and you got to believe he's comfortable on top.
So now you talk about Sturgis being comfortable in that position. You talk about him being traditionally very good with the legs, and I think that now you're talking about a coaching style, and that's how they teach it apparently. And you said you had your own different philosophies as well, as Stotts will get the 8-2 decision win here.
Right. It's and it is. It's all style. It's what you're used to. It's what you're successful at, and that's what you end up teaching kids. And Sturgis has just been known for being very tough on top for a lot of years.
Halfway done in this duel, we'll go to 95. It's 28-12 Governors. Let's hear from Leiden Associates, and Jacob Larson is up next. Actually, I'll tell you what, we'll wait on that, and we'll get into this match first. Our halftime break coming up next. Jacob Larson, the senior, 13-4 against Hayden Werlinger, the freshman who is 13-7 coming into today's action. But again, Gavin Stotts with that 8-2 win over Robert Merwin, and your updated score is Pierre 28 and Sturgis 12. Rob Whitebird in studio along with Ryan Noyes. I'm Brian Oakland here at Riggs High Gym. Thought we'd have Coach John Wayne Calda up here from time to time today too, but I think Coach has been in the gym too much this week, he says. He had the middle schoolers up at Watertown last night, and he's asked for the day off today.
Yeah, the life of a coach, you spend most of your life in a gym, and so if you get an opportunity to spend time with family, you gotta take advantage of that too.
Nothing happening here at 195 yet. Larson and Werlinger. Larson the senior, Werlinger just a freshman. Big boy. You're wrestling at 195. Reagan Bolweg and Preston Taylor on deck and in the hole for the Governors, as Jacob Larson continues to try to find a way to get his opponent down.
And you talk about Navarro, Shunky, and, this young man as well, up these upper weight classes. I'm always impressed by those kids that are 195, 220 heavyweight at such a young age. I mean, in 9th grade, I was filling my pockets full of quarters just to make weight. So these kids are big anymore, and it really doesn't matter how old they are.
Weight, different kind of weight training now than probably what you guys had back then too. Still no score. They're still on their feet as this first period is about to come to an end. So we'll go to the second period. Jacob Larson It's almost like a lot of hand fighting or something in that first period, but neither one wanted to give an inch.
Right. It's very, a lot of times it's already played out in their mind. If first period, if I can keep it 0-0, second period I'm going to choose down, I'm going to get away. They kind of play it out in their heads, so they're hoping it goes to according to plan.
Werlinger went down here, but he got up and he's wrestled hard right back to the mat, and a good job to stay in control here for Jacob Larson. Larson's a guy that I think a lot of Governor fans would love to see getting a state place finish this year, and has been pretty good, but still I think in his upperclassman years has still been learning all the way through, and I think this year we're seeing him getting better and better each time out.
Absolutely. He's a hard worker, good kid. You'd like to see that for him. Those kids that put in the time, you hope it pays off for him in February.
Getting the hands back here a little bit, or at least trying, is Larson.
He's done a nice job of keeping him flat. He's been working working wrists, rolling those wrists under, keeping his weight on top. I see Korneman just hit the Sturgis wrestler for stalling as Larson continues to work.
First warning now, Werlinger suddenly bursts out of it. 1 point escape for Hayden Werlinger. He leads now 1-0. See if somebody can get a late takedown here. Second period, 30 seconds to go. 18-3 was a dual score, it sounded like.
Yep.
Harrisburg over Rapid City Central. Now Larson is warned for stalling for the Governors. So both wrestlers have been warned once. First and last warning. 28-12, Governors lead the Scoopers here at 195. This is the 8th match of the duel. No break free, come together again, but final seconds in the second period, and we'll go to the third in a 1-0 bout. The freshman Hayden Werlinger leading the senior Jacob Larson, but now Larson's turn to drop down. His choice to start the third period. And he kind of goes low right away, but he's going to have to at least get out of the hold here.
Yeah.
At some point.
Larson works pretty hard from down, and there he goes.
He's out.
He got his escape. Minute 40 to go. Now he needs to set up the perfect shot.
Match tied 1-1. Third period. And I tell you what, from the wrestling I've seen, and we've covered every ESD duel so far this year, plus, of course, this East-West day. Larson gets pushed out of bounds, Werlinger on top of him, but we haven't seen a lot of the 1-0 matches.
And as a coach, you don't ever want to see those. Those are the matches that make the receding hairline lessen and the gray hairs pop out. But
Larson had an opportunity and then slips. Werlinger misses his opening, and they're back on their feet in the middle once again.
One of the things I've noticed with Larson so far this year is right now he's struggling a little bit with the confidence at hitting stuff in the middle of the mat. He'll do stuff as they go out of bounds, and it's really good stuff. He'll hit them with a throw. He'll do some different things, and he would have absolutely scored if he'd have been in the middle of the mat.
Well, look at that. A second stall for Werlinger, and a point awarded to Jacob Larson. So now he leads 2-1.
Look at that.
And Larson with the
exactly
throw.
What I'm talking about.
Into a headlock here. Werlinger down. That's a takedown for a 4-1 lead. Seconds counted. Larson will try to finish this with almost a little over 20 seconds to go.
That was beautiful.
It's just powerful when it happens, but he loses it. Werlinger gets a 2-point reversal. They'll be out of bounds. So let's give Larson 3 back points, but a 2-point reversal for Werlinger. Larson will still lead 7-3.
Larson is so explosive. When he's doing a throw or when he's doing something like that, he's attempting to score on his way out of bounds. He is absolutely dangerous. Another one.
And there's another one almost, but over to the edge. Werlinger wanted to let him up, and well, they gave the 1 point to Werlinger instead of to Larson. It should be 8-3, but the scoreboard says 7-4.
Yeah. Now this is where we just got to make good decisions. Time's about out.
And the match comes to an end here. So good match for Larson. Scoring flurry in that third period. The final score 8-3. The Governors lead the duel 31-12. We're at halftime, and we're back in 30 seconds with Reagan Bollweg up next for Pierre. This is Governor Wrestling.
Since 1890.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierce, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing.
Bollweg at 220 pounds for the Pierre Governors on the mat against the freshman Zach Julfs. So another big freshman for the Scoopers, and Bollweg took about 4 seconds to get a takedown. So he's already going to work, trying to force that left hand and wrist back behind the back of Julfs. Now he can come up and under a little bit, see if he can get Julfs rolled over. Bollweg unbeaten, 13-0 on the season.
That's definitely a West River Wrestling name. Lots of successful wrestlers from out west with that last name from Sturgis, and so
I think there's even one from Harding County that has that name. Here it is, Bollweg to finish, though. 103 for Reagan as he continues to assert his presence in the world of 220-pound weight class. Preston Taylor coming up, ready to go as the big weights working as expected. Pierre got the first 5 matches in this duel to their good side, starting at 126. Sturgis with Wren and Reese Jacobs wins by fall for 12 points total, and the Governors now have the last 3, with Gavin Stotts and Jacob Larson getting decision wins. Bollweg with the win by fall. Now Buck Fickbaum will take his turn against Preston Taylor. Fickbaum, the Sturgis 285-pounder. Taylor ready to go, and size and stature here, you can see Preston Taylor has a bit of an advantage over Fickbaum. Buck comes in just 5-12 so far this season.
Well, and Preston, he's going to have that advantage in just about everybody he wrestles. He's
got that leg up and brings his man down for a 2-point takedown. You better finish that point quickly.
Yeah, he's got the leverage, he's got the strength, he's got a lot of that stuff that you need to have at heavyweight.
39 seconds for Preston Taylor, no problem. This match comes to an end, a win by fall. The Governors lead now 43-12, and another 30-second break. We'll go back to the little guys when we come back. This is Pierre Governor Wrestling.
At Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
The ice.
At Riggs High Gym, Lincoln Schoenhardt on the mat for the Governors. He's taking on Bo Peters. Peters off to a good year so far, 22-7 coming into this Saturday of wrestling. He's a freshman. Schoenhardt, of course, the 7th grader, 4-7 for the Governors.
This looks like that Taryn Zabrowski.
Oh.
From Sturgis, who's also
have that one written down, yeah.
A 9th grader.
It's always nice when you can look on the back.
Right.
So Taryn Zabrowski of Sturgis with that 2-point takedown. Saw the name on the roster, but I didn't put it on my sheet.
Looks like Sturgis is using a lot of different kids in this duel, so maybe not their normal varsity lineup.
Not using Kelton Olsen, hopefully not because of an injury in the early going in this one. Back points twice over here for Zabrowski. Working on Schoenhard. 4-0 lead for the Sturgis wrestler. 3 matches to go, this one included. Noah Williams and Tristan Spencer still upcoming for Pierre. Now Zabrowski with Schoenhard in a little more trouble. And for Zabrowski, obviously a capable wrestler here at 106. Bo Peters, I mentioned, was 22-7 coming in, so he's probably the number 1 guy. But Zabrowski, again, pretty good wrestling partner.
Right.
First period done 7-0, Zabrowski.
Right. You're wrestling as a 7th grader against a 9th grader. You know that just 2 years of maturity makes a big difference.
Just Schoenhard takes a little shot here, gets the ankle. Not going to be able to finish it yet, though. I think there you see a little quick hands and some sudden quickness for Lincoln, though.
Yep. Yeah, if he could finish this would be a nice confidence booster for him. But just sometimes you get in a situation where your whole body is tied up and it's hard to work your way out and get some points. But
Schoenhard has an opportunity to get Zabrowski on his back, really, without even earning a takedown. Gets the leg away.
I'm not sure he realized what he had there.
Yeah. Here it comes. There's a takedown for Schoenhard. Stayed with it, but yeah, sometimes you can get a guy on your back without a takedown.
All those former Governor wrestlers from the past that have followed Governor wrestling. Brett Ripley is the uncle of Mr. Schoenhard here, so he's got a little wrestling blood in his veins.
Zabrowski almost got free, but Schoenhard says no, keeps him down. Schoenhard in control, but still trailing 7-2, but good opportunity maybe to work from behind here. Still has 30 seconds to wrestle in this second period. Brandon Valley wrestlers starting to get loose again. They had a quick duel with Spearfish, just as the Governors did. Schoenhard
has a butcher, but allowed his opponent to get to his feet.
Zabrowski got up and now is able to break out of it. So 8-2 with a 1-point escape. Sturgis wrestler leading, and the second period comes to an end. We're at 106 here. Harrisburg and Rapid City Central keeping pace as they just announced the 285 result there. I think Harrisburg has been winning most of those matches against a younger now and not quite full lineup for Rapid City Central. We'll see the Cobblers here next against the Governors. After that duel and this one that we're seeing come to an end. We'll take a little bit of a break in between. Second duel out of 4 that we give you today. River 92.7, the official voice of Governor Sports. Governor basketball was on last night. If you missed it, Pierre got a 68-60 win at Douglas. As David Burrell called that one out at Box Elder. 2 wins in a row for the Governors over Douglas. Add a win over Sturgis in that stretch, and now they've won their last 3 straight since the 2017 postseason.
Did the girls play too?
Girls played Douglas on Tuesday night and won out there 60-29. Both teams next in action on this coming Tuesday against Aberdeen. The girls will host Aberdeen Central. The boys will head up to Aberdeen to take on the Golden Eagles. That game will be on River 92.7. The girls will be on the AM on KGFX. Not a lot happening here in this third period.
Did we choose down here? I think we did.
Yes. I'd have to assume.
Yeah,
yes.
That goes back to, if you're going to make that choice, you have to get out right away so you got time to work. You allow these guys to put the hammer on from top, that gets to be a long 2 minutes.
8-2 the score. Stalemate with a minute gone by. Caution for a quick start here for Schoenhard. But at least that stalemate gives you another opportunity to get out of it. Schoenhardt stood up, but he's put right back to the mat here. Zabrowski wrestling, pretty good match. Taryn Zabrowski. Here's Schoenhardt. Opportunity to reverse around, but he couldn't finish it. Just spun around. That's a couple of times now. Maybe recognition is something that that we'll look for improvement in Lincoln Schoenhardt's game here.
Yeah, it's, again, I can't emphasize it enough, being 2 years younger than this kid and not having the varsity experience, it really plays into the match.
Lincoln was on his back briefly. Still trying to stay off of his back, but Taryn Zabrowski still very much in control. A couple of back points for Zabrowski as Schoenhardt rolls over again, but this match comes to an end at 106. An 8-2, 10-2 win. Actually turned into a major decision for Taryn Zabrowski. That'll give Sturgis 4. And the updated score, the Governors 43, Sturgis 16. As we move on to 113 pounds. Noah Williams for the Governors at 16-5 on the season. Suffered a loss to Josh Hoffman of Spearfish earlier. He'll try to come back, but Corbin Osborne, pretty good competitor, a freshman at 12-8, and he's got the first takedown here for Sturgis. And Osborne right into a cradle. Are we looking at Noah Williams here?
Yeah, this is Noah, but
it's not what we're used to seeing in Noah's game, although he does a nice job in coming back. So no back points awarded to Sturgis after that takedown. Now a reversal. But Noah was in trouble for a little while there.
I was looking at the Sturgis singlet, and it said bunch on the back. I don't see a bunch listed anywhere. So
now Corbin Osborne is the only 113-pounder they have listed in the program.
It's been hard to keep track of Sturgis. They're using a bunch of guys.
Now who knows? They could have Bo Peters moving up. It's always the tough part about doing wrestling. It's everybody needs numbers on their back.
Right.
I like the fact that they have names on their back, although I need to change my prescription because I can't read them clearly from up here.
Yeah. And Noah's looking cross-face cradle right now. Looked at the butcher. It wasn't there. He's back to the cross-face cradle.
Trying to pull him back over, and now he's got him. Almost went too far. 2-2 tie for now. But Noah Williams
just about
getting into
over.
a little bit better position here. 7 seconds. 5. Nobody's out there to tap the mat of the official. And 1 second. Time. And somebody lost track in their responsibility. 3 back points here, though, as Noah Williams will take a 5-2 lead to the second period. Well, the Governors have clinched this duel. They'll improve to 10-3 overall on the season. 2 of those losses, of course, to Brandon Valley, including last night, 36-30. The other duel loss to Watertown, 33-32. Here comes who we assume to be Osborne. Corbin Osborne with another takedown to start the second period, 5-4. He'll pull within 1. Williams quickly out of that, though. He'll get a 1-point escape. He'll lead 6-4, and now he'll come right back and get a takedown, working low. Williams just stayed right on his knees after getting the escape and was able to come up with a takedown from that position. 10-4. Noah takes the lead. I think he was just given 2 back points as well. So he's been taken down a couple of times, but he's still scored quite well.
Yeah, you find, you find the things that you need to work on the weekends. This situation, he wasn't able to protect his legs. I would think going into practice next week, he's going to look at that. Doing a very nice job from top. He's run his cradles. Now he's got a country boy locked up. and about to step over. Yeah, this is going to be tight here.
Yeah, that's a pretty good hold here. Noah Williams.
He gets both legs in, it'll be.
And it's a tough spot when you got both of your arms and shoulders back behind. If you're the Sturgis wrestler here. 3 minutes and 32 seconds, the win by fall for Noah Williams with 1 match to go. The Governors lead 49-16. Let's take a 30-second break. We're back with more Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Peace of mind for you. Most soldiers serve because they want to give back to their country. Then they find out that being part of the South Dakota Army National Guard comes with other rewards. Beyond earning additional pay and getting help with education costs, South Dakota soldiers and their families will enjoy even more real benefits, such as inexpensive health care through the TRICARE system and low-cost life insurance that pays up to $400,000. Take care of your health, your family, and your future. For more information, go to nationalguard.com/tools/life insurance or 1-800-GO Guard.
One more match to go in this duel. The Governors lead the Scoopers 49-16. Final match of the duel has Tristan Spencer for the Governors. It's 10-3 coming into the day's action. He takes on D. Daniels, a freshman for Sturgis. He's off to a good start, 13-4 on the season. So a couple of good-looking freshmen here to close out the duel. Governors will improve to 10-3, though. Sturgis will fall to 9-3. Ryan Munson announcing the lineup and the locations for each of the third-round duels. We'll take a break in between here when this match comes to an end. Try to take a quick break before Pierre and Rapid City Central get together. For round number 3, Daniels will take a shot here. First period underway, 45 seconds to go. So probably going to have a quick post game after this one, and we'll abbreviate the pregame once again for the next duel. Pierre against Central, Pierre against Stevens a little bit later on this afternoon. No scoring yet here between Daniels and Spencer. Tristan Spencer again, as of last night, becoming the new varsity wrestler for the Governors at 120 pounds. He's had a really good season so far. Here's Daniels locked up. It was either going to be D. Daniels or sophomore Maverick Simons for Sturgis. I know Simons wrestled in their first duel against Harrisburg. There's a takedown.
Oh, missed it.
No. Yeah, he didn't get the control, so nothing happened there. The opening was there for Tristan Spencer. Looked like he had it, but you saw what I didn't initially, and that looked like when he came down over the top of Daniels, he just went too far.
He did.
Overran him a bit.
Yeah. Tristan choosing down in the second period. Again, if we're going to choose down, we got to do something with it. We quickly go to our stomach, and then we get, it's just hard to survive down there sometimes. And most of the time, these Sturgis wrestlers are going to make us pay a little bit.
Being as good as they normally are on the top here. Although Spencer up on his feet, he'll get put right back down, however. Spencer's got a leg up in the air here, though. Daniels trying to roll him over. Spencer trying to stay out of a hold. Big plays of this game coming up from Hermanson Endodontics. We've got your player of this duel, also the player of the game, to announce. Governors, of course, will have some candidates. Wins by fall for Noah Williams, for Kaylor Heinman, Deegan Huska today. Tyson Johnson, of course, looking solid. In his first match of the day, Reagan Bolweg, Preston Taylor as well. Out of bounds here, back to the middle. No score yet. Still second period, past the halfway point of the match. Spencer still in the down position. Tries to sit up and spin. Pretty good hold and maintaining control there is Daniels, though. Sturgis has won 3 matches so far. And this one's still very much in doubt. Spencer is out.
There he goes.
Got the escape, and now he gets a takedown coming right back. Actually, though, I was going to wonder if that was a reversal or a escape and takedown. It is two scores. Yep, 3-0. Spencer will go to the third period now, leading 3-0. Took a while, but he found his opening.
Yeah,
and he eventually got out of that down position there.
Well, it's an exhausting 2 minutes, so just trying to survive.
So is it more? I don't know. Does it take more out of you to try to work from underneath, or to try to hold somebody who just when you're on the top and trying to keep somebody in control?
Well, in this situation, if you're not going to choose down, you're going to choose on the feet. Rarely do we choose on top unless we're just an absolute hammer from top.
Yeah.
So in this situation, he'd have been on the feet. And there you're not carrying his load. I mean, he's carrying him the whole time under there for 1 minute and 50 seconds.
So Spencer went low looking for the shot, but he still has him by just one leg, and nothing yet as Daniels tries to roll him over.
And see how he throws the leg in right away?
So 2 points here for D. Daniels, his first of the match, and with 1 minute and 5 to go, this one becoming a little more in doubt. 3-2, Tristan Spencer still in the lead. Now Spencer spins his way out of it, or slips out. Now he's got a 2-point reversal, so a little better cushion once again, and 5-2. Montana Dakota Utilities post game coming up after this one. The Governors again leading Sturgis 49-16. They beat Spearfish 72-6. Rapid City Central and a younger and somewhat depleted lineup is on the way as well. And of course, the big one with Pierre and Rapid City Stevens later on. Brandon Valley has defeated Stevens. It's the first dual loss of the year for the Raiders. Governors will have a chance later on to try to maybe hand them a second loss. Now Spencer doesn't have a lot going on here. Looks in good shape to finish off a 5-2 victory, and the Governors will win this duel. Final score on the Gales Gas scoreboard will be 52-16. Scoreboard from Gales Gas in Pierre. The 5-2 win for Tristan Spencer. Gales Gas offering their budget plan and keep full service to help you stay warm all season long with Gales Gas service in Pierre. Again, 52-16 the final on the Gales Gas scoreboard. Let's take a 1 minute timeout in our Montana Dakota Utilities postgame. We'll begin with big plays and the recap, and also the player of the game coming up as well. This is Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Piece of.
Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank, providing great service right from the start. It's our promise to you that sets us apart. With every handshake and a smile, we go that extra mile. When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank.
This message brought to you by Montana Dakota Utilities, in the community to serve.
Back at Ringside Gym, Governor Wrestling 2 for 2 for the Governors. Wins over Spearfish and now Sturgis, winning 11 of 14 weight classes. And the Governors get a 52-16 win. Starting at 126, so the decision win for Blake Judson. 5-4 over Logan DeSursa. Kaylor Heinman gets a 3-minute win by fall over Thane Elsher. Hayden Schaefer, a 12-0 major decision over Braden Temple. Tyson Johnson, a win by fall for over Hunter Good. Deegan Huska pinning Harrison Good as well. The Governors won the first 5 matches and led 25-0. 2 wins by fall for Sturgis at 160 and 70 Ren Jacobs over Lucas Chamberlain. Reese Jacobs over Jaden Weeby makes it 25-12, but the Governors come up with 4 more wins in a row, including Gavin Stotts 8-2 over Robert Merwin, Jacob Larson 8-3 over Aiden Werlinger to make it 31-12, and then wins for Regan Bolweg and Preston Taylor, both by fall, to make it 43-12. Back to 106 as Taryn Zabrowski defeating Lincoln Schoenhard 10-2, the major decision, giving Sturgis 4, but Noah Williams a win by fall and 332 over Corbin Osborne. And the last match, Tristan Spencer 5-2 over D. Daniels of the Scoopers. Final score 52-16. The last duel to finish in round number 2. Harrisburg has defeated Rapid City Central 58-13. As Central will make their way over to the main gym here to take on the Governors next. Talk about big plays of the game from Hermanson Endodontics, and this match was controlled by the Governors throughout, winning those first 5 matches, but it almost seems like the big play, Ryan Noyes, was the way Blake Judson suddenly kind of exploded and got a 2-point reversal with literally 1 second left in his match, and I think that kind of set the Governors in motion in this one. And Blake Judson also, I think, for his efforts, going to be worthy of player of the game in this one.
Yeah, not the match that Blake wanted to wrestle, but Blake's found himself in that situation before where he's had to, have a burst at the end to win matches, and to his credit, he's willing to do that. He's put himself in really good shape conditioning-wise so that he has that burst of energy at the end, and that's what he needed to get the win tonight.
So that's a big play of the game from Hermanson Endodontics, and we are giving honorable mention to Kaylor Heinman, to Tyson Johnson, Deegan Huska, Noah Williams as well, and of course Regan Bolweg. Preston Taylor with some good wins by fall. Hayden Schaefer looked very strong again against a more inexperienced wrestler, but Blake Judson over Logan DeSursa. That's a quality win. DeSursa 13-4, the senior coming in, and Blake Judson is today's, this duel's player of the game, brought to you by the folks at Cowboy Country Stores in Pierre. That is the quick post game here, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to take about a 5-minute break as we get an opportunity to go do some things, and we'll come back with Pierre and Rapid City Central next as you're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling, your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7, online through drgnews.com.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
Rosenberg Implement, your family-owned John Deere dealer, has a deal for you this week only. Save 8% off bulk fluid storage products at Rosenberg Implement with 8 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. Call the parts department for options that will fit your operations. Don't forget they have on-farm delivery for oil, antifreeze, and any other part you may need. This deal is only at Rosenberg Implement, servicing your growing needs since 1937.
Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
Service Master of Pierre is your go-to service experts for a wide variety of cleaning needs. Since 2003, we have developed the most effective methods and products to service virtually every type of industry. We're known for our exceptional carpet and upholstery cleaning, but did you know we also offer cleaning of all types of flooring, along with providing fire and water restoration, commercial cleaning, janitorial services, and construction cleanup. ServiceMaster of Pierre is a proud sponsor of TF Riggs Governors and Lady Govs, as well as Stanley County Buffaloes and Lady Buffs activities.
Hi, this is Randy Schumacher with Capital City Monuments. Due to the virus issue, staying at home is a good thing. I can answer any questions by phone and do designs with you through email for a loved one. It is an honor for me to work with families and their memorial needs. Please call Capital City Monuments at 220-0417. Thank you.
If you're hunting for a great deal on your next ride, get into Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. We're locked and loaded on all of our new and used inventory, like this 2018 Toyota Highlander, only $28,495. Looking for low price reliability? Try a 2011 Honda Accord for only $6,995. Who wants a loaded up truck? We have a 2014 Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ for only $17,995. Get to Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre, 518 East Sioux Avenue. Call 605-224-7378 and visit gatewayflt.com.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierce, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing.
At Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford and Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
Peace of mind for you. Most soldiers serve because they want to give back to their country. Then they find out that being part of the South Dakota Army National Guard comes with other rewards. Beyond earning additional pay and getting help with education costs, South Dakota soldiers and their families will enjoy even more real benefits, such as inexpensive health care through the TRICARE system and low-cost life insurance that pays up to $400,000. Take care of your health, your family, and your future. For more information, go to nationalguard.com/tools/life insurance or 1-800-GO Guard. Peace of mind.
Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank, providing great service right from the start. It's our promise to you that sets us apart. With every handshake and a smile, we go that extra mile. When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
Up. But here as we start at 1:32, it looks like Rapid City Central has not reported Gabe Kenton. So Kaylor Heineman will get a win by forfeit, and the Governors will start with a 6-0 lead. And at 1:38, also a forfeit. We'll see what happens here. Will put us up to 125 if Kale Larson is not wrestling. Boy, that is unfortunate because folks missing out a chance to see one of the best in the state there. Larson 26-0, but it looks to me 2 forfeits, and the Governors have a 12-0 lead to start. And Tyson Johnson on at 145 will begin with Zach Soderlin, a freshman for Rapid City Central. Tyson Johnson got a win by fall in that Sturgis duel, going quickly to work here. And a 2-point takedown. Governors are back in their more solid green singlets here with a white cummerbund in this third duel with Rapid City Central. Got Sturgis and Brandon Valley to our right, and Pierre and Rapid City Central to the left if you're able to see this online through gogovs.live, which is the link where the live streams are today. And you can get to that from by hitting the green bar link on the River 92.7 page of drgnews.com. 2 back points here for Johnson, and he has got a 4-0 lead over Soderlin of Rapid City Central, who's got red and white. Johnson ready to go, but no whistle. Law on the mat here, I believe, is Steve Deming. 2 officials that I don't know personally. Steve Deming or Kurt Heron, who are joining Bud Postma, Dave Korneman, and Zach Metler as our mat officials. And again, our law on the mat from the South Dakota Attorney General's Office in their Division of Consumer Protection. Ryan Noyes rejoining us back up here in our Smith Plumbing broadcast booth. Coach, a couple of forfeits to start, and unfortunately it doesn't look like we're going to see Cale Larson of Rapid City Central today.
Yeah, I noticed after one of his matches in the other gym, he walked by in front of us holding his hand. Didn't look good, so I'm guessing he's probably done.
So again, Hyndman with the win there. Hayden Schaefer with a win by forfeit as well. Tyson Johnson working well here against Zach Soderlin. And again, I have to ask from this distance, make sure that's Tyson Johnson.
Yeah, that's Tyson.
So first period comes to an end. Good period for Johnson. Although he missed a chance to score a little more right there at the end. He leads 4-0.
Tyson's been one of those kids all year long that's just super consistent. Has had a nice season going, and definitely being a senior wants to make sure he's in the finals. Obviously the goal come February.
Quick reversal from that down position to begin the second period. So 6-0 Tyson Johnson leading. Freshman opponent, 12-9 on the season. So he's got Soderlin, who's had a little up, some good ups, a few downs in there as well. Brandon Valley, Sturgis still in their first bout being wrestled. There's a nice cradle. That was easy for Johnson all of a sudden. Like he just had a long arm reach underneath. Kelton Olson and Alex Mincer. That might be a good reason why Kelton Olson didn't wrestle against Pierre.
Yeah.
Starting the match against Sturgis, 2 of the top wrestlers in the state. I mean, that may not be the last time these 2 wrestle this year.
Right.
Johnson still working with Zach Soderlin, and with 50 seconds to wrestle in the second period.
Tyson has a cradle locked up, still just trying to figure out how to get the shoulders pinned.
Not giving himself enough room to get that left shoulder down. Back points are awarded. That's 9-0 now. Johnson leading. Governors out to a 12-0 dual lead. And again, it's I got to be honest. I mean, mentioned it's unfortunate we don't get to see Cale Larson, and for Hayden Schaefer, who we've talked about today. If you want a measuring stick, find out where you're at midpoint of the season. I mean, a match against Cale Larson would have been a good way to see that.
Yeah, for sure. Cale's one of the better wrestlers in the state, and unfortunately, he's been battling injury. I think he had that hand operated on, and might be one of those situations where he tried to come back a little too soon.
So when you say it didn't look good,
No.
just in his face it didn't look good, or just did it?
Yeah, it didn't look good in his face. Cale is not Cale has a pretty high pain tolerance, and he was visibly hurt. And, you just got to believe if he's already had it operated on once, it's pretty likely that he might be done for the year. I certainly don't want to put that out there if that's not the case, but I know he's been out of the lineup for most of the year, and then to see that today, it certainly makes you wonder.
No, that's too bad. 9-0 though, as we're back at 1:45. Tyson Johnson working. They've got a Coca-Cola blood timeout for Alex Menser in that Brandon Valley Sturgis match with Kelton Olson. Here's a takedown for Soderlund. The freshman gets Tyson Johnson down, and the major margin is gone. It's down to 7. It's 9-2 with Tyson Johnson still leading. Working with it, again, listening to Ryan Munson giving results, some of them from the auxiliary gym, involving Spearfish and Sioux Falls Roosevelt. That's one matchup. That actually could be a little more evenly matched now with Harrisburg and Rapid City Stevens. Ought to be a good one. We mentioned Brandon Valley and Sturgis here on mat number 1. There's Soderlund flipping and throwing Tyson Johnson out of bounds. And Johnson will come back here. 32 seconds to wrestle. I have to stand up to see the time left in this match, and every time I do, it hurts my knees. We talked last night about how old we're getting, and that's more of the same. Well, Soderlund's trying to roll Johnson over, but Johnson isn't giving an inch.
This is one of those situations as a senior where you know what you got to do to get the major, and these are perfect situations for you to be in.
Johnson's got an opportunity now to get something reversed here. Soderlund's got one hand left in there trying to hang on, and he has to let it go. Now Johnson says, get down.
Had the major and is going to give it back.
Up, yeah. And that brings an end to the third period, so it's a 7-point win for Tyson Johnson. Only a 3-point decision. It'll make it 15-0 Governors. And we'll take a quick 30-second break before going to 152 next. This is Governor Wrestling.
Rosenberg Implement, your family-owned John Deere dealer, has a deal for you this week only. Save 8% off bulk fluid storage products at Rosenberg Implement with 8 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. Call the parts department for options that will fit your operations. Don't forget they have on-farm delivery for oil, antifreeze, and any other part you may need. This deal is only at Rosenberg Implement, servicing your growing needs since 1937.
Back at the gym at Riggs High, Brian Oakland with Ryan Noyes here up to 152 pounds. Deegan Huska is on the mat against a tough competitor, TJ Morrison. Morrison 20-1 on the season, and he has the first takedown in this match. TJ, here's, you know what, we were trying to think of the name from Sioux Falls Roosevelt earlier.
That's
it's
Cadoon.
Sitting right there on the computer screen. Eli Cadoon, a couple of times state champion. That was a while ago. Now we're looking at TJ Morrison, who placed, I think he went to the finals in his weight class a year ago as well. He lost to Lucas Anglin, an undefeated champion from Vermilion. Yeah. This might be Morrison's year. Of course, Morrison had some good battles with Cade Hinkle last year, the Governors. Hinkle finished third, and this TJ Morrison's a good one.
Yeah, he's a handful. He's just he's one of those complete wrestlers that we talked about earlier.
Menser and Olson are done in match number 1. Judging by the looks on their faces, I think Menser got the win. Brandon Valley with a decision, 3-0. They take the lead, so good win for Alex Menser with roots in Pierre.
Yeah, Olson's a tough competitor for Sturgis. He's been around a long time.
2 takedowns, now 2 escapes here for Deegan Huska. TJ Morrison leads 4-2. But he's just got his third takedown, and it is a 6-2 advantage for Morrison. Boy, some good battles over the years with Rapid City Central. You guys, when you started the Governor run of state championships, it was at the time, I think it was Aberdeen Central, but also Rapid City Central, who were the closest to compete.
There's about 5 teams there that could have won it that year, and Rapid City Central was kind of the favorite. Their wrestlers thought so too. They dyed their hair gold, and didn't work out for them. I guess that's a good thing. It worked out for us. But a very good team from top to bottom, and like I said, that year there was probably 4 or 5 different teams good enough to win the state tournament.
So here Huska trying to get some things done, is really working in some of the same things that Morrison has had success with. Now Deegan Huska, second period. Started in the opposition. There's a pin for Sturgis. Perry Kettleson, who did not wrestle against the Governors. Sturgis will take a 6-3 lead there. Or was that Brandon Valley? It was the green wristband raised, but nope, now they've got it on the scoreboard.
You think about wrestling like in California, where it's a one-class system. If that were the same here in South Dakota, you look at schools like Rapid City and Sioux Falls and some of those places, if they put one team together, boy, they'd really have something.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's, you forget about there's however many high schools. Rapid City's got Central and Stevens and St. Thomas More and Rapid City Christian, and, you know, if they were able to pool that talent, they
into just one team.
Yeah.
That would be a different way to look at things, no doubt about it.
That's what makes, you know, wrestling in California so hard. It's a one-class system with so many kids. There's other states out there, but I just use California as an example.
TJ Morrison with a takedown here in the third period. That after a 1-point escape to start, and he's got a 9-2 lead on Deegan Huska. Tell you what, Huska with this is a good example of. It almost seems like a good example of how well he's been wrestling. I feel like he's been pretty active in this match, but TJ Morrison just that good, and has that 9-2 lead. Able to fight off everything Huska's been throwing at him.
Yeah. We've got 2 minutes to try and keep this under a major, or, you know, catch him on his back. That'd be nice too.
Governors do have the first 3 weight classes, but 2 forfeits from Rapid City Central. So Pierre up 15-0. Decision win for Tyson Johnson over Zach Soderlund. 11-4 in that previous match. Here we're now at 152. And it is a 9-2 advantage still.
There we go.
For TJ Morrison as Huska got him pushed backward, and it's a nice little move here to get a reversal.
Yep, we call that the Colonel roll. Just a little Peterson roll that worked in his favor to get the 2-point reversal, but now Morrison back up to his feet for 1.
10-4 now, Morrison on top. But back to more of a decision. Although Morrison with a takedown will make it a major again. Make it 12-4. Still over a minute to go here in the third period. Wrestling all day, the East-West duel. How many years have we been doing this, do you suppose, here in Pierre?
It's been a while. I couldn't even guess. Maybe 20 plus.
Used to be Pierre and Watertown, and whether it be Brandon Valley or Yankton came up a lot, and then it would just be Sturgis, Spearfish, or Sturgis and Central and Stevens. But Spearfish has joined. Of course, Brandon Valley here with Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, and Harrisburg. Yeah. Last year, a Friday added to it when Mitchell came up and got some matches against the West River schools.
I always thought it'd be fun to add Valentine, Nebraska to this mix a little bit and get some of those neighboring states programs in.
Used to have that tournament that you'd go to every year. Heck, for that matter, bring the Winter Warriors up here, or something like that, and get them wrestling some of these these Class A schools.
Right.
Match comes to an end all of a sudden with TJ Morrison just workmanlike as he defeats Deegan Huska by the score of 12-4. It's a major decision. That's 4 points for Rapid City Central, and the new score on the Gales Gas scoreboard has the Governors on top 15-4. Gales Gas Service in Pierre. So to 160 pounds, which has been Lucas Chamberlain's spot today.
Jaden Wiebe.
And we've got Jaden Wiebe now. Wiebe has wrestled twice, or reported twice, we should say, at 170 pounds. Wiebe, the sophomore here against Graydon Backey. Graydon a good one, 18-9 on the season coming into today. And he is a sophomore, so we'll see Chamberlain up at 170 in his normal spot. Brandon Valley and Sturgis still in their third match. Here's Chamberlain with a quick spin and can't get free yet for a takedown. But he is on top. Boy, is it just me or is it getting awful loud in here at Ringside Gym?
Yeah. Wiebe did score the 2 there.
Takedown for Jaden Wiebe. Get things started here.
Jaden's another one of those kids that's just kind of hit or miss. You know, there's days that, boy, he's really wrestling well, and then there's days that one little mistake can cost him 5 points. But the one thing you're always going to get is a close match. He's always going to be in a match.
Brandon Valley and Sturgis providing more fireworks here. 9-4 in the match. Sturgis, I think the Sturgis wrestler in front on that. Of course, they're with the, they're getting about to where, well, they're at 145 yet. Sturgis won by fall in that second bout, and it was 6-3. Meanwhile, Jaden Wiebe still up 2-0 here as we get to the final 10 seconds of period number 1. Graydon Backey, 18-9 on the year, but so he's had some good ups so far, but not making much happen here yet, assuming this is Backey, Rapid City Central at 160 pounds. Well, Backey is the only one listed.
Right.
And Wiebe went a little too quick. Actually, they blew the whistle in the Sturgis-Brandon match, and Wiebe went too quick. I think he was following that whistle. I don't think he got cautioned for the false start this time, but the official realized he was reacting to the other mat whistle. It was a good job by Wiebe to keep Backey down after Graydon Backey had gotten to his feet.
Yeah, if we can just climb all over those wrists right now and keep him on his belly, that's pretty important. That's where we're setting up all of our turns, or should be anyway, and I look for Jaden to do the same.
So we talked about Sturgis in that last duel about being a good on-top team, a good team with the legs. How would you compare that with what you normally see with Rapid City Central?
They're a team that's, I like to think of them as a little bit more individualistic. They've got certain kids that are really talented. You take Cale Larson. He's one of those kids that's good from everywhere, but most of the time Rapid City Central's good on their feet. And most of the time they can get away. I wouldn't say that they're always a pinning team, but they certainly have individuals that can do that. So, but if I had to pick one area, I would say they're probably most talented on the feet.
So Graydon Backey got a 1-point escape. Took a quick shot. Opportunity for Wiebe to come in and maybe get around and get a takedown, but the mat official rules potentially dangerous. I didn't really see what the reasoning was for that, but they're back on their feet again.
This is where it's important for Jaden to go after him again and get another takedown right away. Build that confidence. You go up 4-1.
A shot here for Backey, though. Second attempt at this one. And Wiebe trying to hang on to the leg to keep that from happening, but there it is for Backey. He'll take the lead here 3-2 in the second period. 9 seconds to go. It should be Weeby's choice to start the third with a 3-2 deficit now. Certainly the close match that you mentioned when you get Jaden Weeby.
Yeah.
16-6 win for Sturgis at 145. In that Brandon Valley match, that's Hunter Harrison over Caden Langenhorst. Nope, actually they put it up for Brandon Valley. So again, I thought the Eastern teams were supposed to be the home teams in these matches, but Brandon Valley up 7-6.
Jaden absolutely can't stay down. He's got to get to his feet right away here. Down by 1.
3-2, third period's just underway, and yeah, choosing that down position, you just didn't make a quick move of any kind. And now, well, almost had an opportunity, but Backey gets him right back down. Backey's still just a sophomore. Weeby, just a sophomore, has him up, and now both back down again with the throw. Still something I can never get used to when I watch wrestling. When you get picked up and somebody picks somebody up and they want to throw them back down, it just sometimes makes me cringe at how they get thrown back to the mat. And certainly hope nothing serious happens.
Yeah, you don't even.
Sometimes it does, though.
Yeah, most of the time you don't even feel it. So.
Yeah.
But it's one of those deals where you make an attempt like that to get to your feet, they toss you to the mat, you have to immediately come right back up again. I mean, that's that psychology thing, like, yeah, you threw me to the mat, but I'm coming up again.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll come up as many times as it takes until I score. But it's having that mentality to not stop until you've scored. I mean, now we're looking at 30 seconds to go. We chose down.
Weeby still down underneath, down 3-2 on the scoreboard. Governor's up on the duel 15-4 for the time being, but Rapid City Central close to adding to their tally. Backey's still trying to at least appear as if he's trying to do something, and Weeby's just going to run out of time and maybe out of gas as well. 5 seconds to go. And that's how this one going to come to an end. A 3-2 decision win for Graydon Backey over Jaden Weeby of the Governors. And your updated score, it's 15-7 Pierre over Rapid City Central. We pause for 30 seconds. Lucas Chamberlain at 170 next for Pierre. This is Governor Wrestling.
Smith Plumbing, family owned and operated, provides complete plumbing services to the Pierre-Fort Pierre area. Whether you're in need of timely service, a remodel, or building a new home, Smith Plumbing will be there for you. When you call Smith Plumbing, you'll be treated the only way they know how, like family. Visit their website, smithplumbing.com, or call today, 224-4770. Superior craftsmanship and service. Smith Plumbing in Pierre, your friendly neighborhood plumbers.
Here we go to 170 pounds. Driven by the Office of Highway Safety of the state of South Dakota. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling and your official voice of the Governors. River 92.7 KGFX FM Pierre, a member of DRG Media Group, online at drgnews.com. The Office of Highway Safety reminding us all, buckle up, stay alive. Brian Oakland with Ryan Noyes here at Riggs High Gym. Rob Whitebird in studio, pulling overtime at 170 pounds. I believe this is Landon Winter, a junior for Rapid City Central, over on top of Lucas Chamberlain. Takedown for Winter, and a 2-0 start. Should mention also Governor Sports, made possible in part by Pure Sports Marketing Partners and Governor Broadcasting on the DRG Media Group. Stalkin Peterson, Lingo, Walti Jones, LLP, a sports marketing partner, as is Pitts Design and Build. Overhead Door, Kelly's Retirement Home, Guadalajara Mexican Restaurant, Delta Dental, Kathy Sonnenschein Properties, Beck Motors, and American Bank and Trust, your Pure Sports marketing partners. Chamberlain trying to stay off his back here, but so far looking pretty good is Landon Winter. 14-7 coming into today's action. Chamberlain was 11-7. Winter Has him by the leg, has him around the neck. I don't know if he's connected that cradle, but he seems to have the a little bit of leverage to push him over, trying to use that head into the side to force him, and he'll run out of time here in this first period. But still leading 2-0 is Landon Winter. Lucas Chamberlain will defer to start the second period, and Winter will go down.
I'm guessing Landon won't stick around down there for long.
Just like that, pops up. Chamberlain going to have to try to hang on. Goes to the leg. Up in the air a little bit with Winter. Hasn't relinquished control yet, technically. But Winter has an opportunity. Chamberlain still with him.
Locked on the leg, getting extended, head down on the mat. Landon is trying to push off the hips and get his weight back as far as he can to keep him extended.
Yep, trying to break free a little bit, but now moving toward the edge and running out of space. And they're out of bounds.
No
I think
change.
that's a break there for Lucas Chamberlain, at least in that sequence. And Winter will still be in the down, 51 seconds into the second period. But again, popping right up is Winter, and now he'll break free. Sometimes it seems so easy. You see wrestlers taking that down position, and then they pop it up, and it doesn't take them long to get out. But some wrestlers, I guess, may be better on the top and just know how to keep you from getting in that escape position.
Right. It's always easier than it looks, but
now Winter comes down and has Chamberlain on his back. 5-0 updated score, and back points will be pending at the least, but Chamberlain trying to avoid a pin.
You know, talking about standing up, it's one of those things where if you make a choice, you know, you chose that spot, so you've got to get away.
And, boy, good job there for Landon Winter all of a sudden. Good move as they win by fall, and 3:49 will give Rapid City Central their third victory in a row, and what was 15-0 now cut to 15-13. Here still on top on the Gales Gas scoreboard as we'll continue on up to 182 pounds. Gavin Stotts on paper maybe with a favorable matchup here against 10-16 David Miller. Miller is a sophomore, as is Stotts. As the Governors continue here. Pierre with 2 dual wins so far over Spearfish and Sturgis. Working with Rapid City Central now. The other matchups that are going on, as we mentioned, Brandon Valley and Sturgis to our right on mat number 1 in the main gym. Over in the auxiliary gym, the good one is Harrisburg and Rapid City Stevens. It'll be really interesting to see how that one turns out. Sioux Falls Roosevelt and Spearfish also in the auxiliary gym. Gavin Stotts on the edge with a 2-point takedown to start the scoring here at 182 pounds. What do you think about Harrisburg against Rapid City Stevens? Harrisburg coming on and starting to fill their lineup with bigger and better talent all the time, and that one I think could be close all the way.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to see Harrisburg this year, other than when they came in to the gym today, but they had a couple kids that looked quite large, and I've heard that they're wrestling well, so I still think that Rapid City Stevens maybe has the nod in that duel, but who knows?
They've wrestled a lot, has Harrisburg. 21-4 before today. Coming in, Stotts working strongly here. Good bout going between Brandon Valley and Sturgis in the third period, and an 8-0 win for, again, who's home and who's visitor in that one. Looks like Sturgis with a good bout there. They'll take a 10-7 lead after the 152-pound class. Meanwhile, Stotts, Gavin working here with back points pending.
Yeah, he kind of locked up a wing and ran it around, but then just lost it. Oh,
Gavin Stotts leads 5-0 now, although coming back is David Miller. And he hasn't gotten anything yet. He hasn't got the escape, but he's in kind of in the same position Landon Winter was that we saw. There's the escape, and 5-1, the updated score. That, he did get the escape.
Yep.
That, as the first period comes to an end. Brandon Valley leads 13-10 on Sturgis now after the 160-pound class. Stotts will take to the down position here. With that choice, Gavin quickly tries to sit and spin. There he breaks free. Gavin Stotts will build the lead to 5. It's 6-1. And Stotts getting around again for another takedown. Miller reached for the single leg, but Stotts countered that. Then gets his man down on the mat. 8-1 score here. Another reminder, junior varsity wrestling is occurring today as part of the East-West duels. So too is girls wrestling. That action going on at the Georgia Morse Middle School. Now Stotts will try to get David Miller rolling over here. Has an opportunity. But he has to keep coming back and trying again. 55 seconds to wrestle yet. Second period, 8-1, Gavin Stotts in front. And he's got to retool.
Gavin doing a nice job of pressure on top. Bottom guy's kind of blocking out. He's going to have to open up or he's going to get nailed for stalling.
There's a Sturgis pin now. Sturgis starting to get a little fired up here. Ren Jacobs at 160 pounds. No. It is Jacobs.
Yeah, Jacobs. Ren at 60.
But he wasn't wrestling Klinkhammer, was he?
No, he wasn't.
Now Merwin, this is Robert Merwin, who was 182, so that might have been Reese Jacobs at 170.
Yeah.
Sturgis back in front, 16-13. Couple of back points meanwhile for Gavin Stotts. At the edge as they go out of bounds again, 10-1, and now the third period ready to begin. And David Miller chooses to stay neutral to begin the third. I think Gavin Stotts might be one of these guys who I think is in the upper half of the wrestling pool in South Dakota at 182, but still in a lot of wrestling. I think you see this from a lot of wrestlers. There's guys that beat the people they're supposed to beat, but then sometimes there is still always that one or two or a handful of wrestlers that just aren't a good matchup for him. Stotts, I think, right now has a good matchup, though.
Right. And it certainly isn't from lack of effort.
Right.
Stotts, he does a nice job. He competes hard. He's just he's still young. He's still going 100 miles an hour, and he makes some mistakes. And those are the things he's going to want to clean up before February.
Dominic Tucker with a pin of Robert Merwin for Brandon Valley. So they'll change the lead again, 19-16, Brandon Valley now. Stotts did miss on a chance for a takedown. It was David Miller who got the takedown, and his first of the match. He still trails 10-3. Gavin Stotts underneath. He'll break free. Checks the time with an 11-3 advantage. Now 40 seconds to go, third period. Miller goes low. Stotts comes after him. Right in the middle of the mat. It's a big mat here that the Governors are on, along with Rapid City Central. Just a little extra space.
Yep.
Room to roam. Kind of get run out of bounds and you won't hit the basketball floor quite as easily. Still locked up on their feet are Gavin Stotts, as he will have this match come to an end with the major decision victory. Gavin Stotts 11 and David Miller 3. So the Governors will tack on 4. Their lead up to 19-13 now in the Gales Gas scoreboard. Jacob Larson coming up next. And let's take a quick 30-second timeout. You're listening to Pierre Governor Wrestling.
There's an app for everything, including high school sports from the stations of DRG Media Group. Download the DRG News app brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino from the App Store or Google Play. It takes only a moment, so you'll have it in time for this game. See live and archived video of all games. And when you select your favorite station during the live stream, the video will immediately pop up. See Central South Dakota high school sports on your phone or mobile device with the DRG News app brought to you by the Golden Buffalo Casino. Download it now at the App Store or Google Play.
Back at Riggs High Gym, now Jacob Larson on the mat for the Governors at 195 pounds. Rapid City Central with a couple of 95ers in their roster. Jackson Morrison, a sophomore, or Nick Preble, who is a senior. I'm thinking this may be Preble. I know Morrison wrestled in the previous duel for Rapid City Central. And as Larson tried the fireman's throw, it didn't quite work out, but he still gets back on the takedown. Preble actually 7 and 8 on the season, the senior. Jacob Larson with some back points here. It's 5 seconds, good enough for 3 more. 5-point move for Jacob Larson. So Pierre up 19-13. Pierre won the first 3 weight classes with a couple of open weights for the Cobblers. The Cobblers come back, get a major decision, a straight decision, and then a win by fall to cut it to 15-13. But now that major decision win for Gavin Stotts has the Governors back in front by 6.
Larson doing a good job again with pressure. Well, he's really done a nice job the last couple matches that I've seen, keeping his opponent on the mat, staying tough on top, and looking for pins. Again, all over the wrists. Really, I mean, you take away those things, those options, those posts from his opponent, and makes scoring pretty difficult.
Good match going in Brandon Valley. Sturgis at 195. Wickersham on top now for Brandon Valley. Meanwhile, Jacob Larson still up 5-0. Final seconds here of period number 1. Got off to a good start. And he'll take that 5-0 lead to period number 2. Choice to Green. And Larson will head down to all 4s. So it'll be Preble coming in over the top. Left arm around. And Larson bridging up on his feet and out. 1-point escape. Good job by Jacob Larson here as he'll come back. See if he can get another takedown, leading 6-0 here.
As we mentioned earlier, I'd like to see Jacob do something right in the middle of the mat. Feet to back. I mean, it's not necessary in this match, but he's an exciting wrestler to watch when he's throwing.
Another pin at 95 for the Lynx. Brandon Valley will open up now a 25-16 lead. As they get bigger, they get better. And I think now is when they'll really start to open things up in that Sturgis duel. But keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Larson leading 6-0. Second period, still on their feet, coming down to the 1-minute mark. Halfway point of period number 2. Oh my, Larson had Preble up in the air and almost lost control of him. But I mean, what a good job of keeping a guy under control, and really, I mean, you know, you're taking care of him in that regard. If you're Larson, who gets the takedown to take an 8-0 lead. I mean, if he had him up so high, and all of his weight might have carried Larson backward, and maybe Preble comes down right on his head, and you don't want to see that. So again, a good job by Larson to maintain some control in that sequence.
Well, that's a kid that's paying rent to the weight room. He's been in there long enough that they start charging him. So that was a situation where that was just pure strength on Larson's part.
Preble gets out, though, so a 1-point escape. Now 8-1, the Larson lead. Still very much in control and a lot of time to go in this match as well, but the second period will come to an end here. Jacob Larson we've already said it today, but again, it just seems like this guy's getting better every time you look at him, and along with that, I think getting smarter too.
Yeah, it's a feel. I mean, and the more matches you get under your belt, the more confidence, the more wins. It's just kind of a domino effect.
Preble out again with another 1-point escape. It's 8-2. Larson still in control. There's a win by fall for Owen Warren over Julfs of Sturgis. Navarro Shunke to be due up next. Sturgis may not even report at heavyweight, so 31, now 37-16 as they'll go back to 106. That could be a good one there. Xander Nielsen of Brandon Valley, and Sturgis had Taryn Zabrowski, or they may have Bo Peters coming up here. This is Peters at 22-7 coming into the day. 8-2, Jacob Larson still in front, just managing a match now. 50 seconds to go. This Rapid City Central duel. Again, Bolweg and Taylor coming up. Taylor actually won't have a match. We expect Rapid City Central to be open at 285. Preble just hasn't been able to get any position at all to try to get some kind of a move. He's gotten out of a couple of holds, a couple of escapes, but
yeah, and Jacob's not going to force the issue here. He's got a comfortable lead, and then I say that, and
now he gets aggressive. He wants that major. Doesn't have it yet, though. And he tried to throw him back down, but Preble with a good center of gravity. Now on the edge, but no. Takedown. It'll stay 8-2. The final in this one, Jacob Larson with the victory. Governors up their lead to 22-13. Let's take 30 seconds. Reagan Bolweg is next for Pierre. This is Pierre Governor Wrestling.
The key to success starts with vision. Hi, this is Dr. Nick Marceau of Central Dakota Eye Care. Yearly comprehensive eye exams are key in detecting eye conditions before symptoms appear. Call us today at 224-6128 to schedule an appointment. New patients always welcome. The staff at Central Dakota Eye Care is proud of our area youth and support their high school activities. Best of luck in today's game. Central Dakota Eye Care, 640 East Sioux Avenue in Pierre. Better vision for a great life.
Back at it. Actually, they say that was Jackson Morrison of Rapid City Central as Jacob Larson with the victory. 8-2. Jacob Larson. And as we go to break and Reagan Bolweg's coming up, a lot of times Bolweg makes us miss something as we get back at it. Bolweg got a very quick takedown. He let him up, now gets another one here. And Bolweg on top of Jackson Whitty by a 4-1 count. Here on the scoreboard in the duel now, 22-13, leading Rapid City Central. And Bolweg here just kind of biding his time, but forcing Jackson Whitty over, and boy, Whitty in trouble there. Kicks all the way through, but now at least he's got his back on the mat, but that's good enough for Reagan Bolweg for 1 minute and 17 seconds, the win by fall for the Governors. That'll make it 28-13. And again, Preston Taylor we expect to be unopposed, which would make it 34-13 for the Governors.
Unless that six-pounder is coming out to wrestle him.
That would have been interesting. So the 106-pounders are coming up. Jagger McCarthy, he was following right behind Preston Taylor, ready to report, but
sometimes you want to.
He would have made weight for 285.
Yeah, sometimes you're feeling scrappy, you know.
Doesn't matter how far under you are. Forfeit win for Preston Taylor. He'll improve to 16-3 on the season, if I'm counting correctly. Now for Central, again, Jagger McCarthy, good-looking sophomore, 20-13 on the year, taking on Lincoln Schoenhardt. Schoenhardt 4-8 now. See if he can get something going here. 34-13, once again the score on the Gales Gas Service scoreboard. Rolling the lineup over, Governor Wrestling, sponsored in part by Governor Sports Marketing Partners, including Red Rosa and WR Restaurants, Rinky Gray Wealth Management, Pier Area Chamber of Commerce, Maher Law Office, Midco, Heisberg Funeral Home, First Dakota National Bank, Comtech, Avera Orthopedics, and Anderson Dental in Pier. 4 weight classes to go here at 106. Pier and Rapid City Central, and Lincoln Schoenhardt's got something working out here if he can get around to get that takedown, but Jagger McCarthy got him by the legs and is able to put him back down again.
Sometimes you get so excited, you're so close to finishing a move, and you get a little careless, and that's what happened here.
And it may be careless, but it's loose is the word I was going to use here. I know Lincoln was trying to work his way around. Now he's got an opportunity at a reversal, and he has that. So he gets taken down but reverses him. Now we've got a 2-2 tie.
And Lincoln's in good shape here to potentially get some back points. Got a crossface on, leg hook. Was looking for a butcher. Has switched off now. Just working on keeping him on his belly until something opens up.
Looks like Bo Peters of Sturgis out to a 12-3 lead going to the third period against Xander Nielsen of Brandon Valley. Brandon Valley with a comfortable lead now in the duel, though, 37-16. Here is Schoenhardt. Oh, and McCarthy spun right through it.
Yeah, Lincoln had the butcher locked up, and when he went to roll him over, Rapid City Central wrestler just rolled through.
McCarthy will defer, so Lincoln Schoenhardt will get the choice. To the down he goes. And again, we expect Central to have one more open weight class at 120 pounds. Started with a couple of forfeits at 32 and 38. 38 was to the fans, the unfortunate one with Kale Larson unable to go. For Rapid City Central, here's a takedown from McCarthy. Or a reversal as it is, as Schoenhardt started in the down position. So 4-2, Central in control now. Jagger McCarthy, you know, with COVID, Ryan, I mean, a lot of teams haven't gotten a lot of wrestling yet, but now we are starting to see Jagger McCarthy. I've got him at 20-13 on the year. Still, somehow, some people are getting over 30 matches in under their belts to this point.
I don't know what Rapid City Central does, but and I don't know if that's comparable to Stevens or not, but it seems like the teams out west are always getting way more matches. You know,
they do.
I don't know if it's more tournaments that they're able to go to, or.
Well, and I think in years past they've gone to the Bismarcks and the Gillette, Wyoming, maybe a tournament in Nebraska here and there, but
a lot of those have been eliminated.
Yeah. For this year we haven't really been seeing that, as McCarthy still works on top of Lincoln Schoenhardt. But you know, and Harrisburg's another team that's been seeing a lot of duels. They're getting a lot of those middle class A teams, the Del Rapids, Madisons, Lenox, Dakota Valley, things like that, perhaps in some instances. Now, how about another reversal? Second of the match for Lincoln Schoenhardt.
He really needs to slip a half Nelson here. He's in good position to do so. He's got a Turk. He went to the far shoulder. He's just afraid he's going to run out of time.
10 seconds and less, counting down, second period, 4-4. You know, I remember junior high PE, learning the sport of wrestling, and the first move they'd show you is the half Nelson. And to me, it's just like one of the more basic things that you can try. And a lot of times, sometimes, like you said before, get back to the basics and see if that helps.
Yeah, really don't need to be giving out our secrets of the success of our program going back to our PE days. But, yeah, I am a big believer in the basics. Your double legs and single legs and half Nelsons and cradles and standing up from down.
Sturgis got a major decision at 106. No, that's Brandon Valley. I cannot keep track of who is home and who is guest on that board. I guess it's should be Brandon Valley home, but they have them at guest, so a good match there for Xander Nielsen. I think it was 16-6. Brandon Valley up 41-16 now. Schoenhardt's been doing some work here. He got 3 back points somewhere in there, Ryan?
I missed it.
Didn't see it. He has a 7-4 lead on the scoreboard. Back to the basics. Right. Governor Wrestling.
That's
Got
right.
to pay attention here to this young 7th grader for the Governors, leading a sophomore opponent 7-4 and still working aggressively up on top. 45 seconds to go.
And this is the Lincoln that everybody in the peer community knows, and this is what we want to see from him going forward. Needs to get those wins when he can.
Certainly has that opportunity here, trying to get McCarthy rolled over. Got him rolled over for 5 seconds once. Oh, now it's back to a 6-4 lead. So maybe got 2 back points instead of 3, but still it looks like Lincoln Schoenhardt going to finish off a decision victory here to improve to 5-8 on the young season for him. 3-2-1. There it is.
Good for Lincoln.
6-4, the win for Lincoln Schoenhardt. The Governors will tack on 3 and lead the Cobblers 37-13. Noah Williams up next. Let's take a quick 30. We're back with more Peer Governor Wrestling.
Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
We hope you are all enjoying the student productions of your school.
It's connected, committed. Member FDIC.
To 113 pounds we go. The junior Noah Williams on the mat for the 3rd time today. And his opponent, one of 2 that is a possibility. We'll assume it to be Riley Schmidt, the sophomore, 15-18 on the year. They also have Logan Brown, who is a freshman at 16-16.
Yeah, you're right. That's a lot of wrestling.
Or 16. Maybe a lot of forfeits. Who knows?
Well, yeah.
But
32 matches to this point in the year.
32 reports.
Some quick math.
Again, Noah Williams finds himself on the mat early here. Had a slow start in his Sturgis duel before coming back and getting a victory.
That might be part of Noah's plan, is to get that slow start, lull him to sleep a little bit.
Hustle him. Did get that come from behind win by fall, 332 over Corbin Osborne earlier, and now it might actually be Osborne on the mat who just got pinned.
Bunch.
Yep, that was Corbin Osborne last time as well. Sam Davis with the win. Brandon Valley up 47-16 with a couple of weights to go. We're on our way to 126 here. That'll be the last one as Noah Williams reverses things here.
Right to his back.
2-2 tie, and Riley Schmidt in a bit of trouble.
Can't lose that elbow.
Got to get it back over. Tough to hang on to, but good for 3 points. And that 5-second near fall, 5-2. Noah Williams with that reversal and a continued move. First period done now. 2 minutes gone by. And Noah Williams will defer. And the Cobblers will take to the down this time. Again, Rapid City will be open at 120, we expect, and we'll have one more match at 126. Blake Judson and Blake Broderick. So Williams in the top this time. Just trying to get something going here, but not a lot happening so far.
Yep. Noah's got a leg hooked. He's kind of working a force half from top. Rapid City opponent's just got his head on the mat, kind of blocking out from down.
Well, curled up. Stalemate will be called here. Governor's schedule frees up a little bit until next Saturday. They're set to go to the Brookings Invitational once again. Fall start here on the restart for Noah Williams. The Brookings Invite always a good tournament, but again, I think they're kind of keeping tournaments to bracket tournaments to 6-man brackets. At least they did in Mitchell last week for that event. I'm not sure how they'll do it in Brookings. It's just too bad because Brookings usually draws a pretty good crowd.
It does, yeah. They still do that at the Swift Hell Center?
I'd have to think possibly. I guess I don't know, but yeah, good open venue. Maybe they should in this.
Right. I think they went back to the high school, but then this would be a good year to go back to Swift Hell.
A little more wide open space. Noah Williams still trying to work. He's been on top here for the entire second period, down to 30 seconds to go. Looking at the further Governor schedule, Governors will go to Yankton in 2 weeks from last night. That'll be our next Governor broadcast. We'll go to Yankton and then presumably stay overnight and participate in the Yankton Invite, which will be their last regular season tournament of the season. Then a final dual night, a triangular, or actually a doubleheader for the Governors at Mitchell. They'll duel Harrisburg and then Mitchell. And boy, that'll be a couple of good duels to close out the regular season before you get into the postseason.
Yeah, and you like to have those. Get you ready for the region tournament.
Here leading Rapid City Central 37-13 in the duel here. Second false start warning for Noah Williams in this match as the second period now comes to an end. So he rode him out the entire 2 minutes, did Noah. And now he'll quickly go to all fours and see what he can do from the down position. He's already had one reversal that turned into back points as well, as he battles against Riley Schmidt. Somersaults out, but Schmidt somehow takes and maintains a hold of the ankle of Noah Williams. Jack Schoenhardt for Stevens. That's a quick win over a pretty good wrestler from Harrisburg, Carter Ratcliffe. At 113 pounds in the other gym. Stevens and Harrisburg battling right now. Stevens comes to the Governor's mat for the final duel later on. I think actually quite a ways ahead of schedule. Had to kind of anticipate about 2 hours per duel, but right now as we hit the 2 o'clock hour, that would have been the starting time of this central duel. And the Governors and Cobblers just about finished up, with one more match to go, 2 more weight classes. Looking forward to that one here. And, that might be one. It's kind of interesting to see how, the Governors will have that lineup. Do they mix and match a little bit? How does Coach Lewis like the matchups that he'll have against Rapid City Stevens? I guess it remains to be seen. Here's another reversal for Noah Williams. So finally we've got some other scoring. 7-2, he has the lead. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that Coach Lewis has looked at the Raiders lineup. They've discussed about 19 different scenarios that could happen, and they'll have a game plan ready for him.
7-2. Noah Williams going to get a victory here by decision. Tack on 3 for the Governors. It's 40-13 with one match to go after a win by forfeit for Tristan Spencer. Coming up, we're back with one more. This is Pierre Governor Wrestling.
This Governor Sports Moment is brought to you by the independent insurance team at Fisher Rounds and Associates of Pierre. Michael Tweet was one of the most versatile athletes that ever wore a Pierre Governor uniform. On the football field, Tweet earned All-State honors 3 consecutive years, but the basketball court was Tweet's love. A 2-time first-team All-State selection, he also was a finalist for the Mr. Basketball Award his senior year. And don't forget, he was a 2-time state high jump champion as well. Michael Tweet, truly one of Pierre's finest. This Governor Sports Moment has been brought to you by Fisher Rounds and Associates of Pierre.
Well, back at Riggs High Gym, Rapid City Central had 120 open on the roster, but it looks like they may have moved one of their 2 113s up to take on Tristan Spencer. And if the last one we were assuming to be Riley Schmidt, this may be Logan Brown, or this could be Schmidt, and perhaps it was Logan Brown who fell 7-2 to Noah Williams. So in this case, Tristan Spencer gets a 2-point takedown. Central actually made the move, but Spencer fell right into it. Now Tristan with the cradle. Win by fall for Brandon Valley and a win by fall for Tristan Spencer for the Governors. So another 6-pointer here. And Pierre ups their lead to 46-13. Now we've got one more to go. 2 wrestlers waiting here. The time in this one is a first period pin. I didn't get the exact time. But a good job for Tristan Spencer coming out and taking care of business here. So Blake and Blake to finish off as Blake Judson for the Governors takes on Blake Broderick. And right away, Blake Judson going to work. Broderick 13-19 coming in. He's a sophomore. Judson, the junior, cradling him up. Seconds already counted, 3 back points to be pending here. Not sure Blake can pin him from this spot. Wondering what the official can actually see from that vantage point. Oh, he calls it. So a win by fall here as Blake Judson will end the duel in 46 seconds. So the final score for the Governors against Rapid City Central is Pierre 52. And the Cobblers 13. After the Cobblers won 3 in a row, the Governors come back and win the last 8 weight classes. And they win this one as well. 52-13 on the Gales Gas scoreboard. From Gales Gas Service in Pierre, use their budget plan and keep full service and stay warm all season long with Gales Gas in Pierre. We've got time for 3 minutes. Our MDU postgame and duel number 3 out of 4 coming up from MDU. And this is Pierre Governor Wrestling.
May Adam Law Firm of Pierre offers superior legal representation. Clients can be assured their legal matter will be handled with expertise and the utmost professionalism. May Adam Law Firm's skilled South Dakota lawyers can take care of your family law, estate planning, real estate law, or personal injury. May Adam Law Firm is able to help you plan and prepare to make matters easy now and into the future too. 224-8803. May Adam Law Firm of Pierre, since 1881.
School. Tonight's event and every event produced by your school during the school year are created, filmed, and produced by the students you love to follow and support. Become a booster of your school's live event coverage by becoming a sponsor. It's a great way to show your support of the athletes and students in your community. As a sponsor, you'll get great visibility for your business, organization, or family by supporting the live productions of your school.
Service Master of Pierre is your go-to service experts for a wide variety of cleaning needs. Since 2003, we have developed the most effective methods and products to service virtually every type of industry. We're known for our exceptional carpet and upholstery cleaning, but did you know we also offer cleaning of all types of flooring, along with providing fire and water restoration, commercial cleaning, janitorial services, and construction cleanup? Service Master of Pierre is a proud sponsor of TF Riggs Governors and Lady Govs, as well as Stanley County Buffaloes and Lady Buffs activities.
Hi, this is Randy Schumacher with Capital City Monuments. Due to the virus issue, staying at home is a good thing. I can answer any questions by phone and do designs with you through email for a loved one. It is an honor for me to work with families and their memorial needs. Please call Capital City Monuments at 220-0417. Thank you.
I see.
Taking care, touching lives. Avantera Pier has an opportunity for one full-time LPN or RN. Be a part of the family-oriented team environment with an aggressive pay plan and excellent benefits package available. Avantera Pier is a new company under new ownership in Pier. Apply today at Avantera Pier, 950 East Park Street, or call 224-8628 for more information. Apply online at legacyhc.com or Indeed. Avantera Pier is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, new guy. Shovel, right? Yeah, right. And I'm not exactly new. I've seen some action.
Yeah, what's your story?
Hey, my last gig, I nearly got electrocuted, almost drowned. That guy never called 811 to see if it was safe to dig.
Our guy calls every time he digs.
It's quick and easy. Any tool can do it. Calling 811 gets your underground utility lines marked for free.
Hey, safe digging is no accident. Always call 811 before you dig.
This message brought to you by Montana Dakota Utilities, in the community to serve.
Welcome back to Riggs High Gym, and welcome to our Montana Dakota Utilities post-game show. The Governors knocking off Rapid City Stevens 52-13 in this one. Rapid City Central with wins at 52, 60, and 70. They were down 15-0. They got back within 15-13. But the Governors win the last four in the upper weight classes and the first four in the lower weights to finish this round of matches in this duel. Blake Judson in 46 seconds to close it out. 52-13 in this one. We're driven by the Office of Highway Safety, who reminds us, don't text and drive, stay alive. And don't drink and drive, and stay alive as well with the South Dakota Office of Highway Safety. You're listening to Pier Governor Wrestling. Your official home of Governor Sports is River 92.7 KGFX FM Pier, a member of the Dakota Radio Group. We're online at drgnews.com. You can catch us on our all-new DRG News app as well on your iPhone or Android, brought to you by Golden Buffalo. I'm Brian Oakland. As the Governors win this one over Sturgis, starting off with a couple of forfeits. Open weight classes for Rapid City Central at 132 and 138. Wins by forfeit for Kaylor Heineman and for Hayden Schaefer. Tyson Johnson comes up with a nice win, 11-4. Over Zach Soderlund to advance the Governor lead to open this duel at 15-0. And if it weren't for those two forfeits, Rapid City Central may have come back and taken a lead. But as we mentioned, three in a row, a 12-4 win for TJ Morrison over Deegan Huska. 3-2, Graydon Backey gets a win over Jaden Wiebe at 160. And then Lucas Chamberlain defeated by Landon Winter in a fall, 3 minutes and 49 seconds. So again, Central got back within two at 15-13. But then Gavin Stotts with a major decision win over David Miller, 11-3, made it 19-13. Jacob Larson, a solid win, 8-2 with a decision. The Governors up 22-13. Reagan Bolweg, another win by fall here. Quick work of Jackson Whitty in 1 minute and 17 seconds. That made it 28-13. Preston Taylor still has only wrestled one match today. He wins by forfeit in this one, too, as Central is open at 285. That made it 34-13. And it is Lincoln Schoenhardt with a 6-4 win over Jagger McCarthy. With the good match for the 7th grader, 37-13. Noah Williams gets a 7-2 win after spotting Riley Schmidt, a 2-0 lead. That made it 40-13. Tristan Spencer against Logan Brown, who moved up to 120, gets a win by fall in the first period. Good match for Spencer, going right to work. And Blake Judson also with the win by fall in 46 seconds. So two quick wins to finish for the Governors, and they salt away that 52-13 victory. Brandon Valley gets a win 10-4 for Trayson Omi over Logan DeSursa to close out that duel, and Brandon Valley will win that one 56-16 over the Sturgis Scoopers. And the scores are also in from the auxiliary gym. Sioux Falls Roosevelt defeats Spearfish 27-23, and Harrisburg has defeated Rapid City Stevens 37-23. 33. So Stevens comes in here 9-0. They lose to Brandon Valley, and now they have lost to Harrisburg, as now falling to 9-2. We've given you the recap. Let's give you the big plays of the game that are sponsored by Hermanson Endodontics. And I think after that, the 3 wins in a row for the Central Cobblers to make it 15-13. Governors come back and get those last 8. But Coach Ryan Noyes, I think we just saw some good methodical wrestling there from guys like Gavin Stotts, Jacob Larson, and even, well, let's throw Lincoln Schoenhardt and Noah Williams in there too. And we'll call that big plays or just the Governors staying in control of this duel after Central threatened a bit.
Right, they took care of business. They had opportunities to score, and when they did, they took advantage of it and ended up in our favor.
So those are your big plays of the game from Hermanson Endodontics in Pierre. We'll hear from them, pause for a minute, and we'll be back also to name our Cowboy Country Stores player of the game as the MDU postgame continues. This is Governor Wrestling.
Dr. Brian Herman.
Everyone says they want to change the world. But not everyone will. We are not everyone.
And a guy who's really starting to pay his dues, and we've been touting him all day long, but Jacob Larson wrestled a real good match in an 8-2 win over Jackson Morrison today.
Yeah, Jacob he's done a nice job of sticking to the basics a little bit. You know, we talk about how dangerous he is as he's going out of bounds, but, you know, those are things that he can do in the middle of the mat, and we saw that this last match. He did a nice job of putting some points on the scoreboard. Out on top.
So Jacob Larson is our Cowboy Country Stores player of the game for duel number 3. We've also sung the praises in that regard of Blake Judson today, and also for Trey Lewis in the opener with a win over a Spearfish opponent as well. Those are Cowboy Country Stores players of the game. That'll put an end to the MDU post game for the third duel. We've got 1 to go. It's Pierre against Rapid City Stevens coming up, and we're getting right at it as we'll begin our kind of forego the Becky Pottsova State Farm pregame show. We welcome you to the Smith Plumbing broadcast booth, and a lot of good things coming up here as we've got to turn the page here. Pierre and Rapid City Stevens. The lineup of matches for the final round, Pierre and Stevens. You got Brandon Valley against Rapid City Central. You get Harrisburg against Spearfish, and Sioux Falls Roosevelt against Sturgis, those last 2 in the auxiliary gym. This time around, we start at 138 pounds. So Hayden Schaefer will take the mat for starters for the Governors, taking on Quarter Doney, a junior for Rapid City Stevens, at 7-5. So welcome aboard once again. And right now, I think in Pierre Governor circles, things are really going to start to get a little bit exciting. Oh, and a Brandon Valley wrestler. Maybe got his bell rung a little bit here, and they're going to ask for the training staff on mat number 1. We watch mat 2 to our left, and Hayden Schaefer will take Doney down for 2. And scoring underway here with now a minute gone by in the first period. Governors will have several wrestlers with a chance to go 4-0 on the day. Schaefer will be one of them.
Doing a nice job from top. Hayden's had a good day, just controlling his opponent, not allowing much. He's been pretty stingy with allowing points.
But hasn't really gotten much going here. Yeah, he's staying in control, but much of this first period.
30 seconds left.
Not going to allow much opportunity. Donig seeing already in this first match, we're going to start thinking about who are the wrestlers who may be the underdogs on paper, so to speak. And Doney might be one of them, and now he's going to be out here trying to wrestle defensively for a good chunk of this whole match.
No, I guarantee Travis King has said, let's do what we can to not get pinned here.
You know, now, and it's interesting, too, what's the mindset of the Raiders here after Harrisburg gets them? Brandon Valley got them in the second round. The score, I was looking back on the score, and that actually it was in the first round, 40-27. Brandon Valley wins, and then Harrisburg gets them in this last one, 37-33.
Yeah, they're probably not feeling great right now, but I know Coach King probably pulled them aside and said, let's salvage this day. A win over the Govs would be a good win.
They were the number 1 seed on the dual standings when the day started. Second period's underway. It's Schaefer underneath, leading 2-0. Hasn't been able to make a move or get out yet. We're about 30 seconds into the second period now. Quarter Donig, I've got him at 7-5 on the season, the sophomore. Schaefer will get up and get out. So an escape for a point and a 3-0 lead to Hayden Schaefer. Brandon Valley wrestler at of course, at 132, Cale Larson. Brandon Valley won by forfeit with Larson unable to go for Rapid City Central, but at 138, Tegan Harstad is their 38-pounder, so hopefully he'll be okay, but he did default that match because of injury. And Rapid City Central gets the 6-0 start. Or that was at 138.
Yeah.
So maybe we're talking about Langenhorst at 145.
Yeah, this is T.J. Morrison at 52. And
it's a 12-0 start for Rapid City Central. Meanwhile, Hayden Schaefer still up 3-0. Still neutral with 25 seconds to go, out of bounds. Law on the mat for the Governors in this one, Mr. Bud Postma, who was here last night. This guy comes up here every single year, and he does the Region 3A every single year for Madison.
Yeah, Bud's one of the best officials in the state, and probably in the tri-state area. He's got a lot of experience.
Has he done college too? I think.
Yeah.
A lot of college officiating. First period done, or second period done. Porter Doney is battling Hayden Schaefer. Hasn't scored yet. Schaef's got a 3-0 start. Doney takes the neutral choice here. Schaefer with a leg up.
Right in the near
Schaefer
side.
with a wrestler down. 2 points, makes it a 5-0 lead.
His dad's hollering near side too. I think we see it from here, but sometimes when you're down there, you don't see it or feel it. So
Schaefer near the edge, but plenty of room to work. Trying to get the Governors off to a good start here against Rapid City Stevens, now two-time defending state champions. Following a Governor run of 6 in a span of 7 years. 4 in a row, which only one other team can say, right?
That's right.
Spearfish, back in the early days of state wrestling.
Hayden looking again for a cross-face cradle. I believe he has it locked up. He's just figuring out how he's going to get him turned, and he let it go.
Yeah, trying something different instead. 45 seconds to go, third period. Hayden Schaefer up 5-0.
This is where a near fall, 3-point near fall would be great timing.
Yeah. And again, keys to success, Central Dakota Eye Care in our broadcast. This, I know Coach Lewis would say, we got to get bonus points, and that would certainly be the case here.
Yeah. Going back to that crossface again, he's got the ankle hook. He's reaching for the cradle. 15 seconds to go.
Seconds.
He's got it locked up, and he's going to get it.
There he goes. Now he's just got to keep it there for a good 5 seconds.
He
might even get a little bit more. Oh, Doney gets out of it.
Oh,
and Doney gets the reversal. Somehow he kicked out of it. I think 2 back points and then 2 on the reversal. The final score in match number 1 is 8-2. Hayden Schaefer will defeat Quarter Doney. The Governors will strike first on the Raiders with a 3-0 lead. 30-second break to 1:45 we go next. This is Pierre Governor Wrestling.
Looking to start the new year off right? Why not start it with an auto loan with Oahe Federal Credit Union? For a limited time, Oahe Federal Credit Union is offering 90 days no payments on all auto loans with rates as low as 2.4%. There is no going wrong. Stop in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre and see how the girls of Oahe Federal Credit Union can help you.
People helping people. Oahe Federal Credit Union.
Back to Riggs and back to 145 pounds we go. Second match of this final duel. Tyson Johnson on the mat for the Governors against Brian Rosales, the junior for Rapid City Stevens. Rosales had some opportunities, but Johnson fights him off and takes the opportunity himself to get the 2-point takedown. Hayden Schaefer with an 8-2 win to get started. 9-2. Schaefer had back points and had that major decision, but just got slipped out, and it is a 3-point win for the Govs instead of a 4-pointer. Now Johnson trying to add to that.
Yeah, Tyson come out with a quick takedown, and he's been looking for a turn. He's looked at a cradle a couple different times. He's looked at a cheap tilt, and here's another one. He's going to get it.
So on his back is Rosales. He comes into the day 16-7 on the season. Gets 5 seconds on his back, though. Tyson Johnson will take 3 for this one. And he leads 5-0. Good start for Johnson. And again, another thing when we ask Coach Lewis about keys to success, and it's always been they want to be the aggressor. They love scoring. He wants his guys to be scoring first, and easier to wrestle from ahead than from behind. No doubt about that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you want to be able to get after your opponent, and again, we talk about how much of a mentality this sport is, and it is. If you can score first and maybe make your opponent feel a little down in the dumps, that certainly helps for more scoring later.
5-point period for Tyson Johnson. Here he is underneath now to start the second period. There's Brian Rosales. Looking up that Stevens lineup, there's only 3 seniors out of that 14 weight classes here, so they've got, I think they've got a little bit of a future coming up, as long as the guys they have continue to progress.
All right.
And they've been pushed today twice. They're going to be pushed here, we certainly presume, by the Governors. So it's going to be a tall task for Rapid City Stevens to keep the run that they've got going. I mean, they'll still have great performances, but it remains to be seen if they can continue winning state championships. Not much happening here for Rosales, but Tyson Johnson hasn't been able to get out from underneath him either. Legs are locked. Oh, Johnson's got a chance now, and there's a 2-point reversal. I think we're learning. All we have to do is just say something, and things might happen. In that regard, Tyson Johnson hasn't been able to pin an opponent yet.
Yeah, he certainly can't do it in the second period with 20 seconds to go.
So we continue here with Johnson up 7-0. 15 seconds to go. We're in the second period. Tyson has won 2 matches today, did not wrestle against Spearfish. That's when Trey Lewis came in and got an impressive win at 145 pounds. Johnson runs out of time here, so he'll take that 7-0 lead to the third. Hopefully Blakeman for Spearfish. He had a tough day, but he got a win in his final match over his Harrisburg opponent. Johnson on the top to begin the third.
In good shape to get a major decision, up 7-0. Time to go to work and get him turned.
Rosales takes the down position, but he really wasn't able to do much, although now he's getting a little bit loose here. And Tyson Johnson, well, potentially dangerous here, so back to the middle. What happened there? It looked like somebody was getting the leg turned the wrong way.
Yeah, maybe even an elbow or both.
So still 7-0. Johnson will bring Rosales right to the mat. Rosales just didn't have much of a movement at all in that down position once the whistle comes. But then again, Tyson Johnson was right on top of the whistle. Timed it well.
Right. You know, you're always telling kids to watch the official. They give it away. They get that, their cheeks kind of fill up with air, and you know when they're about ready to blow the whistle. And so if you're paying attention, you can get a bit of a jump.
Johnson trying to roll Rosales over. As Rapid City Central and Brandon Valley duel to our right. Hope you're getting an opportunity to watch this all through drgnews.com. The link on the River 92.7 page, the green bar that says, I can't remember what it says right now.
GoGovs.live.
Yeah, it goes to GoGovs.live. Actually, it says click here for tonight's home game video. It's above the River 92.7 banner.
Tyson, in my opinion, should be cutting him loose here with 20 seconds to go and try and get a takedown to get that major.
Yep, still have a 6-point lead if you get him, if you let him go.
Stalemate here would help us out.
12 seconds to wrestle. One decision so far for the Governors. Looks like we're headed for another one. Honestly, when you say that, I haven't really seen the Governors doing that a lot in cutting guys loose this year. But 7-0 the win for Tyson Johnson. The Governors lead the duel 6-0 on the Gales Gas scoreboard. Deegan Huska would be next as we go to 152 pounds. Third match of this duel against Riley Benson. Benson 12-2 coming in. The junior. And this could be a good one. Huska's been wrestling well. Here he gets Benson down, but not able to complete. In fact, he overran Benson. Luckily was out of bounds, otherwise Benson might have been able to complete that takedown.
Yeah, Benson's another one of those wrestlers that, again, went to Orlando with us and got a lot of quality wrestling in. So did Deegan. It'll be a good match here.
Too bad we're not in Orlando to see it.
Right.
Getting some snow outside, we're assuming. There's Benson, and Huska still locked up. And
boy.
Really anybody's ball game as far as who's going to get this first takedown in this first period.
Yeah, Bud gave it to Benson here.
Okay. So a 2-0 start for the Central wrestler. Huska trying to get out of it, but grabbed by the ankle and put back to the mat. Riley Benson, we watched him in a match against a Brandon Valley opponent earlier today, looked very strong.
Yeah, he is a very physical, very strong wrestler. Rapid City Stevens, I know they do a lot of talking with Coach King. They do a lot of the morning lifting, and they have a pretty good lifting program, as do most schools, I guess, at this point. I mean, if you're wrestling at this level and having the success that they're having, I guarantee you're going to be in the weight room.
Benson not able to do much here with Deegan Huska, though, as we come to the final 10 seconds, period number 1. Third match out of 14, as Stevens and Pierre will both fill all weight classes. And the first period comes to an end. Looking up and down the lineup, why don't we give you the Envirotech starting list for Rapid City Stevens. Started with Corderdoni, Brian Rosales as well at 38 and 45. Now Riley Benson, the junior at 152. Dylan Marsh, the sophomore, goes at 160 pounds, followed by Tanner Van Scoy, a sophomore at 170. Jaden Alexander, 182. Ryan Brink, 195. Eli Hutt is at 220. Those are the 3 seniors on this roster that we touched on earlier. Colton Lowen is the 285-pound wrestler. Back to 106, Evan Ekholm is a sophomore. Jack Schonard, a very good junior. Logan Graff, even better, another junior at 120. Caleb Richter at 126 is a freshman, and Jacob McCormick at 132, the junior. Those are the Rapid City Stevens wrestlers that are lined up here to take on the Governors, sponsored by Envirotech in Pierre. Mentioned keys to success and getting bonus points. And so far in 2 victories, that hasn't happened yet for the Governors. Just 2 decisions, 9-2 and 7-0 for Hayden Schaefer and for Tyson Johnson. Key to success comes from Central Dakota Eye Care in Pierre. 2-point reversal, Riley Benson back in control, and he gets a 4-0 lead. Rapid City Central and Brandon Valley continuing on through a 160-pound weight class. Quick win for Mr. Klinkhammer of Brandon Valley.
With 50 seconds to go, Deegan's got to find an opportunity to score here. He can't go into the third period down 4-0.
Now you see Deegan in this case that just looks like he's kind of punchless underneath. Don't want to assume that he's out of gas, but again, now we're talking for a lot of these guys, 4 duels, 4 matches, long day. I imagine you may still have some physical energy to spend, but where's your mental mental game going right now?
Yeah, and a lot of it depends too on your opponents. I mean, and Deegan's had some 6-minute matches. Sometimes, those kids that, you think of Reagan Bolwig, he's had 3 matches, but how long have they lasted? So some of those kids that are getting 6-minute matches, it's definitely different than those that are able to get pins right away.
Huska, it's this second period came to an end. He looked like he needed a spatula to get flipped up off the mat.
Yeah, and he's going to go right back down again.
Quick stand up here. Benson still has him. Riley Benson leads 4-0. Gets Deegan back onto the mat. And a lot of times if that first, Deegan a little shaken up here. A lot of times if it's just clear if that first attempt to get up and get away doesn't work and you get wrestled back down, then you're, like you've said time and time again today, you're kind of going to be in a rough battle for the rest of the period.
It simply comes, and it is simple. It just comes down to the decision. If you are going to score, you have to put multiple moves together in order to score. It can't be one stand up, get returned, and then lay there. You've got to decide that I'm going to wrestle until I score.
Huska's shaking up here. I think he got, I don't know if he got his head back on the mat, but an injury timeout here. Timeouts in our broadcast on River 92.7, sponsored by Coca-Cola Bottling in Pierre. Be a good time this afternoon for your favorite Coke product. Huska ready to go. Again tried to sit up and unable to get away from Riley Benson, still trailing 4-0 as Benson trying to cut a 6-0 deficit in half for his Rapid City Stevens Raiders. This east-west duel For the last few years at least, the featured matchup has been Pierre and Rapid City Stevens. Last year, the schedule had these two teams as the only team dueling. Still, of course, if we've had 4 rounds and 4 duels going on all at the same time throughout the day today. Huska still trying to get up. He's on his feet once again, and he's got 1 foot up in the air of Riley Benson, who's trying to stay with him. He'll try to leg whip from behind, and a good move to get that foot up high enough. Benson had to let him go. So a 1-point escape here for Huska, but now both on their feet with 46 seconds to go in the 3rd period.
Quick takedown is needed.
Yep, Deegan goes right after him. Tried 2 legs, but now just grabbing onto 1. But again, you're trying to expend a lot more energy just to get these legs curled underneath maybe. And
if he can get his head in the middle, he's so much more effective. It's just you get extended, you get your arms out there, they've got all their weight on your shoulders, and it's just tough to finish from there.
Benson drives and overpowers, so that's a takedown for Riley Benson, now leading 6-1, and now it's just time for Deegan Huska to stay defensive, actually 3-2-1, and that's how this match will come to an end. 6-1 the win for Riley Benson. Updated score, Pierce 6 and Rapid City Stevens 3 as we break for 30 seconds and go to 160 next. This is Governor Wrestling.
If you're hunting for a great deal on your next ride, get into Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre. We're locked and loaded on all of our new and used inventory, like this 2018 Toyota Highlander, only $28,495. Looking for low price reliability? Try a 2011 Honda Accord for only $6,995. Who wants a loaded up truck? We have a 2014 Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ for only $17,995. Get to Gateway Ford Lincoln Toyota in Pierre, 518 East Sioux Avenue. Call 605-224-7378 and visit gatewayflt.com.
60 pounds underway back at Rigside Gym. Match number 4 in this duel. Dylan Marsh for Rapid City Stevens, the sophomore, 6-12, going against Jaden Wiebe, the sophomore for the Governors. And Wiebe's had an up and down day, some good, some close loss, but he gets a quick takedown here of Marsh. So a good start here for Jaden Wiebe. Both teams here in the middle have the kind of wrestlers I think that have up and down days, but Riley Benson improving to at least 14-2 on the season with that 6-1 win over Deegan Huska.
Yeah, that's a match that Deegan's going to want to get back by the time the state tournament rolls around. He's every bit as good as Benson. He just needs to figure out how to get the win there.
Look at this as Wiebe had Dylan Marsh, almost had him in a cradle, almost a standing cradle, but then tried to get him down. Now I think he might have gotten 3 seconds on that, 2 points, but he lets him loose. Now it's 4-1 on the board, so Jaden Wiebe with the first period advantage. Wiebe going after him again, and we'll have him. 2 points again.
It's kind of fell right into a butcher if he can get it walked around. Running out of time here.
4 seconds to go first period. So a good start for Jaden Wiebe after 2 minutes, and Stevens coach wants to ask about interpretation of something. Walking away dejectedly. Speculating on maybe, I don't know, did you see the near fall that got Jaden Wiebe back points on that?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was quick or...
no, it was a good call.
I just don't know what they would be asking about. And the coach was standing there waiting, so he was waiting his turn or waiting for the right moment. But at any rate, Dylan Marsh down, Jaden Wiebe on top, and Wiebe will try to work a cradle here.
Needs to get his head to his ribs, but he's let it go, and he's working another.
Yep. Up and out, though, comes Dylan Marsh. So another 1-point escape, his second of the match. 6-2, Wiebe still in front. Nothing but decisions so far in our first 3 matches. Hayden Schaefer 9-2 over Corderdoni. You got Tyson Johnson 7-0, defeating Brian Rosales. And Rapid City Stevens gets a 6-1 decision from Riley Benson over Deegan Huska. And the Governors lead 6-3. Wiebe with a leg. Trying to now turn over Dylan Marsh. There's another takedown. Third of the match for Jaden Wiebe.
Looks like a different wrestler.
Yeah, he was defeated in the Rapid City Central match. Looking back on some of the things that Jaden Wiebe has done. Lost 3-2, and yeah, that against Graydon Back gave Rapid City Central, and just a match where he had opportunities but maybe didn't take advantage of them. Got pinned by Reese Jacobs of Sturgis at 170, won by forfeit against Spearfish. So Wiebe actually 1-2, but looking pretty good here. Marsh has him by a leg now. 8-2, updated score. As Wiebe, again trying to break free of that and get spun around. A hand from the leg up to the backside, and the second period comes to an end here. Brandon Valley, after 170 pounds, with a 15-11 lead over Rapid City Central. But again, getting to the bigger weights where they get stronger and stronger. And Rapid City Central has an open 285 at the very least. Third period with Wiebe underneath now. Still leading 8-2. Dylan Marsh, just 6-12 coming in. Been wrestling the full duration so far here. Wiebe was 6-6 coming into today's action. I guess we would have him at 7-8 now. Jaden getting the opportunity, mostly at 160 pounds, with the arm injury to Daniel Tafoya. What do we know about Daniel, though? Is he going to be able to make it back and get back? He's got his arm in a sling this weekend still.
Yeah, I haven't heard much, but it doesn't look good there either.
Suffered that injury, was it in Mitchell last week, or was it the weekend before? Wiebe breaks free. He's now up by 7, now looking for a major decision if he can get that opportunity, so may not want to waste any time. 45 seconds to go in this match.
He's going to need the takedown. Even if he gets away, he still has his major.
Yep, 9-2, 7-point advantage. Wiebe's still trying to find his shot. Here it is. 2 legs, forcing, didn't drive. He didn't keep driving.
Trip.
He'll try again.
Step and trip.
Oh, and he missed it. And it's Marsh who gets the takedown instead. So again, missed opportunities here. In this case for the Governors, they'll get the victory, but instead of 4 points, it's just another 3-point win. They'll lead 9-3. Wiebe with a 9-4 victory. And again, it's 9-3 on the duel. We break let's stay right here, 170 pounds. Lucas Chamberlain against Tanner Van Scoy. Opportunity for Chamberlain to take on a wrestler who's been around a little bit. Van Scoy's got some experience. But Van Scoy has that first takedown here.
We're in trouble here.
And he's got,
Spladle.
Got that leg of Chamberlain, both of them up in the air, but he's gone around the body and wrapped around that left back of the knee.
Bud's already counted 3.
So a 5-point start here for Tanner Van Scoy. Van Scoy just 9-6 coming into today, but state qualifier from a year ago, as I recall.
Yep.
And just looking at the finishes, he didn't place, but I think he contributed to that state championship, getting at least a win. Chamberlain trying to dig in and get something back here. Trailing 5-0, 50 seconds to go, still first period. We're at 170.
Just needs to reach to the head here, and he'd be in good shape.
Jackson Morrison and Luke Wickersham on the Rapid City and Brandon Valley mat going on. Out is Chamberlain, so he has his first point of the match. Still on their feet now. Locked up.
15,
Matt to the left here. What do you got?
15 seconds.
Oh, then Scoy gets him down and now suddenly into a headlock as Chamberlain trying to continue to roll over. Don't know if seconds were counted here, but there's the completion of the takedown and the 2 back points for Tanner Van Scoy. So quite a lot of scoring here for Van Scoy in that first period. Guess it was 3 back points. 9-1, Tanner Van Scoy with the lead on Lucas Chamberlain. Really was an interesting sequence there. He got locked up. Had him in a headlock, did Van Scoy, but Lucas almost was able to roll right on through that and roll him over himself.
Well, he's got a situation now where he's got nothing to lose, so.
Start neutral here. Lucas tried to get a throw, but Van Scoy kept it on, and now he's got the 2-point takedown once again, so already was a major margin at 9-1 to start this second period, but Van Scoy continues to score, and he'll try to work on both wrists or both arms, get him brought behind. They're right in the middle of the mat. Big mat to the left. Rapid City Stevens with a dual win. Here's a stalling warning. Chamberlain, first and only. Stevens comes in 9-0 on the dual matches this season, but now has lost 2 of 3 so far. We were talking earlier, you definitely don't want to go 1-3 on a day like this if you're Rapid City Stevens, and if it matters so much right now where you are in the seed points of the state dual tournament, Rapid City Stevens is going to lose the top billing to Brandon Valley most likely today, but and the question is how far, especially if they would lose this one too, how far would they fall in the seedings?
Yeah, and then on top of that, the Rapid City Stevens wrestlers, if they do drop this duel, I can promise next week's practices are going to be rough. You might want to be a good time to get COVID, I think.
11-1 here, second period is done. Trying to think of a polite way to say there's no good time to get COVID. I know we all know that, but
yeah, certainly don't wish that upon anyone, but metaphorically speaking,
yes. Oh, back and forth we go, spun around, and Van Scoy will get the last say on this one. Takedown is good. Lucas Chamberlain on his back, trying to stay, shoulders off, and I don't think he's going to do it.
It's getting tight.
Yeah. Plenty of time here in the third period. There it is. So a win by fall for Tanner Van Scoy into the third period, 4 minutes and 37 seconds. And Rapid City Stevens, just like that, will even this duel up at 9-9 on the Gales Gas scoreboard. Let's take 30 seconds. 182 is next. This is Pierre Governor Wrestling.
The Corner Station Convenience Store and the Crossing Pub are both conveniently located on Pleasant Drive in Pierce, South Dakota. At the Corner Station, grab your favorite hot and cold beverages and snacks while filling your vehicle up with Cenex brand gasoline. The Corner Station also features a super tunnel car wash to keep your vehicle sparkling clean. At the Crossing, grab a cold beverage and check out their selection of appetizers while watching the Stanley County Buffaloes and Pierre Governors live on their big screen televisions. Best of luck to all area students from the Corner Station and the Crossing.
Back at Riggs High Gym, duel number 4 for the Governors against Rapid City Stevens. 5 matches down. First 4 in decisions. Pierre was up 9-3, but a win by fall for Tanner Van Scoy of Stevens over Lucas Chamberlain ties this thing up at 9-9. Now Gavin Stotts, the sophomore for Pierre, against the senior Jaden Alexander. Alexander came in at 9-12, or rather 9-10 on the season. Ryan Munson has announced the final score in the Sturgis and Sioux Falls Roosevelt duel. And it was Sturgis winning that one. I think it was 69-10, might have been 59. But Sturgis with a win to close out their day today. 69-10, thank you. Stotts and Alexander, middle of the mat. Nothing happening here in the first minute plus. Period number 1. Match number 6.
It's a good time to just get out and get a takedown right off the bat. Put yourself in a favorable position going into the second period. 30 seconds to go.
Sturgis, by the way, 1-3 in their duels today. Harrisburg, Brandon Valley, and the Governors defeating them. But Pierre with a win over Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Kind of a difficult task against, well, three of these ESD schools that are here. The way Harrisburg looks, there's a win for Brandon Valley over Rapid City Central. Another pin for Owen Warren at 220 pounds. Brandon Valley leads the Cobblers 27-11 now. 9-9 in the Pierre and Stevens match. First period about to come to a close. Gavin Stotts and Jaden Alexander both still on their feet for the first 2 minutes. So Stotts has the choice to start the second period. And he'll go straight to the down. Quick sit. Spins back. Now he's up on his feet and he breaks out. There you go, Coach Noyes.
That's what we needed right there. 10 seconds, or actually 9 seconds. Now he's got almost the entire period to go to work on the feet.
Stotts up 1-0 here, just underway in the second period.
There.
And, he had an opportunity. It looked like Alexander slipped and fell, but near the edge and unable to get the completion of a takedown. Sturgis beats Roosevelt. Other duels still going on. In addition to Brandon Valley and Rapid City Central to our right. The other one is Harrisburg and Spearfish. We don't expect that one to last very long either. Roosevelt and Sturgis already done. Another trip out of bounds to the top of the circle. Back to the middle they'll come, still neutral. Gavin Stotts leading Jaden Alexander 1-0. Governors trying to get back on top after Stevens tied it with a pin. 9-9, our current score.
Both wrestlers looking to get inside. Stotts is working out of an overhook.
And opportunity there, but nothing completed. Now Stotts will try to spin around, got to stay in bounds, won't do it. And back out of bounds.
Stotts, he's going to get called for stalling here shortly if he doesn't get back to the center right away. Body language is important in wrestling, and right now you're showing all the signs that you're tired.
Well, they went the whole first period on their feet. We've talked a lot about how much energy is expended when you're especially being controlled and can't get out of it. But, how much are they using right now while still on their feet here?
Not near as much as opposed to being down. If you're down and you're carrying all the weight, you're trying to stand up, they're throwing you back down to the mat.
Back to the edge again, over near the Governor bench. Back to the middle. 15 to go in the second, and Alexander started to get active again, but Stotts fights it off. Third period's coming up, and you're almost certain that Jaden Alexander will go to his knees here without even thinking about it. And Harrisburg has defeated Spearfish 57-19.
Yep. Stevens wrestler gets away. We're 1-1. Working the third period here.
So a 1-1 tie. 57-19. Harrisburg with the win today. Harrisburg goes 4-0 in their duels. 25-5 now in their dual schedule.
They're somebody that I promise you, they think that they belong up top. So, and they proved that today.
Stalling warning here for Rapid City Stevens as Alexander gets warned the first time. Back to the middle, 1-1 tie. Who can get a takedown here? 1:20 to go.
This is one of those situations where you gotta not only be the aggressor, but your shot has to be a good shot.
And Stotts has an opportunity, needs to get loose, and there it is. Alexander had him by the leg for a bit, but Gavin Stotts kept moving around to his right, and finally our first takedown of this match. And out of bounds they'll go.
And coming back to the center here on this restart with 50 seconds left, Stottsy has to break him down immediately. If he allows him to get to his feet, he's in trouble of getting taken down in the last 30 seconds of the match. 50 seconds to go.
Alexander does stay down here. 3-1, Gavin Stotts. Big match here. Governors have two big opportunities definitely coming up at 220 and 285.
He's got to stay on his toes here, driving forward, and make him carry all his weight. 30 seconds to go.
And you're saying that as, they'll let him loose. But when you do that, you really don't even need to try to score. You just, you're just making him tired and having to wait it out a little more. Now it gets dicey. 3-2, Stotts. Oh, he gets another takedown. So he kind of let it slip earlier, but 5-2 now. Gavin Stotts with the lead, and that's how this one will come to an end, and a 3-point decision for Gavin Stotts to the Governor cause. Updated score, Pier 12, Rapid City Stevens 9. Let's take a quick 30-second break, and we're back with more Governor Wrestling in the East-West duels.
At Jan Bussey Ford & Highmore, they've been building partnerships for life by treating customers right, offering a low-pressure sales process, no haggling over price, passing low overhead savings on, and providing a Ford-certified service department fixing it right the very first time. If you're looking for a new Ford, a quality pre-owned vehicle, a new or used ATV, or a trailer, stop by Jan Bussey Ford & Highmore and experience the difference.
Jan Bussey Ford, building partnerships for life.
Management are separate entities from LPL Financial.
To 195 pounds we go as Jacob Larson on the mat now, the senior for the Governors. Ryan Brink, his opponent, who has only lost one match all season long, 15-1. Returning state runner-up from a year ago. Larson had a nice-looking takedown, but he couldn't stay in control. Let Brink up. He'll come back. He does lead 2-1 early.
I'd really like to see Jacob hit a throw here at some point, set it up perfectly. When you're wrestling a kid that's a state finalist, realistically, we're not supposed to be in this match. He came out, took him down right away. If we're finding that we can wrestle with him, maybe you don't have to go for broke right away. But, people need to remember how talented Jacob is on the feet. And when he hits something from the feet, a lot of times it's feet to back, and it's good stuff.
He's got a chance to get the leg up in the air once again, even though Brink is trying to throw him down too. Nice job, Ryan Brink. Suddenly Jacob Larson on his back and in a spot of trouble. Takedown puts Brink up 3-2. Back points at the very least would be coming, but there it is, a win by pin in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Ryan Brink gives Stevens their second 6-point victory, and now they'll take their first lead. On the Gales Gas scoreboard, it's 15-12. Rapid City Stevens as we move on up to 220 pounds. Reagan Bolweg coming up here for the Governors. This will be our halfway point. He is 15-0 on the season. Eli Hutt, H-U-O-T, not really sure how to say that, but been saying Hutt for the most part. Off to a good start, 14-8 coming in, the senior for the Raiders. Bolweg reaching through the legs to get him turned and taken down. 2-0, Reagan Bolweg. Near the edge on this bottom side here. Governors actually, as we talk seedings, come in as a 6 seed. We've seen them at 7 here in the last week, but T area now at 7. Here's Madison back up at number 8. Teams that Pierre will try to stay ahead of, and Governors 3-0 so far, but this is the one that may count today. Bolweg's going to get hot, rolled over. And running out of room, out of bounds, and Bud Postma shaking his head. He still will give 3 points, so I thought he was shaking his head to say, no, you didn't get enough. But a 5-0 start here for Bolweg now. Right arm wrapped around. Takes Hot straight down to the mat.
If Reagan can just keep him here, I'm pretty confident he'll get something tight.
I think this is the point now where the Governors, they've been pinned twice so far. It almost seems like I don't know, is it a must-pin situation here for Bolweg and for Preston Taylor in matches that they should be favored in, obviously?
Yeah, and I think, obviously Reagan's going to get something locked up here and put this match away, it looks like. Well, 15 seconds. He may not have enough time.
Got his man on his back again, just trying to keep all the weight on those shoulders, see if he can get him down. Bolweg in good shape here. And there it is. So Reagan Bolweg counters in 1 minute 57 with a 6-point win by fall. The Governors back in front 18-15. 30 seconds and the big boys coming up next. We're at halftime. This is Pierre Governor Wrestling from the East-West Duels.
Since 1894, America.
Peace of mind for you. Most soldiers serve because they want to give back to their country. Then they find out that being part of the South Dakota Army National Guard comes with other rewards. Beyond earning additional pay and getting help with education costs, South Dakota soldiers and their families will enjoy even more real benefits, such as inexpensive health care through the TRICARE system and low-cost life insurance that pays up to $400,000. Take care of your health, your family, and your future. For more information, go to nationalguard.com/tools/life insurance or 1-800 Go Guard.
Sometimes 30-second breaks just last too long as Preston Taylor on the mat for the Governors. Quick takedown. This one only takes 30 seconds as he gets the pin over Colton Lowen, the junior, for Rapid City Stevens. So the Governors with 12 unanswered points and pins from Reagan Bolweg and Preston Taylor now lead 24-15. As the lineup rolls over, 5 matches to go, we'll see if the Governors can hold serve. Obviously, the Raiders, we know, are going to have a couple of big advantages with wrestlers they've got coming up yet in these lower weight classes. Lincoln Schoenhardt is out there now, the 7th grader, against sophomore Evan Ekholm. Ekholm is 13-7 so far on the season, coming into today. And he's got the first say in this match, too, with a takedown of Lincoln Schoenhardt. Once again, this is the East-West Duel Tournament, hosted by the Governors year after year. As you listen on River 92.7, your official voice for Governor Sports, KGFX FM Pierre, a member of the Dakota Radio Group. Online through drgnews.com with a live stream also being run by gogovs.live. Schoenhardt trying to stay off of his back. And we're driven by the Office of Highway Safety, who reminds us all, don't drink and drive, stay alive. Ryan Oakland with Ryan Noyes at side. Tap of the mat and a win by pin for Rapid City Central over Brandon Valley.
Lincoln's got to get off his stomach at this point. He's got to create a little space between him and his opponent. And I'd like to see Lincoln get one here before the next 30 seconds.
First period running through. Ekholm, a sophomore. New name to me.
Yeah, I don't recognize that name either. Here he is.
Lincoln getting up. Ekholm still has him by the leg, and a good job to bring him back into the mat, too. Now Ekholm with an opportunity to roll him over. But the first period will come to an end, so a near miss there for Lincoln Schoenhardt. And neutral is the choice here for Evan Ekholm of Rapid City Stevens. Schoenhardt gets after it. Got one leg. Needs to drive. Ekholm's got Schoenhardt by the leg too.
Got to hook it. He hooks it, he'll get his two.
Every time he gets that left leg up, Ekholm's got his leg up in the air. Now Schoenhardt gets around, and that's how it's done. 2-point takedown here. Schoenhardt evens the match at 2-2. Lincoln with a flurry of activity here. Just got to maintain the hold, though.
That was a nice takedown. Nice setup. Nice single leg, hook the ankle. Now he's got a leg hooked from behind. He's been running Butcher a lot, looking for cross-face cradles. Now he's out in the front head, running his short offense.
Really long here in that Ekholm trying to grab for that leg and just can't reach it. Schoenhardt coming around again.
Does a nice job of getting the ankle hooked. Had it hooked there for a second, now he doesn't. If he can get around and hook an ankle, kind of stops that any kind of momentum that the Stevens wrestler had.
A couple of quick pins for Brandon Valley in those lower weight classes, and they're going up 49-17 now on Rapid City Central. They're done in the auxiliary gym. They're almost done, Brandon Valley and Rapid City Central. Alex Menser with a win by forfeit. 55-17. And they have a lot of quality wrestling still to go here with 4 more matches after this one, and everybody going to get a chance to watch Pierre and Stevens. 2-2, Schoenhardt and Ekholm. Tail end of the second period.
I'd like to see him go back right on the feet again.
Oh, and he takes to the down. It's just a default decision, it seems, sometimes. He had that. It was a, like I said, really nice takedown in that second period. Now he's put flat on his stomach.
And just, a 7th grader, you're still learning your ways on the varsity lineup. And I just always kind of always that they had their best shot on the feet.
Schoenhardt fought off the cradle. Now he sits up and spins out. So Lincoln Schoenhardt.
Nothing yet. He's still got to get separation and get away from him. I'm trying that jinx thing. No points.
Lincoln had an opportunity to look at
there
Coach Lewis. Now he's got out of it. So
get behind.
Schoenhardt takes the lead, 3-2.
Attaboy.
And a reverse or a takedown once again. So a 3-point effort for Lincoln Schoenhardt. Evan Ekholm up on his feet. Schoenhardt trips him back up, and back to the mat they go. Under the final minute. 50 seconds and counting. 5-2, Schoenhardt leading.
Pretty important to keep this pressure from top. I mean, 3 points looks like a comfortable lead, but if he gets an escape, and he's only down by 2, and a takedown ties it up.
Governors lead the duel by 9. Really like to at least get the win here and go up by 12, but it'd be nice to get even more than that. Schoenhardt and Graf coming up for Rapid City Stevens. Likely, in my opinion, to be fairly heavily favored. Schoenhardt still working, down to 10 seconds to go. Spotted Evan Ekholm, a 2-0 lead in the first period. If he's coming back, and he's going to get a big win here for the Govs. 5-2 the win for Lincoln Schoenhardt, the 7th grader. Here up by 12, now 27-15 on the Gales Gas scoreboard. Next two are ready to go, so we'll stay with them. 113 pounds, Noah Williams, the Governor's junior, against junior Jack Schoenhardt. Rapid City Stevens, Schoenhardt comes into today 20-1. Pretty sure he hasn't lost yet, so 23-1 on the season. Got an undefeated wrestler from Stevens coming up next as well.
This is one of those situations, you know, as a junior, again, with his record on paper, we're not supposed to win this match. So you keep it tight, you keep it close, and you try to minimize the damage. It doesn't mean you quit looking for wins and you don't want to get the win, but you don't want to do something risky, get put on your back and get pinned.
Well, I think the one thing right now, and if you are underdogs here in 2 matches in a row, you know, you look at worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, you're up by 12 now, and after the next 2 matches, you might be tied with 2 matches to go, and things get real interesting. So that I would say that's the job of Noah Williams right now, is to certainly stay off his back as much as he can. Schoenhardt has the 2-point takedown to start here at 113 pounds. You know, and the Governors may have a bit of an advantage in the last 2 weight classes, 26 and 32, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, we've beaten, you know, I don't know all the results. I know we've wrestled Stevens earlier in the year, but I know we've beaten Richter at 26, but he's a good wrestler, you know, and then doesn't mean that it's a for sure every time.
Schoenhardt muscling over. Williams on his back now.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left, first period. Well, Williams gets some movement underneath. Back points awarded, so he's face down. That's how the first period will come to an end, as Noah Williams trails 5-0.
Yeah, he's got to stay off his back. He has to absolutely be stingy from here on out. Down 5-0 starting the second period. Williams on top.
Looking in last year's state tournament finishes, but oh, there he is at 106. Jack Schoenhardt, a 3rd place finish. Trace and Omi of Brandon Valley. Quincy Halverson of T Area, who was the state champion a year ago, the only 2 to finish ahead of him. Schoenhardt actually beat Blake Judson of Pier in the 3rd place match. Blake finished 4th. Schoenhardt moves up 1 weight class. Judson moved up 2. Williams got spun to his back, but he, for now, was able to keep spinning through it. And that turns into a 2-point reversal, though. 7-0 our score. Schoenhardt getting that shoulder forced back over, and Noah Williams in trouble again.
Schoenhardt's got a wing on the right side and a wrist on the other, running it around the head. Williams sat up there, created a little separation. He lost the hold.
Schoenhardt retooling here, but still staying tight up top. Now up to the top portion of the mat circle. Got a lot of folks leaving Riggs High now on a long day of high school wrestling. Couple of back points awarded now. Jack Schoenhardt up 9-0.
20 seconds to go.
Still in the second period, so 2 full minutes to go after that. As Noah Williams trying to get something done here, but a cradle that he rolled through and they go out of bounds. And Bud Postma trying to untie the knot. 2 more points to Jack Schoenhardt, upping the lead to 11-0.
I didn't see the near fall there.
Well, he cradled him, and then I thought they went right out of bounds, but yeah, I don't know that he was counting it out. And again, whenever the whistle comes, of course, now it's a little quieter here. We can hear just 1 whistle instead of 2, but Schoenhardt in a down position to start the third period, leading 11-0. And close to a reversal here, but not free yet, because Williams still has him by the leg.
He got stood here for 1 minute and 37 seconds.
It's a major decision right now. Major certainly better than a pin. Even a tech fall would be better than a pin right now, but Governors, again, trying to stay defensive. This is what do we have here?
Potentially dangerous.
Potentially dangerous, all right.
Minute 10 to go here, about.
And Williams gets reversed on. And before that happened, when it was 11-0, I was starting to think that, if you haven't been warned for stalling yet, now would have been a good time to use them a little bit.
Yeah, every point is going to be important in this duel.
There's the warning now. 13-0. Schoenhardt trying to get him rolled. Got 40 seconds to try to at least get the technical fall.
Which he's got, if not the pin.
Seconds have already been counted. Now Williams really has to stay out of this one. Schoenhardt has him down. Williams is twisted over to the side. Right shoulder, right arm behind him. Schoenhardt trying to leverage that shoulder back down. If Williams can get that shoulder clear to that arm out of there. Schoenhardt trying to drive that right shoulder now. Williams, I think it's right there. I think he might have missed it. And time runs out. The full 6 minutes. This will end in a technical fall win for Jack Schoenhardt, 16-0. So Stevens tacks on 5. The Governors lead 27-20, and we go to 120 next, as now we get an opportunity to see a young man that Coach Ryan Noyes thinks pound for pound might be the best wrestler in the state, Logan Graff from Rapid City Stevens.
He's impressive.
He'll take on Tristan Spencer, the freshman, up and coming for the Governors. Graff goes right to work. Spencer, the freshman. Sometimes you just got to give credit where credit is due, and this might be we mentioned once earlier, this might be a take me to school moment,
right. I mean, you can sit there and you say, yep, get after him. You've got a chance, but realistically, you just don't. Not at this point.
Graff was a 106-pound state champion, lost 1 match last year for the Custer Wildcats. He defeated Gunnar Kvistad of Clark Willow Lake in the state championship, and here he's defeated Tristan Spencer in 58 seconds in a win by fall. Suddenly we've got a 1-point duel, 27-26, quick 30, and we're back to 126 next. This is Governor Wrestling.
Peace of mind. Don't be fooled by all this talk of supplier pricing or employee pricing or whatever pricing you hear. Harry K. Ford sells for INVOICE every day. It doesn't come and go. It's here to stay. Harry K. Ford, your only dealer who puts our community first.
My life with the quality health care of Avera. Learn how to begin at avera.org/now.
Back at Riggs High Gym as we've got 2 matches to go. 4 duels throughout the day. 8 teams here, 4 from the eastern part of the state, 4 from out west. And as Pierre leads Rapid City Stevens 27-26, it all comes down to the next and final 2 matches. Blake Judson at 126 pounds. The junior for the Governors wrestling against Caleb Richter, the freshman of Rapid City Stevens. Richter comes in 12-7 on the day. Now this is a matchup that, again on paper, maybe the Governors have the advantage in this one, so strategies here. Richter's going to have to really, I think, try to do everything he can. All of a sudden he got Judson by the leg, and here Judson has Richter on his back. He just absolutely rolled him right into something that didn't look like it was there at all. Blake Judson, win by fall. 6 points for the Governors, and the Governors are going to win the duel. They've got 1 match to go, but this one makes it 33-26 as Blake Judson comes up big again, that one in a time of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Gales Gas scoreboard, Governors 33, Raiders 26.
And that was pretty nasty, pretty explosive. Kind of a standing, almost a falling down whip, but boy, did he capitalize when he could.
Looked like, to me, it looked like Richter was the one who was getting the shot and maybe had the chance at a takedown. Here's Kaylor Heineman going after it right away. 132 pounds, taking on Jacob McCormick, 14-10 as a junior. Coming into today's action here. 2 for Heineman, the takedown complete. So Stevens comes in here, and the best they can do is win this one by a pin and collect 6 points, but the Governors at worst would fall 33-26. Heineman's cradled him up though. Kind of get the sense the Governor's going to be feeling pretty good about how this day has gone now.
Yeah, this definitely helps. You know, and again, Coach Lewis will look all the way up and down the lineup and say, you know, we need to get better at certain spots, but when you're not wrestling your best and you still beat Rapid City Stevens, that's a good day.
5-0, Kaylor Heineman leading. 50 seconds still to go this first period. Stevens comes in here. They lost to Brandon Valley 40-27. Got an easy win over Sioux Falls Roosevelt, who was a little undermanned today and low on experience for what they have this season.
You talk about that 40-27 loss to Brandon Valley. If Heineman were to get a pin, this would be a 39-26. So Pierre and Brandon Valley, a pretty similar score, which tells me that we're right in there with Brandon too. We just got to turn the corner.
Breakaway here for Jacob McCormick. 5-1 now. It's Heineman leading. Yeah, I was thinking about that even with some of the other scores that were a little more wide open. As the example that I was looking at, maybe for what Harrisburg was doing against, say, a Rapid City Central, or what Brandon Valley was doing. You just kind of compare scores, and Pierre beat Sturgis 52-13. Again, we'll go over all of these when we finish up. But even some of the more wide open scores are similar with what Brandon Valley's doing against common opponents as to what the Governors are doing. And again, what Harrisburg is doing. I feel like we don't, and we definitely shouldn't keep Harrisburg out of that conversation any longer.
Right.
Heineman with another 2-pointer. Takedown makes it 7-2. Minute and a half left still in the second period.
And he's in trouble here. But he managed to, escape it the first time, but can he escape it again? Stevens has a Mitchell roll or a Granby roll locked up. Now
Heineman got to get out of this now.
He's got to roll towards us. in order to not give up back points.
Reversal. Seconds are getting counted here, so a good turnabout here for Jacob McCormick. Updated score 7-4, but back points are still pending for McCormick, and we might even have a tie match here if Hyndman can weasel his way out of this hole.
Looks like he will here. He can pull his head out. Come on, keep coming around. 30
Under 40 seconds to go.
There, he got it.
A reversal here. Only 2 back points scored for McCormick. That put him at 6, and then the 2-point reversal for Hyndman gives him a 3-point advantage, now 9-6. Pier 33, Rapid City Stevens 26 on the duel. And we'll have a full MDU postgame coming up after this match. Probably could get Coach Lewis up here if we ask nicely. One more round of big plays of the game from Central Dakota Eye Care, and your player of the game from Cowboy Country Stores to name an outstanding wrestler in this Stevens duel here today. Hyndman. It's a 1-point escape actually for Jacob McCormick. We got a good match going here, 9-7. No drama, but still an individual effort to come here. Caution with the start on McCormick. Governors at Brookings next Saturday for the Les Telostos Invitational. And then off until the following Friday. That'll be their next duel. They go to Yankton to take on the Bucks. Yankton, another team that it almost seems like just when they were starting to get going again, now things have kind of thinned out in that wrestling room. Of course, Owen Warren going to Brandon Valley didn't help their cause, but still they've got open weight classes. And
yeah, it's so hard to get a program to the point where, you know, you're seeing the Piers and the Stevenses and the Sturgises and, you know, Canton and the Bees where they're reloading every year. You just have to have that feeder program.
Hyman working down here, but still leading 9-7 as Jacob McCormick tries to get him rolled over. 60 seconds left here. Final match of the day. Keep in mind they've done some junior varsity and girls wrestling as well over at Georgia Morse Middle School. That duel at Yankton will be heard on River 92.7 February 5th. That's a Friday night. Governors will stay over for the Yankton invite following day.
There we go.
Hyndman, a nice little leg kick here to get a change in position. 2-point reversal. He takes a 4-point lead. You suppose Millard North comes from Omaha to that Yankton invite anymore?
Yeah.
Probably not this year.
Probably not this year, no.
Some good battles that you guys had with them down there in years past.
There we go.
Cradling up. Here is Hyndman, backward somersault out of it, though, for McCormick. Now into a 2-point reversal. 2 back points and 2 points in a reversal. A 2-for-2 swap. Kaylor Hyndman in the final match of the day defeats Jacob McCormick by decision 13-9. Your final score in the final duel of the day. It's the Governors on the Gales Gas scoreboard, 36. Rapid City Stevens, 26. Gales Gas of Pier with their budget plan and keep full service will help you stay warm all season long. The Governors go 4-0 on the day. And we'll recap the entire day's worth of action. All the scores coming up from all 16 duels on the way in our post game that begins in 2 minutes. Montana Dakota Utilities postgame is next. This is Pier Governor Wrestling, the East-West Duels, your official voice of the Governors, River 92.7 and drgnews.com.
When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank providing great service right from the start. It's our promise to you that sets us apart. With every handshake and a smile, we go that extra mile. When you expect more, you expect more. When you expect more, Dakota Prairie Bank.
The Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Rapid City supports all South Dakota student athletes and their families. They are conveniently located off Interstate 90, close to downtown and minutes from the beautiful Black Hills. The Ramkota offers sports and family-friendly rates. Guests can relax for free in the indoor water park. They have 36,000 square feet of banquet and meeting space, and the award-winning Minerva's Restaurant and Bar is located on site. Best Western Ramkota welcomes everyone to beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota.
Everyone says they want to change the world. ETA in 5 minutes. But not everyone will. We are not everyone.